Smashfest. That's why.
Oh, I remember Adam Stackhouse, and I think we're pretty much going live. Hello, everybody. BTR is in effect. Welcome to Break the Rules. I am Lev Polyakov. We are all the way live, all the way live, all the way live. We have an election ticker. It's probably not a ticker. It's probably an election map. That's the best way of calling it. To my right, to my left, as always, the btr-chat. I want to thank everybody for being here. Jules is here, but he is in a, how do you say it, like when somebody is a meditator? Oh, vow of silence. He has taken the vow of silence for for the remainder of the stream, but he is there over here in the sexy cowboy getup. That is definitely, that is definitely a beautiful sight to behold. We've got Geo, we've got Hero Alchemy. Welcome everybody. We are gonna have so many people here tonight. It is going to be madness. And if you turn your attention,
break the rules for life.
If you turn your attention to the upper left corner, you will see our current subscribers list. It is 1,894 right now, and it has got to grow to 2,000 today.
Tonight you have to get us to 2,000.
Exactly. That is the goal.
2,000.
It's gonna keep refreshing. But anyway, we are here to talk about the election, so let's just get started. Geo, you are the Canadian here, so you get first dibs on complaining about the United States. So
I'm not that type of Canadian. His complaints are invalid. He's not from here. We don't need foreigners telling. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, it's kind of true what Kanye said about like people that are not from the States. They shouldn't be watching the debate. They should be like their own closed house thing, which is true in a sense. But I guess that the world really hinges upon like basically the American election. It's really, I don't know whether that's valid or not. That's probably just a media spectacle type of analysis, but it is true by and large that people throughout the world are really looking at this, especially in Canada, because Canada is basically just an American protectorate at this point. And I can if Trump wins again, I can already see the belly aching going on from Canadian people about how evil and fascistic and how, and then when we have our election, that will probably make the millennials vote for Justin Trudeau even harder. And I might have to contemplate moving to the States. Maybe Hero can sponsor me, or Lev can. Jules can sponsor me. So
I doubt you want to come to California, bud, but sure thing.
Well, speaking of sponsorship, I would be amiss if I did not mention a very important deal that is currently underway right now, and it is going to be underway, I believe, for tomorrow as well for the people who are just watching the stream. But basically, it is this. All the 45 people who are watching this right now, first of all, thank you. Don't forget to subscribe. But also,
hopefully we have more.
As far as Patreon, here is what's going down with Patreon. For a limited time chance, $20 patronage. If you become $20 patrons today, here's what you're going to get. First off, you are going to get my dad's magnets. Take a look at these things. Take a look at how beautiful they are. Maple, mahogany, ashwood, cherry. These are totally one-of-a-kind original sculptures by my genius father, Alexander Polyakov. And if you become a $20 patron, not only are you going to get them right now, but you're going to keep getting them every single year after you become a patron. And here is another video showing off how beautiful these things are. Look at the texture. Look at the beautiful fine texture of this wood. It is so incredible. It's a magnet, so you could stick them on the wall. I'll write a little card for you. And absolutely, that is not the end. For a limited time only today, there is video. For a limited time only today.
Wait a second. Yeah, yes, go ahead.
It becomes $30 after today, but today, if you become a $20 patron, you are also going to get Giovanni Panicciotti's beautiful prints. You are currently seeing a fast-forwarded version of the process of creating the prints. Here it is. It is absolutely exquisite. So guys, you know what you have to do. Become a patron today. Patreon.com/breaktherules. You know you want it. We are going to grow thanks to your help. Anyway, I just wanted to get that out of the way. And we also have Remus joining us as well for this amazing stream. And again, I want to thank everybody. Please don't forget to subscribe right now. Anyway, Geo, let's get back to the topic.
Okay, wait. So that's one of them. This is called That Feel. And there's another one, the famous black pill.
Beautiful.
So this is just the raw print But what I do is I glue it with archival medium to a watercolor backboard, and I put it in a lucite bag so you can frame it, and it will last. It won't get dirty in shipping and everything. So
nice.
Yeah, there you go. What topic at hand? I'm just trying to read, actually. It depends. I'm actually surprised by certain. I don't even check Facebook anymore. But if you go to any Canadian news site, I'm surprised that the CBC has the least amount of shit libs in the comments. They're kind of balancing it out because they realize that the strength of America really is the determination for the strength of Canada as a whole. And whatever bullshit that the Liberal Party likes to feed you, that Donald Trump is bad because he's protectionist, I think that America will give Canada a slice of the pie if things get worse in the world, rather than Mexico.
American
I think
apple pie, American pie.
American apple pie. Yeah. my Miss American Pie. Wango Tango Poontang Pie. Sorry, anyways.
We have a comment from Evie, by the way. Geo, you sound like Jordan B. Peterson.
Oh, I do sound like, I kind of sound like Peterson. I don't know. Maybe if I do this voice the whole night. No, I'm kidding. I can't do that.
And we got him on.
Some people have said I sound like the kid from GTA 5. A student actually, when I was a TA, said that I sound like, what's his name? Chris or Reese, or what's the kid's name? The rich kid.
Oh, the son.
Yeah, the son. The idiot. Yeah, I kind of sound like him. Apparently, that's, I don't know. I stopped at GTA 4, so I don't know.
So
the fifth one's not great.
What's the situation with Canada and China right now? I keep hearing about the Chinese being on the border of Canada.
What situation? There's no situation. Just
actively
ignore
being
it. Oh,
colonized?
the stream's going out. The stream's going out.
Yeah.
Trudeau's got me.
colonization.
This has got me. No, Canada is basically. This is my thesis. I truly feel that for those of you who really want to understand the situation of Canada, there are some great people on Twitter and YouTube. One of them is Thamestar. Another one is my good friend T.A. Jackson, who I want to have on the show. But if you want to understand Canadian politics, cut the bullshit. Read George Grant's Lament for a Nation. I have it right here. Now, here's the deal. He was right about everything, okay? But the problem is that with China, in this sense, we have to, it's a lament, meaning that we have to reconcile the fact that Canada is basically just the neoliberal economic zone, that we are a protector of America. But here's the problem. I think the problem is that George Grant, he didn't foresee the rise of China, as Trump says. So I feel that Canada definitely has a better bet with being the fluffer of America than the fluffer of the Chi-Coms. But the problem being is that the Canadian government right now is very much historically in tune with the Chinese Communist Party. Not to say that they're communists themselves, but that there's always this history of using China to piss off American Republican regime. Trudeau Sr. did this with Nixon, where he embraced Mao. Here's the thing. I don't believe that. That means Trudeau was a communist. Trudeau Sr. wasn't a communist per se, but he was the one that basically destroyed the Canadian identity by ushering in a neoliberal social and political and economic order. But Trudeau Jr. is doing the same. His administration is entirely too weak-willed to withstand the Chinese, and therefore China is taking whole swaths of the Canadian economy, especially in Vancouver. If you read Chrystia Freeland, who is I forget what she is now, but she is Trudeau's left-hand woman, and she wrote this book, Plutocrats, which is really kind of, she's not a very, great writer, but I had to read it in school. And if you read Plutocrats, and on the one hand, she's like fangirling these like billionaires and these administrators in China and so forth. And then on the other hand, she's condemning them. But at the same time, she still has this kind of murky relationship with China. So Canada, and this applies to all Americans, if Trump wins again, then we have to seriously consider the reality that Canada will basically be an American protectorate. As our Canadian dollar goes down to the toilet even further, we're going to have to rely on America, and it's going to be factored in a, I would say, unipolar vision that certain people are talking about. And Canada, the only way we're going to survive, in my opinion, is if we basically stop with the snobbery and stop with the nonsense, and seriously consider keeping America at arm's length, but at the same time, rejecting Americanism to the extent that we have to form our own identity. But this is all just pie in the sky, because Canada is terminally non-identitarian. So I don't know. It's a sticky issue. As much as I don't want to say, as much as I agree with Grant that we have to resist this pull towards Americanism and American neoliberalism, at the same time with Trump in the White House, I'm kind of conflicted, because I feel that Trump is our best chance, because our own Canadian government's basically going to set us down the road of decline hard and fast. And millennials in my demographic, they're going to keep voting for Trudeau. They're going to give him as much reins as Mackenzie King.
Well, Trudeau was having a bit of
I'm
problems.
black-pilled about Canada. I'm black-pilled about
Like,
Canada.
I don't know if people forgot about it. There were videos where people were complaining so much about the things that Trudeau have done. Now, I think that they may be complaining because he wasn't leftwards enough. I'm not really sure what exactly was going on there.
That's probably it.
Yeah, probably
yeah,
it. But if it does become an American protectorate, do you think that would also have some leverage as far as minimizing the amount of trouble people get in, where they, let's say, if you're a comedian, you can finally make fun of lesbian couples without
no. It'll be harder, because in the one sense, America infused Canada with its own neoliberal homo economist ideology, but at the same time that came with the social consequences. What happened was traditional Canada at one point did have a Canadian identity. They were basically the post-war generation, but the problem was that we had no natural immunity to Americanization. So America kind of seems more conservative upon reflection, but that's only because Canada is like terminal, like imagine the worst blue state, like hipster activist. That's basically the Canadian leftist. The Canadian leftist mimics the American leftist to a T, almost flagrantly. And so what the problem is that as much as we have to resist Americanism to form our own identity, that's simply not going to be the case, because we're already past that point of no return. And we're basically just going to be a leftist version of America. And the way to get out of that, I feel, is to form a temporary alliance with Donald Trump. And the Canadian right wing, there is no such thing as Canadian right wing, first of all. The Canadian right wing is basically just neocons, slightly liberal. Yeah, maybe Remus, you can take over, because you have you're from Canada as well. Or...
Yeah, I was born there.
So maybe.
Well, I can speak a little bit from a less from a person that's not really paying attention on a poli-sci basis, more just like living,
Yeah.
I remember growing up, Canada was interesting in that it was very much like it felt very much like that almost idyllic, like liberal paradise, where it's like, no, seriously, as a kid.
It's the Canadian model. It's no longer the Swedish model. It's the Canadian model.
Yeah. So we had the whole everyone's an immigrant child. And what that did was it taught us all that we're basically the same, because everybody's parents are the same. Everybody's parents do the same shit. It wasn't weird. Yeah, that guy's everywhere now.
I wanted to put attention to that guy for a second.
That was in Toronto, right?
Because it's him and his girlfriend over here. You could see her in the distance with the blue hair. They seem to be
my cousin lives fairly close to there. Yeah, in Toronto.
Well, they seem to be like the next stage of Pokemon evolution when it comes to SJWs, because the colors seem way brighter than in America. It's not just the hair; it's like the outfit. It's the whole shebang.
It's more like
a lot of leftist hipsters. They have the flannel grunge Canadian. They have the particular pattern of Canadian punk.
Yes.
Grunge. So
yes, or like Seattle grunge. Like it looks a very specific way. They look like they're prepared for rain. haven't taken a shower. You know what I mean? It's
they
that
always
way.
have hide holes of like, here's my the crusher and the bong. And,
Exactly.
And by the way,
they have a hacky sack.
Real quick, we're gonna have zero HP Lovecraft coming in really soon, so that's gonna be a lot of fun.
Ooh.
Also, I just want to let everybody know, new people tuning in right now. We got 74 people watching. Don't forget to subscribe right now and click the bell. We have the counter over here. We want to get this to 2,000, so we depend on you for our growth. So
rate, subscribe, review.
Oh, Theodore is here.
Hey, Theodore.
Yes.
Yo, what up?
Hello, what's up, man?
And I have questions for the panel about what is the difference between 2016 and now. So we'll wait for Zero HP Lovecraft. But yeah, Remus, give me your spicy Canadian takes.
Well, to me, okay, I had that like teenage sort of I had a similar the edgy atheist phase where you're like, no man, you know what I mean, because I was raised raised Catholic schools, the whole deal, which by the way, I've never gotten the whole like I never had that like bad Catholic school experience at all. It was really chill, really nice. It was I was one of those kids that for a certain period of time in school, I was we had a church literally across the street, and a lot of at least in Ontario, the Catholic district school boards are very much intrinsically they're very much they're not, first of all, they're not like trad in any way. They're very much like new liberal, very very Pope Francis-y.
Pope Francis.
But at the same time, like, they love that guy. But at the same time, from the position of community, it was excellent, because we had the ability to sort of like, there was sort of like youth group shit going on that was built into the schools, all of that.
Star-a-thons and things.
Yeah, but the point here being was, from the position of the melting pot society thing going on, it works. It's just that once critical mass is achieved, you fucked. Like, just because it was good for 10 years or 15 years or 20 years or whatever the fuck, doesn't mean in the 15 that come, where there's more and more of, whatever culture hits critical mass, doesn't matter who it is, they're going to start gaining a dominant position in the society. That's what you're seeing with China, right? China has been doing that. Like, I remember hearing about Chinese immigration into BC, like when I was young, like when I was a kid, and like, that wasn't something that people were really like talking. It wasn't like a big hot button issue like it is now, but it was talked about, it was understood. So they're playing the long game. You know what I mean? They're not messing around. They're really trying to.
And here's the thing: it's hard with the Chinese situation, because if you wanted to have immigrants that are less socially destructive, then Chinese immigrants are probably the best, but it's just the business interests and the certain Chinese what do they call those, the billionaires that are in China, the kids of the commie people, princelings, those that hide money in Vancouver and places in the development sector. So that's a big problem. But the thing is with Canada, people they may not realize this, but Canada in some ways fares a little bit of a better shot demographically, because, and here's the thing, full disclosure, I'm also a son of an immigrant, but my family comes from Italy. My father's family came 3 generations, but the thing is, demographically, Canadian, the rural and suburban Canada is largely of that original European stock, and the original wave of immigrants that came from Europe after the war, such as my family.
Driving through northern Ontario would be the same as driving through the Midwest. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. Even the plains.
My father's family, the plane.
Look at Peterson. Look at Jordan Peterson is the perfect example. He's like, he is that guy. He is the sort of just Anglo.
That is Canadian. My original my father's great great uncle came here and helped build the Ontario seaway, the lock, the canal. So you have that, and whereas the problem is in America, you have a lot of demographic sway and displacement and white flight. Canada, not so much. All of the new immigrants, either they're Sikhs or Chinese or Middle Easterners, they all tend to hover around the 4 or 5 major cities.
And by the way, the Sikhs are pretty based, dude. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, Sikhs. See, we have the best type of Indians. The Sikhs.
Yes, we do.
Based,
yeah, exactly. The Sikhs.
But according to the Indians, they're not the real Indians. I love how they're racist against each other.
Yeah, dude, it's hilarious. That's one of the things that was so interesting, again, about growing up in this place, is that you realize, like, oh, wait, like, literally everywhere is the same. Everywhere is the same. Everybody's got the same problems, same bullshit, same issues. Like, my family came as refugees from Angola, so it was like, but it was by no means like a like a weird thing to have your, like, the people across the street from us. I remember growing up, like, my best friend, his family were Christian Palestinians down the street. You know what I mean? It's like all of these peoples are like these disparate, like, the people who were kind of ejected from their places, all sort of congregated in, like, the coastal and bordering Canada, right? Like, mostly Ontario's got a massive immigrant population.
By the way, we have a question from Jugs.
I grew up in an ethnic enclave of Italians. Yeah, Jugs.
So Jugs' question is, hey Geo, why did your family choose Canada instead of the United States? New people, please subscribe right now. We're not messing around anymore. We got to get to 2K. So Geo.
Well, on my father's side, I have ancestors that are Italian immigrants from at least, I would say, before the World War. This is like late 1800s, late 1900s. So my father's great uncle was here, and my grandfather was originally going to go back to Italy, but then he met my grandmother. I never met my grandmother; she died before I was born. Then she was actually quite an educated woman. She was a head nurse, and then she became a public health nurse when she had my father and my aunts. But on my mother's side, the reason they came here is because my great grandparents were here, and they had a relative that went to New York, that went through Staten Island, and he lived there for a few years, but then he didn't like it there so much, so he went back to Italy. But it's interesting because my mother's side is complicated because my family has been living in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, at least since World War I. So my mother was born and raised in Sao Paulo. Then she went to Italy for 2 years, and she came here. And it's funny because Sao Paulo, the only time in Brazil they actually had a middle class was with Italian and other German immigrants. So now Brazil, we can talk about Brazilification and all that. But
that's interesting. We both have that.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead here.
I was just gonna say, I find it funny. Me and Gio's families have similar paths, just to different locations. For him, it's Canada and Brazil. For my family, it's California and Argentina.
Oh yeah, there you go. Remember, Argentinians, they're not actually Latinos, right? Remember that. That's such bullshit. But we have Zero HP Lovecraft.
Yeah, Zero HP Lovecraft.
What up, my dude?
So here's what we're going to do. We got Zero HP Lovecraft and Zero. Thank you so much for coming in. I want to direct people's attention to streamlabs.com/breaktherules and Cointree/breaktherules. If you go to streamlabs.com or Cointree and you send us some money, whatever you're going to ask is going to be something that we are going to read out loud and answer with Zero HP Lovecraft's help. So this is the chance for you to pitch in and to help grow this amazing show. So anyway, Zero HP, we have a first question from you. Not a paid question, but it's a good question, so we're going to ask it anyway, which is, what do you see as the difference between the 2016 election and the 2020 election? And we are waiting right now because Zero HP is probably
tuning
adjusting.
Up the cynic vocoder.
Yes. There are layers here that have to be. Here we go. Is connecting to audio. Guys, please subscribe right now. We are in effect. We are growing, and this is a beautiful thing that is going on, and it can't be done without you. So please subscribe on patreon.com/breaktherules. Anyway, Zero HP, you have the floor. There is no sound yet from Zero HP. We are going to be back. We are going to be back with Zero HP. He is right here. He is not going anywhere.
The image is so perfect.
He is not going anywhere. He is going to be back with us. So I want to turn to Theodore and Verse. We are having Versaloon coming in here. So Theodore, tell us what you think the difference is between 2016 and 2020.
I mean, it's the exact same situation, isn't it? Both the candidates are the same and they're acting different.
Yes, and by the way, your mic is a little bit fucked up. Can you go a little bit away from the mic? It's a little bit too loud. That's the only thing, but otherwise everything should be good. And we got Verse Laloon here. Verse, how are you, my friend?
What up?
So while Theodore is adjusting the mic, I'm going to ask you the exact same question. What do you see as the difference between 2016 and 2020? Is there any difference? You got to unmute yourself, by the way. You got to unmute yourself. Yes. So we are going to get through this. We have a lot of guests coming in. Everybody subscribe. Mark Granza, thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate it. Verse, you got to get your mic in order because you are muted right now. So yes, we will get back to Verse. So I'm going to ask the same question to Zero HP, who has muted himself right now, but the audio may be working. Zero HP, can we hear you?
All right, I'm good now. Sorry.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so Verse, what do you think?
What's
2020 versus 2016. Do you see any differences between the two?
Yeah, Biden's a worse candidate than Hillary somehow. So, like in 2016, I was at the time I was leftist. I was voting for Bernie. But my whole thing with Bernie was like, if you don't pick Bernie, then Trump is going to destroy Hillary because everyone's over the identity politics stuff. And Trump's a lot more of like a meta modern kind of candidate. He's like, he embraces the media and the internet much better, and he's more of the modern sentiment of like populism, and he's not establishment, right? So at the time I was like, a little bit naive, and I was like, okay, let's do Bernie, but obviously he got shut out from, he was pretty much, they colluded against him, right? And this time I figured that they would learn their lesson, but they didn't, and they went with an even worse candidate in Biden, who's senile. And such, they're going to experience the exact same thing as last time, but the only difference is all of the things that would have made, there's been nothing to take Trump voters to make them go left, but there's been everything to take those former Bernie write-in candidates and those former like Green Party votes and those Elizabeth Warren types, and to take them and to make them move right. Yep. So
and all the Chapo tests, they're kind of like holding their
exactly.
Vote for Bernie. I'm
and
Biden,
then like
sorry, Biden.
Not only that, you have you have like the riots, which are going to make your white like Labor Party type of Democrat, they're going to vote right, because like Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, those types of libs, Ohio. And like your rural Oregon voters, like those are like culturally liberal, but they're not like liberal. They're like, Labor Party, unions, like history of voting Democrat, working class liberal, and they're not going to vote.
Yeah, they're labor
Biden.
Liberal. They're
labor liberal,
Union
and that's gone now.
6. I got in the plumbers.
Exactly. So those guys are not voting for Biden. If they're voting at all, they're voting for Trump. And then lastly, you have your Antifa types who are just like, I'm never voting for Biden. So it's just like, this has absolutely no chance, in my opinion. We'll find out.
Let's ask the same to Zero HP. I believe his audio is working now. Zero HP, can we hear you?
Yes, can you hear me?
It's a little bit quiet, but we do have sound connection, just like last time. Is there any way that you could speak a little bit closer to the mic? Otherwise, it's good.
Yeah. My mic is turned up all the way.
Yes, perfect.
There you go.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yes.
Going on.
So is the energy different, ZHP? Like, do you feel that are the memes more sophisticated, the memes of production? What do you feel about that?
Well, for one thing, Trump is the incumbent now. So, whereas Hillary's campaign was focused and had an idea behind it, Biden's campaign has simply been a senile old man shouting at the cloud. There's much less to work off of, so there's much less to meme about. But I've been feeling pretty good the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, there certainly is a different energy, I would say. There is not so much, I would say, well, there's just a different crop of people that are at the helm, but it seems a lot of, within those 4 years, a lot of the 2016 people have vanished or they've become cringe. And I feel that perhaps a new crop of people, or people who are more serious, they've come to the floor. I don't know. What do you think about that? Like, it seems that there's no longer this adolescence around trolling people anymore, but there's something, it's different. I don't know how to describe it.
Well, we had no expectation of anything good in 2016. right? Like we were throwing everything at the wall to see what would stick, and we had a bunch of crazy, random weirdos coming on, and people were still talking. Like everyone was talking about acceleration and Bitcoin. I mean, not like they are now. Like it was just all stupid memes. Now it's much more to the back to business as usual. There's been a little bit of a realignment, and we just see more Republicans and more Democrats doing what they do.
Yeah, that's true. And maybe Theodore and then Verse. Like, what do you guys like? First of all, how has everyone individually been different since 2016? Is it been has people on a personal level, have you guys shifted since then? I know I've shifted quite a bit. Not quite a bit, but you know what I mean. Like, it seems,
Yeah, I'd say so, definitely.
yeah.
I'm much more
no, same.
much more genocidal now. No, it's just a little bit more. It's just becoming more. It feels more serious. I don't know how to describe it. Last time it felt like we were all just kind of fucking around, like it was a joke.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And then it was like, oh shit, it actually worked. That was amazing. But this time they also feel really desperate. Like,
yeah,
in a way that's different than last time. Like they're trotting out every corpse that they possibly can. Like I'd be surprised if we don't get a Ruth Bader Ginsburg hologram, some crazy, like just ridiculous bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's super kitschy. It's super like just cringe and corny and weird. They're bringing out Michael Keaton for no reason. Like who cares? Nobody cares about these people, and yet they are like, this is the big guns, boys. Like,
even in the contemporary world, it's the same. If
Yeah.
you go to any major publication like Art Space and Wide Walls and things like that, it's basically wall to wall. Trump pussy hat, Trump with pussy lips. It's got that.
Yeah, white people whipping people of some sort. Like so just as like base and boring of a like. Did you guys see that video of that Jewish girl, crying about the camo "Keep America Great" hats?
Oh my god!
Yeah, that
right? Like
that was really funny. Yeah.
Like what the fuck are you talking about? Like it just is so confusing. How what is happening in your mind? That one, you didn't.
It's mental illness, bruv.
Seriously, it's like you can't. First of all, you can't see that. Like the more apt comparison is brown shirts. And second of all,
what did she say? She said it was like
it was like
Jews, but in reverse.
Jews, but in reverse.
Slam poetry ethos. But at the same time, I noticed that they've really clamped down upon social discourse, and everyone here from Theodore and Verse and me and Hero talk about this, and Zero HP had some really amazing, insightful threads on how the humiliation ritual upon the social, it's becoming more intense. It's become more sort of like Salem-esque, but at the same token, if Trump truly does win a landslide tonight, then I don't know if the conditioning and the humiliation might work, because I don't believe it's going to come down to sort of I don't know if this is controversial in our circles, but maybe it's not so much a white, sort of thing, like white people are going to wake up or anything. Because I do notice almost this weird solidarity between demographics that aren't favored by the cathedral order. I don't know if that's true.
Castizo futurism.
Castizo futurism. Exactly. So who knows what? I think Latinos know that they're probably better off with white people. That's not a controversial thing to say.
Oh, do you remember that Latino guy with the chainsaw, the Mexican dude with the chainsaw?
Fucking based. I love it.
Who's in California?
That guy.
Speaking of,
oh yes, definitely. I would love to have him on.
I've got a few predictions about California we can get into later. So
Absolutely. And also, new people, we have 105 people watching. Don't forget to subscribe right fucking now and get this show into the higher sphere of influence so that we can grow. Anyway,
personally, I just want a nuclear take real quick. Yes. I personally think if we're talking about 2016, the more Keck-based candidate is probably Joe Biden, because it's just so not what people like. There is a large contingent of people who really want him to win, but I think the most weird thing would be if he actually won. Like, it would be the Donald Trump of this year. You know what I mean? Like, in the way that Donald Trump was like that, how the fuck did that happen? To me, Joe Biden is the how the fuck did that happen of this year, right? Like, I think it's possible for him to somehow do this crazy thing. Like, I think we're very confident that he's not going to win, but I think that confidence of the right on this, like, it kind of feels like the right is in a mental space that the left was in last time. You know what I mean? They were.
There's a danger to that.
You know what I'm saying? They were 100% convinced that she was going to win. Like, they were convinced that he was going to be trotted out, fucking Mussolini, like the whole 9 yards. He would be utterly embarrassed, and it didn't happen, right? So I think personally, I think that's the more chaos option, but I genuinely don't think that that's going to happen. Like, I don't
know. Oh, go ahead.
They were confident she was going to win, but it wasn't like it was a specific subset. It's just like they are now. Like, there's like all the pollsters and like the media elites. It was like one specific subset that was like confident. But anyone who was voting like a Bernie or like was like convinced that she was, I mean, if you went back in my Twitter history, I don't know if I've deleted it by now, but like I was rallying against Hillary from like the second that they started like colluding against Bernie. I was like, if you do not let Bernie get his like standard votes, and they got Warren to like screw him over in Massachusetts, and he got screwed over in Michigan or something like that. I don't remember specifics because it's been 4 years. But even then, I was like, she's going to lose. There's absolutely zero chance she wins. So this is the same thing as
by
that.
the way, I have an announcement to make.
Yes.
This is from Buff in the chat, and I've recently gone to their Twitter. It looks like that BitChute was taken off of critical infrastructure platform. So it's already happening. They're already
BitChute got Mussolini.
Oh,
they got taken off.
There was a post on 4chan about this yesterday. They were saying that, I mean, who knows what's on 4chan? It's all fake, probably, but someone on 4chan, like, they're going to start shutting down all the dissident news tomorrow night. And
that's
on the way,
Alex Jones was saying that.
Like apocalyptic, but then BitChute disappeared, and you go,
Yeah.
But then
Jones was saying that today, that they were going to start taking things down.
But then what's going to happen if Trump gets elected versus if Biden gets elected as far as the censorship? Because some people think, for example, let's say if Biden gets elected,
the situation.
Well, like if Biden gets elected, let's say, then they may actually pull back because now it's a return to normalcy. We don't care about anybody who's saying
they want to they will not do that.
Only the banal would be treated that way. Like your Joe Rogans and your things like that. That would be treated that way because they're still part of the apparatus. You know what I mean? Like Joe Rogan is still he still has random guy who wrote a book on his pod. Like he's not like dissident, right? Like he's being treated like he is right now, which is part of the reason why people are kind of opening their eyes a little bit. But he's not really, right?
Yeah.
But the true dissidents will get quashed if he comes in.
Yeah. But Zero, you wanted to weigh in on that, or then maybe Theodore verse or Hero?
About what?
No, I'm not sure. I mean, I was saying, like, if I woke up in a cold sweat last night just for a moment, and I thought President Kamala, and that's the real error of this.
Mama
like,
Kamala.
Biden's never going to be president. He'll be president for 3 years.
I mean, he was joking about that.
He was not joking.
No, that's the thing. I think it was a serious joke when he said you're actually voting for Kamala or whatever he said. I think he actually means it.
I think,
we're all filled in. They'll say we're all associated with, breaks of right-wing terror. Every single one of us. It doesn't matter, whether you are or not. They'll come after you. They'll bring us all down. They'll say that right-wing extremists are like inciting violence and will be gone.
Yeah, I mean,
you'll see a lot more Bill Coopers and Dorners.
Well, there's a good guy that I don't know if I should mention it on here, but a good guy recently on Twitter that we're all mutuals with. He recently, put the towel in because he was afraid that for the docs, and so I feel for that, and I feel that the problem is that when Biden, my quick take would be that if Biden gets in, you have to notice the way that the main apparatchiks are talking about a Biden victory or a post-Trump era. Jeet her, which being, Canadian, I always hated that fucking guy since he was back in the Michael Corrin show. So people like Jeet her, people like David Reich, they're all talking about the language of truth and reconciliation councils, and that is very key. That is almost just as important as the quote unquote green revolution, color revolution model. Look into the truth and reconciliation councils. Me and Remus coming from a country where that's, in the discourse, they want to infuse that same style of like EU, Canadian, Swedish, like type of language about truth and reconciliation, which means that they're going to treat this almost, and you know where it comes from. It comes from the post-war era, this sort of discourse. So they're already talking about it. They're saying that we can't just let the Trump people off the hook. We're going to have to treat them like we, fucking like Nuremberg 2.0.
But
so
seriously,
yeah, they believe that shit. So
straight up,
your Alexa is gonna tattle on you like to Daddy Bezos. I hope you don't have one.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now,
as dystopian as it is, I think it's funny because there almost is at least still a sense of compassion in it. It's funny. It's such a strange
their whole thing is based on
framing.
Being psychotically empathetic. Like it's like I care so much about other people that I'll kill you.
Well, it's that like moral superiority thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a scary situation. I remember when Trump became president in 2016, I was in my apartment, in my shoebox apartment with the Murphy bed, that gets all the ladies, and I was high out of my mind. I was smoking weed back then. And that was a very interesting experience for me to look around and see all the people. They were really, really upset. When I was exiting my apartment building and walking out, like there was this guy who was just really depressed, like with his head down, walking in the hallway and just in the train and everywhere else. So we may encounter a similar thing if Trump ends up winning again. Or do you think that people have already kind of gotten used to Trump, where the reactions wouldn't be as powerful?
Oh no, they're gonna freak out. They're gonna freak out. I was here in New York City last time, and it was really weird the day afterwards. Everyone was like really solemn. They're gonna have a meltdown, and they're just gonna breaking stuff.
I was in Connecticut.
They don't expecting riots.
Yeah, I was in Connecticut.
Be hilarious if you're not there.
If you guys know anything about Connecticut, Connecticut is very
facts.
Yeah,
I know much about Connecticut.
So, dude, it was so fucking funny. Holy shit. Because like I didn't even care. So the next morning I walk outside and it was like fucking Hiroshima. Like everybody was just just like so despondent. Like they could not believe what just happened. And this is why I was saying the sort of like complete confidence that they had last time. That's where I'm getting it from. I'm talking about like just random normal people. Like they literally didn't think that it was possible that Donald Trump would win. They didn't think it was possible that guy could win, partly because they know so many people who might be like him. Like they know kind of like, sort of salesman, rich guy type deals. And they're like, nah, that guy's not gonna, and then he did the damn thing. Like they didn't get it.
I wanted to say from the, you were talking about this from like the confidence of like the people, right? That it's similar in the sense that last time everyone was confident that Hillary would win, and then Trump comes out of nowhere and then just takes the whole thing. And now this time it seems like we're all confident Trump's going to win and Biden.
No, absolutely not. The odds are not on that right now. You can bet the opposite. It's around 2-1.
I'm not talking about polling. I'm not talking about any of that.
No,
shit.
this is literally, if you want to make a bet, you can go on the internet right now. Trump is not the favorite. He's 2-1 dog.
Oh, I have made a bet.
But I watch fighting quite religiously, and I don't give a shit what the bettors say. Often they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
So you should make a living betting against the market, because generally the market is dead on, and it's usually very difficult to find imperfect betting markets. That's tough. So right now
when they base it off polls, and as Thomas Sowell said in like 1990, no one's ever seen a poller. When they base them off polls, then it's pretty easy to find holes in the market. Or like,
what's this thing about? By the way, what's this thing about Nate Silver? He thinks that there's going to be a Biden landslide. What happened there? Is he supposed to be the guru, right?
He's the guru, but he's been backsliding. He's been saying things like, "Oh, if Trump wins Florida, North Carolina, or one other state that he pretty much is guaranteed to win, then it's a 50-50 race." he's been backsliding from like 90% chance of Biden victory slowly for the last couple of days to like cover his tracks.
We are downgrading from silver to clay.
Copper, Nate Copper, dude.
Yeah, Nate Copper.
And by the way, he has a mascot of a fox on 538.
Oh,
and
that guy.
I think that's a lost opportunity though, because his surname is Silver. He should have had it be a silver fox. You know, it's still a fox, but you know, it's not gonna work. No, okay.
So
Aluminium.
Yeah.
Aluminium. So you were, but you were. Let's take this maybe from the right's perspective. I think in 2016 the right didn't think Trump would win, but they were just kind of giving it a shot anyway. And so you were talking about this kind of from a confidence.
Yeah, you never want to be judo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think there's I think there's some kind of validity to that. But I think the key difference here between 2016 and 2020 has to do with the way that where the power is. Because last time Trump was really out of nowhere. And I think what we're seeing now in 2020, I think it's just kind of the start of it. And it's something I'm a little excited about because of what directions it might take outside of where it's framed right now. But I think Trump has slowly achieved a hold over the Republican Party and is forcibly steering it into a new direction. So he's taking the American right and like I've been saying on Twitter, he's kind of a stepping stone. He's saying, hey, take this path over here. I think we're seeing this new side of the right kind of come into play. And I think with Trump's base being as like exhilarated as it's ever been, I think we're kind of seeing that be the main force of power from the right, at least during the election right now. We're seeing the old guard kind of slip a little bit, maybe not so much behind the scenes, but at least visibly we can see them slip a little bit. And I think you're seeing that with the way that Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham have changed their tune on Fox. They kind of went from your standard Republican. They've been parroting some of Tucker's points lately. Tucker's exploded in popularity since Trump's won. You're seeing the right very slowly shift over to where Trump has opened the door to. And I think in that sense, it's extremely different from 2016 because he just kind of came out of nowhere.
The right is extremely energized right now.
Yeah,
like the hype
in
is
a new
real.
direction.
Everybody's
though.
super excited to
but
win.
At the same
basically,
time, we have to build off of that and not be complacent. That's
exactly.
Well, here's
it's not just about winning. That's my problem. That's one of my problems with all of this. Is that like, oh, okay, yeah, you won, but it's like, but what's going to happen now? What are you going to do to make your country better for you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Here's a scenario that may possibly happen, where you're talking about the right being energized. Well, let's say the right is energized for these next couple of, right now, possibly for the next 4 years, but so would be the left. So would be, for example, not, the neoliberal or liberal or whatever, but the very extreme, tanky left, like the left in its most powerful form. At which point would it be so energized that if there wouldn't be someone like Trump that people end up rallying around in 2024, what exactly is to stop from the whatever powerhouse grows on the extreme left fringes into, taking over the Democratic Party to take things over nationally speaking, if they're the ones who may have the energy for it. I don't know if they will, but
I'm gonna go with Chomsky on this one, because he, funny enough, is the one who red pilled me. He has his book Understanding Power. No, for real, he has a book called Understanding Power. That's where he pretty much kind of lays out the global power structure and like his path on the left over the years, and he pretty much deconstructs the left and how inept it is, insofar as like he says like eventually it kind of gets to the point where, as we've seen now, is where there's a virtue signaling, like a virtue signaling race starts to happen, where the different dissident left factions start to like splinter off from one another because they don't follow the true vision enough. And I think that like the left, especially in the U.S., will only ever have as much power, will be limited in its power because it'll never be able to like unify. At least the far left, like obviously, like the neolibs or whatever will do.
Well, the far left is not unified with the libs. With the neolibs, the far left is not unified with them, but it is like, you had, for example, I keep going back to that game that was played by AOC and it was played by Ilhan Omar. Yeah, yes, and it was also played by the Turkish government guy. What's his name? The nephew of Cenk.
Hassan.
Hassan, yes, Hassan Piker.
I fucking hate that guy.
I wonder what BreadTube and Breadstream is going to do when Trump wins. I think they highly they highly overestimated their cultural influence, I feel.
Right now, though, but isn't their cultural influence something that if you take away the neoliberals or whatever, like that core, it's still something that isn't really having that much infighting, is it?
Well, they're all,
I think you'd be surprised.
You'd be surprised. It's tons of infighting. There's always a splinter of like.
They're very different behind closed doors. A great example of this is People's Temple, Jim Jones, because that guy was they were super lefties, right? Like super socialists in many ways.
They believed in
yeah. Listen to their struggle sessions. Listen to their struggle sessions, because on the outside they would not project nobody would know what was going on behind closed doors within the inner circle. Within the inner circle, these motherfuckers were slapping each other, cheating, like crazy, like hilarious craziness, like you couldn't write it type shit. It's ridiculous to listen to. They are for sure infighting, but they just do it.
Yeah, but there was infighting amongst
the DSA meeting.
DSA meeting stuff.
Where someone stands up at the mic and is like, "Excuse me, like don't clap."
Yeah, no loud sounds.
People, if they act according to their convictions, they instantly fall apart. The only thing that holds them together is a few cynical sociopaths.
The vouch types, the confidence grifters.
They only get any power when they all do that, like cynical. I'm gonna vote for the middle ground candidate, like Biden. When they all decide, all right, let's just take one for the team. That's when they get some influence. But when they're actually like being convicted, as Zero said, there's just no. They start to shoot themselves in the foot.
So
entirely, but I think
go on, Hero.
I entirely. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, you said Hero. I thought you said Zero. Please.
Hero, Zero. From
Zero to Hero.
I think they do instantly fall apart when they are acting on their own convictions. They very easily and very quickly fall apart. However, I think they're more willing to coalesce around a singular movement than the right is.
Zero HP. Would you agree?
That's true.
We are still waiting for our Caesar.
Yes.
Yeah. But here's the thing
and
that
God help the world that deals with that, man.
I know.
It's gonna be fucking biblical.
The thing I'm noticing is that people say the blog sphere is dead, but I truly believe that there will be a blogging and Verse has talked about this. There will be a blogging and self-publishing renaissance, because what happened was all of the OG alt-right or alt-light YouTubers totally destroyed themselves or totally became drama whores or had various skeletons in their closet, and BreadTube filled the vacuum. But BreadTube, as we know, cannot function unless it's being boosted by the establishment. So, for example, ContraPoints is basically just theater kid shit. There's no critical theory anymore in there. So, ContraPoints was given this platform by the New York Times and by Vice and so forth. So what's going to happen is BreadTube will start to become this sort of decadent, anti-fragile platform on YouTube. But what's happened now is that I think the right has realized that making like fucking own videos from the New Atheist days where it's like top 10 feminist freakouts this week, it's like that's not going to work. It's
Ben Shapiro
destroying exactly
Sargon of Akkad.
Yeah. So, for example, on Twitter, a lot of people that were just totally cancerous, without naming names, have either left or don't have as much of an influence. But there is a new vanguard coming up that hopefully people in this chat right now, not to toot our own horns, can be a part of. And I feel that as we get more sophisticated, as we truly form an outside, at least there's a hope. But that is all going to be predicated on the ability of Trump to sort of give us time before the tech giants and before the cathedral totally tries to crush us. So I don't know. It's in some ways I doubt the effectiveness of Trump, but at the other way, I feel that things are going to converge around more meaningful discourse rather than fucking YouTube anti-SJW videos. Because like, let's face it, the BreadTubers are doing the fucking theater kid thing. They're going out there with the dress, and you got Ollie Philosophy 2 with his cross-dressing makeup and stuff. So I'll say no more. Don't get me started on BreadTube.
I think the X factor in this whole election is going to be the what the bureaucracy is going to do, because Trump's going to very quickly challenge the results of whatever happens. And I've seen, I don't know, I dropped it in the chat. There's a link to a bunch of Zoom videos by just bureaucrats in the federal bureaucracy. getting together and plotting a coup. I don't know if you guys have seen
Yeah,
this.
on Zoom. They did it on Zoom. They're the anti-us.
They're literally sitting there with their little PowerPoint presentation talking about which government buildings to occupy or not. Now, these are the people willing to put their lives on the line for this shit. I think they're willing to cheat. And the more Trump scrutinizes the cheating, the more they're going to get activated and start acting more like these people in this Zoom call. Because you notice in the Zoom call, they all seem very far left, right? You know, you got Labor Department, you got what was some of the other ones were, none of it was military, right? But I think as it grows and progresses, you're going to see a lot more military contractors being sucked into it and getting activated by this idea, because we know which side the FBI is on. We know which side the CIA is on. And it wouldn't take much for them to start organizing in a very meaningful way within these departments. And, you know, I mean, the next 180 days between now and the inauguration are going to be hell.
Wait, which side are the FBI and CIA on? And would you say that they're a monolith, or there are some people there who are on one side and some who are on another?
Well, I think a lot of the low-level bureaucrats in the FBI are all Biden supporters, right? And I think the people on top of them are going to start to realize that they can start to take advantage of that, because it's going to be chaos, right? So they're going to take advantage of the chaos and start rising up to the top. That's what they were talking about in the video. We want the crisis to be of our making. That's what one of the women says. So they're going to try to grind the wheels to a halt, right? And in the process, it's going to create chaos within. I mean, the pay departments are already a mess within the government. All they'd have to do is, you know, throw a couple more monkey wrenches in the works. And now it's going to be, which side are you on? Are you on the insurrection, the Biden side, or are you going to be on the Trump side? And that's really what it's going to come down to, I think. I mean, I don't think this thing's decided for the next, you know, several weeks unless Trump decides to step down.
Do you guys remember this this dude, by the way? The guy from West Point.
I remember this guy.
Who had the hat. So apparently the
Gotta give
army...
him credit. This is a little bat pill, you know what I mean? This is smart. This is like, listen, if you want to destroy something, do it from the inside. Like I can respect the idea, but I understand why everybody got so upset. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, it's frustrating.
That's always the debate, right? Whether you can do things from the inside or not, or whether it's going to be.
Yeah, I think he would have got ground in. There's no real way. Like you can't. I think organizations like the U.S. Army and shit like that. It's a bit too large. Like it's a bit too much. They're not gonna.
Well, you'd be surprised if you go, Geo. You remember talking with me about that one Army general who formed his own little group.
Oh yeah.
No, he was a colonel, right? I mean, he actually made some pretty big headway with his little mind word bullshit. What was his name? Michael Aquino, right? Michael Aquino organized a Satanist sort of group within the Pentagon, and he was able to publish his findings, and they were using them in Project Monarch over in Vietnam.
Well, I'm not surprised. Well, it's one thing to be a Satanist,
change, you know?
and another thing to be like a communist.
Agency?
Oh, right? Yeah. Oh my God.
There's that famous one. There's that really famous one.
Jack
I think it's
Parsons.
probably, I don't know. Parsons.
Jack Parsons.
Oh,
there you go.
Well, yeah. Parsons is. He was like high Magus shit. Like he's just, that guy was not playing games.
Well, he was a disciple of Aleister Crowley, and when it comes to, and also I think he got cucked by L. Ron Hubbard.
Yes, he definitely did.
Yes, he did.
Yes.
Yep.
So when it comes to the side of it, like I'm always interested, I'm always curious, although I never have the full story, to think about maybe it was possible that after World War II, like we did have like the invasion of LA, we had the Foo Fighters, around the White House. We had things that point to there being something that may have happened to the German army in relation to these UFO aircraft, as well as Admiral Byrd's Operation High Jump. So there is this idea that some people have that there was a breakaway civilization, and the Nazis may still be actually in power. World War II was not actually won, and it's a strange thing to consider.
I only wish. No, I'm kidding. I think an idea of a breakaway civilization is important, but it has to be for the right reasons with the right people at the helm. And by the way, Zero HP had to go, so thank you.
Thank you, Zero
brother.
HP, for being here.
I love you. I will always appreciate you coming on. That's amazing.
Definitely, and please
HD,
subscribe.
Again, like not
subscribe.
Not please subscribe. Please go to Patreon this week.
Ring the
You
bell.
will have both only for this week until Friday. If you are a $20 patron, you will get one of my prints and one of Lev's excellent, one of his father's carvings magnets. You could get Squidward magnet. You could get his little sign that he's going to carve. It's going to be amazing. Here's the other one. So anyways, another one.
Wait, show your print one more time because I kept showing the wrong. Okay, here it is. Look at that. That's
one of them.
That is beautiful stuff.
This is called Black Pill, and I know it's reversed because of the camera. This is called I believe this is called That Feel. That's one, and this is called Black Pill. So
nice.
There you go. Yeah.
Nice.
And then behind me I have that painting from this Niagara mental health fair that I won. I got to be a part of. So anyways,
and also here are the magnets. I put the magnets on the screen. Beautiful, beautiful magnets. Here's a sexy video of the magnets. Look at that texture. Look at that beautiful wooden texture. These magnets.
You can't see anything.
No, you can't see, but the audience will see it. The
audience
will
so
see
anyways,
it.
About the breakaway civilization, and I think Verse, you might want to comment on this because recently I was getting done finishing up the Kanye interview on Joe Rogan. And I truly believe that it's one of the best interviews I ever watched on Joe Rogan. Because,
fuck yeah, it is.
Yeah, because he really gets it. I would love to sit down with the man for a number of hours and talk to him because he gets this idea of having a better form of social and economic planning can truly be done and to utilize certain existing technologies that we have, but not contributing to environmental devastation. I think that the Kanye vision is succinct enough for even normies to understand that things are fucked up and they're very hard to unfuck. And the stuff he was talking about, it's like I was thinking in my head, it's like this is like Heideggerian, discourse concerning technology. This is like
100%. He definitely. He's so woke on philosophy, but people don't know. But anyway, keep going.
But the way he describes things, it's very easy for people to understand. And the fact that he has, and even though it's sort of like an American, revival high church thing, and, because I'm like LaBase trad Catholic, but there's still a sort of religious sentiment there that, he said something very interesting. And this really can quash the debate about prayer in schools. He said, when you fear God, every other fear becomes minimal. But nowadays, people do not fear God, but they fear everything else. They fear their social standing. They fear the economic consequences of various actions. And so I'm thinking about that, and I'm thinking like that right there has been better for Christians in terms of proselytizing than, say, I don't know, since 50 years, since the Ronald Reagan days of protests and the religious majority and all that shit. I'm thinking like that's really, there's nuggets there that he's saying that I'm thinking like, wow, if he wants to establish a counter society in America, I wonder what that would look like.
He's already started. That's what the Yeezy campus is. But I will say that when I watched that interview, I think I said it on Twitter too, that like he might not win this time, but he's definitely going to be president of the United States at some point.
Oh, wow.
There's zero chance. I will put any amount of money on it right now. I assure you, Kanye will be the president at some point in the future. And I know it sounds ridiculous.
No,
but he will. He will be the president.
It doesn't. He's an excellent communicator, but for a specific type of person, a specific type of thinking. He's very lateral. He's thinking about every aspect, like it's like a ring. You know what I mean? They're all connected, and he knows they're all connected. And the problem is that he has a hard time condensing the connection aspect, so it becomes this like really long, like quote unquote rant. And like I was watching that, and Joe was having a really hard time keeping track of what he was trying to say.
Joe wasn't interviewing him; he was just there for the talk.
Exactly, he was there to ask some generic questions, but Kanye just went on. Right? It's almost like
Joe
but
was like.
I think this will be fine for him though long term, because the mainstream media is losing. I mean, more people tuning in for like Nick Fuentes's D-Live than the actual than the actual debate.
Well, not
you know
that
what
that's
I mean?
a good thing. Okay,
but
I know
like
what you mean.
Better than the mainstream.
yeah, so like that long form type of like meandering form of communication will
Yeah.
serve him in like 10 years more.
Yeah,
than
I'm
it'll
not.
serve
I'm
him
not
now.
even saying it's necessarily a bad thing. I'm saying that he's like
normies like Nick Fuentes is their introduction.
I like Nick
before,
Fuentes.
right?
I'm gonna be
He's
honest.
like a
with you.
very.
Like,
I know me
he's
and
very
Mercy
funny.
have
I
this-
like him
He's
too.
Well, he
very
blocked,
funny.
Full
He's
disclosure,
so
he
funny.
blocked me. That's why I don't. Anyways,
Nick
By the
Fuentes
way,
is hilarious. I'm
on
sorry.
the BTR
I'm with you, Varys. I'm
on the
with you.
BTR
I
ticker,
don't mean to hate. I'm sorry.
we have Indiana. So Indiana
Oh,
looks
that's-
like it's
yeah.
going into Trump country right now.
Hell yeah.
Based.
Yeah, we have this
Pence
nice.
country.
Yeah, we have this nice little
South
ticker over
Bend.
here.
Shout out to E. Michael Jones. Hopefully he can come on the BTR stream one
I was
day.
supposed
He
to
is-
finish
Yeah, go ahead,
Libido
go ahead,
Dominandi. No, I was supposed to finish Libido Dominandi. And
I
but
have
then
it
I don't
right
know.
here.
I think he got kicked off Twitter, didn't he?
He
Or maybe
got
not.
no. He's still on Twitter, but he got kicked off of Amazon. So now you have to buy his books directly.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Fucking
okay.
bullshit.
Yeah.
Which I mean,
Ridiculous. That's
to
a
tell
good
you the
book.
truth,
That's a very good book, by the way.
yeah.
I
His-
learned a lot reading that book.
I want to buy his new one. The what's it called? The Logos one. It's called History of Logos or something. Buy all of his books. He is a great guy. He probably will come on BTR. He's come on some pretty
I'm
small
trying to-
fucking shows. So
He's
yeah,
he's on my short list too.
but Verse, that would be great. You and him. And by the way, subscribe to Version's podcast.
Yes.
Type in Verse
Space,
Laloon.
space,
Yeah.
Excellent.
He
Excellent
did an
podcast.
excellent one with
you.
with me.
Yes, yeah, your guys
That
was
was a
really
good
good. Yeah,
Oh,
I quite
thank
enjoyed
you.
it.
No, but the one with Alex Kashuta, that one I really enjoyed. Helios is always a great guest, but the
Oh, that
one
one's
with
so
her,
good.
I feel she should come on our show. She is
Absolutely.
based in Trad and Lindy, and she is
No, she
next
wants to
level.
come on. She was sick.
I feel so bad.
She
She's
could-
already married.
she
Poor
could
gal.
not come in. She could not come in
Oh, I
today.
got away.
She could not come in today, but she did want to come in, and she is
Yeah.
going to come in really
We
soon.
could do a sewing discourse with
Yes.
her and a few other women that we know. Maybe my good friend, Lady Astor. She could come on
Yes.
with her. We
Oh,
could have
she's
a
based.
women's
I like
stream,
her.
based women's
Geo
stream.
sweats for 3 hours.
Yeah, Geo sweats for
Literally,
3 hours.
Geo loses 55 pounds. Just watch it.
That's good.
But that's
It's
but it's
powerful.
a great interview. Verse does a great job. Subscribe to Versions. Subscribe to us. Get us to 2K.
I have a
Yes.
Patreon now.
Oh
Patreon.com/version.
shit!
And
Yeah,
Verse has a
right?
Patreon.
Wait, say the Patreon again.
Patreon.com/version and then the number 4. Version VERSION number 4.
Here we go. I'm gonna
And
paste
I
it in
might
the
be
chat.
coming out, and my website is getting closer to fruition because the developer that shop here gave me, she emailed me again. She's been working on it, so hopefully maybe by next month or so, you could buy my prints and my paintings directly.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
So yeah. Anyways, what was I going to say?
By the way, hold
So,
on.
yeah,
Look at this. It's like he's wearing a crown. Verse, you are wearing a crown of the building from
Am I?
your
Oh, I see.
Patreon. Yes.
Oh wow,
Oh,
You
wow.
can't
Oh my
see it,
God.
Oh
Yeah.
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 Nice.
Powerful symbolism.
powerful.
Absolutely.
Wait, what is that
That's
building?
a church. That's a church in North Carolina. That building looks sick in person, by the way. It's in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's just a church that's just randomly in the middle of Charlotte.
Super
I'm usually
gorgeous.
not big on the big glass modernist design buildings, but that does look really beautiful.
It is.
That's
It is
trad.
massive, and it like you
Yeah.
like come over a hill, and it's just like the only thing. It's the best.
Yeah, that's
The nicest
fantastic.
That's a
I've ever seen.
trad building because it looks like
Yeah.
a crown. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It
Well,
has,
you know what's
it
funny
has it's
because-
just giant arches. Like it's a cool fusion. in my
Mhm.
opinion.
Mhm.
You know what's funny, because the original modernist urbanism started by Gropius, that was originally supposed to be trad neo spirituality. He envisioned whole cities being like glass crystal, like some kind of Mead cyberpunk 80s illustration. But of course, because it became cheap and easy, we have your basic generic high-rise monstrosity. So a lot of here's the thing, a lot of traditionalist Western, a lot of like traditional architecture people, with the exception of Wrath of Neon, I don't know, they just, to me, it seems played out, I guess. I mean, you have to really go into the behind the stories of how this architecture developed. And a lot of modern architecture is ghastly. I personally believe that new urbanism could be salvaged. I think it, but then again, the problem is fake environmentalism to begin with. We need
One of my favorite things
real-based
is
red
how-
pill environmentalism. So
How everybody clowns on the Royal Ontario Museum so hard.
yeah,
And it's
but
like
the Royal Ontario Museum is kind of gaudy. I mean,
it is, but when you're actually inside, it doesn't have that feeling.
no, it doesn't. No,
It's very,
it has-
very nice on the inside, I have to say. On the
have the
outside, it's like,
medieval
what the
section
fuck?
that-
Yeah, yes. I love the rum. I love the rum. I will soy face for the rum.
Ago is a bit worse, but Ago
Oh,
inside has some interesting-
the ego. Yeah. Well, yeah, obviously, right. But,
I like going
this
to
brings
the
up
go
there
ahead.
it
brings
is.
up an interesting.
the tumor, people call it.
No, it
The
looks like
tumor.
it looks like some kind of Final Fantasy Tactics attack. That's
God,
what
that's
like
what
it
it
looks like
looks
some
like.
sort
Wow.
of. It
Like
looks
the
like some
ice
sort
brings
of
up an
not
interesting-
like the shooting ice.
edgy anime infection.
Anarchiball,
This-
yes.
Yeah, this brings up an interesting point, though. I mean, who are our architects? You know, who are the people who are putting forth that style in permanent structures and in open spaces? I don't see it anymore. I think what we need to focus on, personally, I think, is start to use engineering techniques within farming to sort of make that statement. I mean, what we're trying to say is we're fighting for our survival. We don't want to live in the pod. We don't want to eat bugs, and we want to show people that. And I think one of the ways to do that is through engineering and through massive farming operations that show people we can do a lot of stuff in a very small amount of space. I mean, like you were saying, Gio, there's a fake, trust the government type environmentalism, and then there's real environmentalism, which is getting out there and actually making a difference. And
And then there's Linkola.
There's like, well, Kanye was talking about that actually. With
Seriously
his
though,
Yeah,
I was
can't believe
Linkola
it.
pilling some friends yesterday.
No, but that's the thing. Kanye was talking about food self-sufficiency.
Mhm.
To have a mainstream figure like that
That's my
going
favorite
against the
part.
grain of the cathedral network,
it's got to start there.
Yes.
It has to start on that food level so that we can show the world you're not going to starve us out. We will fight back. We have guns, we have food, and there's nothing you can do to us in terms of, without openly coming after us.
Yeah, you should always be working from a position of strength. You can't. That's one of the things that Zero HP was saying before he left, was like, they're not.
So we were talking about architects before. This is the architect, and I found this guy on Twitter. I found his actual Twitter. I tagged him in a post, and then he put me on a list that says interesting people, and I was the only one on that list.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god! Wow.
He's coming, Lev. He's coming
for you.
So we also have Graventus. Graventus joined us.
Hey.
Welcome, Graventus.
Hello.
So Graventus, what do you think is going on right now with the election? Any thoughts?
I mean, it's going to be chaotic, whatever happens. I think everyone can pretty much agree with that. I think Trump's going to win, but in the end, it's going to be contested regardless of what happens.
And,
oh yeah, definitely.
And we also have Christo Purdon, aka Chris Talk, back with us. Welcome. Can you hear us? No, he cannot, or we cannot hear him, but we will find out what's going on with his audio soon. Everybody, please subscribe right now. We depend on you for the growth, and we really appreciate you. And we really appreciate Graventus coming here. It's been a long time, buddy. How have you been doing, by the way, with the fires? Last time we talked, there were fires going on. Now they're not there anymore. What's been crack-a-lackin'?
Yeah, for a while I was kind of on the evacuation line. But thankfully I didn't have to evacuate in the end. So the fires mostly around where I'm at have cleared. So I'm, glory to God, grateful for that. But aside from that scare a month ago or so, nothing too much with the fires, at least where I'm at.
Good. Well, I'm definitely thankful for that. And when it comes to what's going to await us, I asked this question to the panel whether or not the left, like the extreme left, would solidify more as a cohesive unit and would then, by 2024, come in. Just because, I think someone like Trump, he leaves a really big gap of power, and also what he may leave by default is more of a reliance on being Trump-like, which I think we've seen somewhat from AOC and others, like they tried emulating a similar flavor, and what exactly that would result if there is somebody who's going to be Trump-like in the future, but is going to be applying it to, things like, executing people for wrongthink or whatever, it's an energy that could be harnessed in very different ways. So, Graventus, I'm interested in your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think going forward, we're going to see a lot more of the sort of Trump-like populist candidates. You know, I see, at least on the Republican side, whether or not Trump wins or loses, if the Republicans try to run like a Marco Rubio, Nikki Haley ticket in 2024, they're going to get destroyed. You know, there's just no hope for that kind of ticket anymore. Going forward, it has to be someone Trump-like, you know, because that kind of boilerplate conservatism, it's so lackluster. There's no energy there. No one gets excited. The left, there, you know, the progressives, there's a lot of energy there. AOC, you know, Bernie Sanders, that type of thing. There's energy there, and you're gonna have to match it.
Tucker's gonna.
Yes, yes, my dude.
By the way, Gio, post
Kanye.
the other image. By the way, you posted the one
Tucker
with the
Kanye 2024.
Gio.
I would win so fast.
Gio, you posted this image, and it's a very tricky image. You have to post the other version of it because this image has a lens.
I'll find
that.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll find the other one.
Because the other one actually, it's not that bad. This is a very tricky image.
Oh, is that the Breezewood?
It kind of is that bad though. Like you drive by so many of those. At least in the
that's like everywhere. That's like every stop in North Carolina.
Dog. It's so
that's
what North Carolina looks like, to be honest.
Seriously,
that looks like every state.
It's a shame because the United States is actually such a beautiful country. Such a beautiful country. It's ridiculous.
But we have Breezewood is the spiritual center of America.
Yeah, right. That's true, America. That's where it came from.
And you know,
it's a it's holographic. There's a Breezewood in every state.
You know,
this is true.
There is another really beautiful country that I found out. I didn't know it was so fucking beautiful, but really is really beautiful. And I found that out because I put on the VR headset and I went to a Street View. And the really beautiful.
Look at this tweet from. I'm gonna throw this tweet in the chat.
Was it Iceland?
No, not Iceland.
Oh my god!
I love this.
This is fucking.
Wait, where is this tweet? Where is this tweet?
He put it.
I just posted it.
I'm gonna throw it up in Discord right now.
Yes, please do. But the country is Afghanistan.
Afghanistan is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely. I should put in the replies.
Cradle of
like,
civilization for a reason.
A Bass Pro Shop tower. That'd be like the.
Here we go. Yes. So this is the duality.
And the Afghani people are very attractive too. Shout out to Afghani people.
Hell yeah.
Are they both of Breezewood?
Yeah, that's Breezewood like zoomed out from a different angle.
I might paint that one because this Breezewood is complicated. So
that's Hickory, North Carolina. That's what that is. Hickory.
I thought Breezewood's in Pennsylvania.
No, I'm saying like that's what Hickory, North Carolina looks like.
Oh yeah, in Canada we have like a number. If you go like outside of Hamilton, they have places that almost look identical.
Yeah.
So we were
most of Ontario looks like that.
Yeah, yeah. If you go to like any small like town in Ontario, it's basically like what it looks like. It's hilarious. But no, the zoomed up Breezewood, I might have to paint that one. That's a bit more.
We're gonna absorb Canada. This is how it's gonna happen. Trump's gonna get elected. Then we're gonna absorb Canada. We're gonna make Australia the new Canada because Australia in spirit is actually Canada.
Yeah, it really
Australia's more Canada than Canada is.
Yeah,
no, it's very true. It's very true. My parents actually were watching this. They're watching this series that ran for a long time in Australia called All Saints, and it's about a Catholic hospital. And it's crazy because nowadays medical dramas are like the vectors of propaganda. Go to any medical drama made like this year or within the last 10 years, it's all propaganda because for obvious reasons, right?
They're mentioning Gamergate for some reason.
I stopped watching medical dramas after House got canceled. Once House ended, it's over. It was over.
Yeah, my parents also. But this drama from Australia, it's amazing. It's like a window into a different time. It's like the late 90s, early 2000s. Because if you watch medical dramas now, like the Good Doctor or whatever, the Spurg Doctor. Oh, sorry, did I say that? Spurg Doctor. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say.
I can't believe there's a show where the plot is that the doctor is autistic. Like that's the whole show.
It's basically like a Come Town bit. Yeah.
By the way, we have word from Anna Eklund. Reuters is projecting New Hampshire for Trump. Guys, Google it.
Let's go. That's on my map. I call New Hampshire for my map.
Do you think
Connecticut's going blue?
Oh,
but
I called New Hampshire.
Connecticut has no choice. It has to go blue.
It has to go blue.
Yeah, New York.
Yeah, you can't.
I thought
Connecticut's going to be
New York and Massachusetts. Massachusetts is the other side of it. Massachusetts is on the top of it.
Vince McMahon should have been like, if you vote for Trump, you're going to get a free tour of Titan Towers, and maybe John Cena might be there.
Gio,
behind glass.
Gio, I want you to know something. I lived so close to that
Titan
building.
Towers?
Holy dude, I could
Greenwich.
look. I could walk down the street and see it whenever I wanted.
Whoa.
For like years.
Yeah,
It
my
was so
fam-
strange to be so close to Vince
My
McMahon.
fam's pretty
for
close
so long.
to the WWE headquarters too.
Uh-huh.
But
Wow.
He must be so pissed
But,
off at his wife though for wasting all that money on her campaign.
Well, that's why they went PG, because they had to clean everything up. Yeah. Well,
shout out to the
I'm
Attitude
surprised
Era.
became
Rest
the
in
mayor
peace.
of Knoxville, because like I
You're
figure
surprised?
Johnny
He's a smart
Knoxville
guy,
should be the
dude.
mayor of Knoxville, but go on.
because like really they should have just like pulled the like his opponent running against him should have just like pulled the Katie Vick segment on YouTube. Be like, do you want to vote for a guy who's like into necrophilia?
You know what we need to address? How effective WWE is at politics in America. We have
Oh,
Vince
it's true.
McMahon.
It
We have the
is
McMahons. We have
politics.
Trump. We
It
have
is politics,
Ventura.
man.
It is
You have
politics.
Kane.
Yeah.
No, because
gonna-
when I was to make
Every
an
American
intelligent point-
president, that's what it is.
Yeah, if you think about it, Trump's just doing a simultaneous face heel.
Yes.
He's doing the heel.
Yeah.
He's the
No,
heel.
he's
So-called
doing
anti-hero.
face and heel at the same time. He's
Oh,
the
true.
same actions make him face to some people and heel to
And
others,
heel.
but he plays it perfect. And you watch his rallies, and it's just basically a comedy set. Like,
Yeah, he's
So funny.
I want to get some word from
like
This
Tetsuya
is
Naito.
peak The Rock. He's like The Rock in 1999.
yeah,
Yeah, 99 when he was still part of the nation, but he was like the
Mm.
cocky heel, kind of like how Okada is now in New Japan. Sorry, fuck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going on.
By the way, I want to get a word
I'm sorry, I have
from
to
Chris
control
Talk.
myself.
I want to get a word from Chris Talk. Chris Talk, how are you, my friend?
Good. What's up, Liv? What's
What
up,
is up?
Gio?
By the way, can
How
you
you
guys
doing?
What's up, Beers?
Can you guys guess what I'm drinking?
he.
Cider.
Orange juice.
Cider.
No,
Sunny
Apple
D.
cider.
no, you're all
No.
wrong. You're all wrong. You don't know what it
Chai
is.
tea.
No, guess again.
Nope, no idea.
Coffee.
No, what is it? Does this look like
Yes.
coffee to you? Look at this. Pay
It
close
could be if
attention.
you
Chicken broth?
use a lot of milk.
Worst.
Yes,
Yeah, like,
Gio, you got it. Chicken broth. That's
Oh,
it.
there you go.
When
Yeah.
you're drinking
That's
chicken
ridiculous.
broth?
That is
Yeah,
the most
robot
ridiculous.
from,
That is the most
the
Russian thing I've
stores.
ever heard you
Dude,
say.
that's pretty base.
So Russian.
That is
That's
pretty
extremely
fucking
Russian.
base.
My family was from the USSR. It's that.
Yeah, that's Lindy. That has to be Lindy.
Apparently, the Russians have the best MREs, by the way, according to YouTubers. They have
That's
like
what I
MREs that are still pretty like edible.
Well,
But
as
no,
you guys will see, the Russians love to eat. So pretty soon I'm going to be eating. So this is going to be a mukbang stream as always.
Oh,
And
God.
by the way,
Beautiful.
guys, subscribe right now for the mukbang stream. Subscribe for the
But
mukbang stream and let us grow because thanks to you, we depend on you and we are going to grow like a big Russian soldier whose babushka made him all this delicious like caviar with bread and broth and chicken Kiev and all that. So
Borscht.
because borscht, exactly. Is it warm?
But
Yes,
yeah,
it is warm. It is warm, Evie. Thank you so much for asking. It is warm chicken broth. And also, guys, go to streamlabs.com/breaktherules or Cointree if you have Bitcoin and send us money right fucking now. And if you send us money, whatever you write, we are going to say it on the stream. We mean it. We mean what we say and we say what we mean. Anyway.
Yeah, here's an intelligent point. Pro wrestling is politics. I remember back in the day, one of the books that red pilled me, believe it or not, was Chris Hedges' Empire of Illusions, and he has a whole chapter on professional wrestling because professional wrestling really is, or rather, it used to be the social metric, not metric, but rather the barometer of the sentiment of the way things are going. So, for example, back in the day, you had like Shawn Michaels versus JBL. JBL was like the asshole. Rich Texan, and Shawn Michaels is the everyday working man, and nowadays they tried to have it with Brian Danielson. That's his real name, not Daniel Bryan bullshit. When he was on the indies, he was Brian Danielson, where he's like this hipster millennial talking about the environment. And AJ
I was
Styles
watching
is
during
like,
that. Yeah.
and AJ Styles is like the base trad dad. So that's that's kind of like a
Triple
modern-
H was the Connecticut
Hunter
Connecticut
S.
rich
Thompson,
boy.
yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And by the way,
The best was when
Well,
Triple
it's
H-
getting much harder for professional wrestling.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Well, yeah,
It's getting
'cause-
much harder for professional wrestling to do anything in terms of cultural stuff because I mean basically everything's shutting down. You can't talk about, anything the left says, you can't really lampoon it or else you're labeled as a racist.
They tried to have some things, but it didn't work out. Like they tried to get like he's in AEW now, but they had Jack Hager. He was like this, I don't know, like racist Trump supporter. I don't fucking know. They tried to do that gimmick, but it didn't work out.
And by the way,
Yeah,
speaking of wrestling, actually not speaking of wrestling, but people who do wrestling, they're really fit. So speaking of fitness, Kyle or Kill, one of our great patrons, says, let's see over here. Was it him? No. It was somebody with a Japanese name. Says Lev should lift, put on some gains. Abso-fucking-lutely, I should lift, and I will lift this week. I ordered some raw milk. I ordered some meat.
Let's go.
Okay, so I ordered some beef.
Dude, he's taking the iron
and
pill.
lamb,
Holy shit.
and I ordered lamb liver. I'm gonna eat some fucking lamb liver.
Lamb liver.
Now, I was this close to ordering some lamb adrenal glands, but unfortunately the frozen was sold out and the shipping would be too expensive if it was fresh. So I ended up not ordering it yet, but next time the adrenal glands,
many such cases.
It's gonna happen. So yes, 100+ watching
bodybuilders giving themselves
Lev is eating adrenal chops.
adrenal
chops.
Yes, and guys, don't forget to subscribe. Keep subscribing. So, Chris Talk, I want to ask you,
Raw Egg National. Yes, buy Raw Egg Nationalism, friend of the show. He will come on.
Oh,
for
beautiful,
stream.
beautiful. Chris Talk, what do you think so far of the election?
I don't know what to think. I mean, I'm sitting on pins and needles. Really have a lot of suspense and anticipation about what's going to happen, and there's really not much to say yet. There's no results to really try and read the tea leaves. All we can do is sit and wait for another hour or two.
What does it say if Trump gives up immediately? What does that tell everybody?
I watched his concession speech last night. I mean, it was his final rally, but it sure sounded like a concession speech.
With Little Pump? That one?
He got Little Pump.
Oh, yeah. There's no way that's not a concession speech. He did 5 rallies in a row and then got Little Pump. That's not a concession speech.
What did he say? I have a couple of quotes for you. He said, let me see. He said, it's been a great run. That was one of his quotes. It's been a great run. Past tense.
Yeah.
That was one of the things he
said. Because it was his last speech. That makes sense.
It's been a great run. He's on his way out. He's done.
What happens?
He's not giving
Trump
up.
There's
not even a possibility.
He's not giving up. He's just not going to win. I don't think he's going to win.
No?
Why do you say that?
Because all the polls are saying he's going to lose.
The polls all said that he was going to lose last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they corrected for the mistakes they made 4 years ago, and the polls.
Where are you getting that from?
Are they polling people under the age of 60 now? Is that what they're doing?
No, polls are notoriously difficult, but I don't know. Maybe they might have done some correction, but
well, I think the problem with the polls is, someone who is a part of like the progressive clique or something, they're not going, even if they're going to vote for Trump, who's to say that someone who's polled is going to tell the truth?
That's true.
This is the Scott Adams point. Yeah,
and it may be even
the
worse.
Shy Tory effect.
Yeah,
it's the Shy Tory effect.
It may be even worse this time around because this time around, if you've noticed the amount of violence that goes after Trump supporters, they don't know. What if it's not a pollster? What if this is some far left individual who's going to persecute me and my family if I reveal what my true intentions are?
You mean a pollster? Yeah, like a legitimate. You mean like just a pollster? Yes.
Yeah. It'll be like in The Sopranos where they're trying to lean on the inspector. He's like, I'm just an inspector. Like,
consider last time there wasn't political violence for Trump supporters. It was just like a social faux pas to mention it. And there's people who lied to the pollsters. Now there's literally people burning down houses and getting you fired more commonly. Like there's zero chance people are, I mean, not zero chance, but very, very likely that people are lying is all.
Just look at DC.
That sort of goes back against Trump as well. I mean, you got people like Dave Smith talking about how there are people in his friend group who will vote for Biden just to get the violence to stop so they can reopen their businesses. I mean, as if that's going to change anything.
Ostensibly,
right? Who knows? I think if Trump actually declares tonight, one way or the other, or if he declares victory, then that says something about him. But I really want to know what it actually says about him if he's going to give up. I mean, I think that would just sort of reveal the whole plot. This is all about getting Kamala Harris in, you know?
Does he seem like they have to give up though? Does he really
all.
seem like that type of person? He got impeached.
Did he just
in
do like
he's
8?
never-
No, he doesn't.
Like the past
Not at
2
all.
days?
But he has given up certain businesses in the past, but that was just because they forced.
He did 5 rallies yesterday. He's
And
74
2
years old.
No, he
What
did
were you gonna
5
say,
2 days
Gravantis?
ago and then 2 yesterday.
Yeah, so maybe Gravantis, then maybe Blue Shoe and Crystal.
Well, I mean, the theory is that he wants to fade out of the spotlight so that he can, you know, have a business that he can promote that'll take him wherever he wants to go and do whatever he wants to do. I mean, that was the theory the first time around. Like, this whole thing was just a way for him to do self-promotion. But I mean, like, now he's got it. What else does he need? You know, I mean, from an egotistical standpoint, he's proven everything he needs to prove. What else is there to?
Okay,
what else
but
is there
if you're
for a narcissist
thinking
to
of
do?
this from like a narcissist standpoint, do you really think that a narcissist ever has enough, man?
Never.
There is never
true.
there is never enough. There's never going to be like a oh, you know what, I'm good now. I'm good on
That's
that
a good
attention.
point. That's a good point about Trump, but he doesn't sound like he's really that into it anymore. Did you listen to him this morning?
He
I
was
don't think he wants to do
campaigning
it.
so hard
I
the
don't
past
think he
few
wants to
He
do
might
it
just be
another 4
tired.
years.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
probably
it could be like
fucking
the end of the tour
tired.
type stuff. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was just, you know, exhausted.
I've never seen someone campaign so hard than I saw him the past 2 days. I don't know about that. I'm not buying into that at all.
Maybe I don't know. It's
Oh, he's for sure not giving up. I don't even know why we're entertaining
Yeah, it's
that
not even-
idea.
it's
Like,
not
dude,
even
they're erecting walls
zero
around the
chance.
White House. Like,
Yeah.
Do you think there might be
non-scalable
direct-
walls. Like, that doesn't seem like somebody who's planning to leave.
And
do you think there might be?
You know what? Let's build a fortification and then leave immediately.
I listened to him
you
this
know,
morning.
you
He
know,
sounded like
setting
he
it up for
already
Biden.
lost. He really sounded defeated this morning. He sounded like he already gave up.
They
I
said
think
that
he's
shit last
tired.
time too, man.
Well,
guys,
I mean,
yeah,
we're-
that's the thing.
I mean, this is all
has
just.
anything happened yet? I haven't really been following.
Kennedy. What happens? What would have happened if Kennedy had sort of bowed out the first time? He'd still be alive, right? I mean,
Yeah, that's.
there's a certain
that's
point when
Jesus.
even a narcissist has to take in all factors, and right now he's got people in his own bureaucracy plotting to kill him. So I mean, that's something to at least take into consideration.
I feel like you're
Yeah.
you're not the president if people aren't actively
trying to kill you. That's the whole point of being president.
Yeah.
He did assassinate somebody, like, and then like shoot American flag afterwards.
Straight
You know?
up.
People
Like,
try to
it's
kill.
like-
Just straight murdered that dude.
yeah, and then posted a flag on Twitter.
Yeah,
like,
like,
you know,
get
that's
shit
People
on,
try to
bitch.
kill. I mean, I'm sure people.
UAV online.
literally, dude.
Harrier
Holy
strike,
fuck.
Harrier strike.
Yeah, seriously, man.
Did people try to kill Eisenhower? I'm pretty sure people tried to kill
Yeah,
Eisenhower.
but you can't kill Ike, man.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't.
I mean, Ike was
He's too
a
much of a
general.
hard ass.
He's an army general.
His skin is made
he
out
won
of
a-
steel.
No, but didn't he win like a decisive battle in Korea or?
Yeah, but they may have.
He won World War II for us.
They may
Yeah,
have.
Eisenhower was World War
Yeah.
II. He was basically
Yeah.
the king of World War II.
Well, he,
yeah,
he,
he, like-
almost died of a heart attack. That was like back when heart attacks used to kill people. But no, I mean, what I mean is like I think you're right. Every president has had some sort of like, except for maybe Gerald Ford. I don't know.
But-
Everyone tried to be assassinated.
Well,
at
speaking
one
of
point.
World
Also,
War,
Kennedy got assassinated for trying to, debase the currency, change the
Yeah.
mess with the Federal Reserve and other things.
but
That's
also, if
why
we're
he got
talking about
assassinated.
World War II, we can't forget about Patton and the unfortunate accident that, I don't know what was going on there. I mean, there's no way I could prove what happened, but it does seem kind of weird that this guy who was talking about, how we should go after the Soviet Union now, and all of a sudden he is no more. He has ceased to be. So. By the way, he does look kind of like Trump, doesn't he? Like people are saying that Trump's like
Patton?
like he's like a reincarnation of Patton, whatever. Like I
I've
don't know.
seen a
They have
picture of him
similar.
in a
They have
Same
similar,
attitude.
similar
got a good
facial
aesthetic.
features.
They do
Was
they
there-
hold their mouth very similarly.
Was there a baby boom after Trump? Do we know this? Because I remember in 2016,
I think it's
Matt
too soon.
Forney said that there will be a
Look like
baby boom
Trump.
because Trump is so handsome. So I don't know if that.
What the fuck?
By the way, speaking of
Maybe right
handsome,
now with quarantine, right? Maybe.
speaking of handsome, we have Kristan T. Harris with us of the Rundown Live.
Oh, nice.
Recently, you were exiled from Facebook, and hopefully they're going to put you back in there. But could you say a little bit about what's going on?
I don't know. Well, obviously, Facebook sent us a message after I caught some crazy viral footage in Kenosha, and we got a message saying that they are beginning the process to deplatform the Rundown Live, and that we would be shut down 7 days or up to 12 days before the election because they consider us influencers that could affect the election or the outcome of the election, which is bullshit. But
now is it a temporary shutdown during the election?
So I'll be back in at the end of the month because they think it'll take up to 30 days for them to sort out this mess. So
how convenient!
Those damn Russians influencing our election.
It's so blatant, it's not even funny. I can't believe this.
Seriously, man, it's ridiculous.
What is it blatantly saying, really? Look, it didn't work the first time. They couldn't get Trump out the first time. I think it's far more of an intimidation factor against the politicians. By deplatforming all these people and all these different ideas, what they're trying to do is they're trying to send a message. You fuck with us, we'll take you off. That includes everybody who's dependent on us to get votes every election. So I mean, this whole thing, it seems like an intimidation factor to me. They took me off of Instagram. There's no reason for it. I'm anti-voting. Why would that be a bad influence for them?
Well, because you might make people not vote for them. You know what I'm saying?
No, there's no way. There's no way people who would follow me would.
Oh, I don't agree.
All right, I've got to hold my nose and vote for Trump, or I've got to,
bro, I don't agree.
I'm not going to do anything.
But you got to think about they'll use whatever excuse. They'll use whatever reason.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There's any reason in the book. And I think this whole thing has to do with intimidation factors in passing the new laws. They're not stupid. They know that laws are coming, and they know that they can influence these politicians by having purges right before the election. They can show them, we got rid of your followers. Guess what? They might not vote for you unless you're willing to come to the table with something that we can accept.
But do you think that there's going to be some type of like shenanigans going on? Like I'm seeing news on Twitter, like in one county, all the voting machines are down. They've been taking mail-in ballots. I mean,
they got new voting.
There will for sure be shenanigans.
Yeah, like
there's already shenanigans.
That's the name of the night, man.
The voting process is one of the most corrupt in the country.
I mean, we do in fact live in America, so of course there's going to be shenanigans.
But
exactly. They should just call this Shenanigan Day, not Election Day.
Like I was, when I was watching some videos on that Fire Stick, they have this commercial for this Amazon production. It's called Everything's Under Control or something. And I'm thinking, like, if Trump really wanted to go like mask off, can't he just, like, I don't know, use antitrust laws to like totally destroy Amazon? Like, wouldn't that be based?
I wish.
I wish. But when you think of it, like, politics is so much out of the hands of a certain electoral political class, but an intangible political class. And I guess this is basic cathedral theory. Like, I don't know, there's power is so diffused nowadays that it's very hard to this is what I believe about the polling as well. It's very hard to determine where the power centers are with any sort of social science or political science metric, because things have become so chaotic and so diffused that I just don't trust any sort of data set. I don't care what any nerd that went to MIT is going to do with some data. Like, to me, it's, I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
I think stuff nerds in the locker.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Hell yeah.
We need to get rid of all those movies by Judd Apatow. Making nerds cool again.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, he's the reason for Seth Rogen.
He is. He's the reason for all the fucking nerd resurgence. He made people think that nerds were cool again. So, anyways, like, after we get rid of Judd Apatow, you got to take into consideration the fact that people are voting with their wallets and their mouths, right? If it's not something they can palate, if they can't choke it down, they're going to find some way to justify it. So, like, when it comes to power centers, it's whatever people are offered, So what they have to do is take control over the primary process. They can't let another Trump get in through the primaries. And I think they've done a pretty good job of that on the left. Now they're trying to put pressure on the right to do the same thing, but the right is basically finished if they do that. So
exactly.
I'm not exactly sure how they're going to do it, but I know that that's going to be their focus. The primaries are going to have to be taken over by the states, right? They can't let it happen through the parties anymore, or they have to have a Democrat friendly chairman, which, that could happen. I mean, all these people who jumped ship from the Democrats were all party insiders, So I think that's going to be the big push in the next 4 years. We're going to see that play out really, really, dominantly in 2022. That's when the primaries are really going to get shut down for the Democrats. I can almost guarantee it, because all these people have seen what Trump can do, and they're going to copy him, just like you guys were saying. So taking control over the primaries, I think that's going to come down to like social media too. Because I mean, if you can control the different primary candidates through social media, why wouldn't you? I mean, that's your wheelhouse, So I think primaries are the next target for a power center. And I don't know. I mean, polling people about that is not going to be a very wide sell, because nobody gives a shit about the primaries. All they care about is the big show. I mean, so many more people watch the fucking Super Bowl and don't even pay attention to the season,
But is it still like majority in-person voting? I thought because of the lockdowns, they're going to be like, it's too risky to vote, so everything's going to be...
No, the CDC...
I voted in person.
The CDC is telling people to vote anyway. Like explicitly. They're like, it doesn't matter if you have COVID. Go vote.
They want the what do you call the participation rate up, because that usually sways, towards
to the left. Yeah, it goes Democrat.
Yeah.
I thought in-person voting swayed towards Republican.
I think it's
no, the day of, yes, but
Yeah.
if overall voter turnout is up when there's high voter turnout.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I want to hear what
yeah.
Kristan has to say about this, but first, this image over here, the really famous meme of the rat with the gun, it reminds me of the Blue Shoes avatar right now. I think these two are very simpatico together. I don't know why this image became so fucking popular on 4chan, the rat with the gun, but everybody's just wild about it. It's
just
doing really
the
well.
gun gets added to like any...
Yeah.
That's I literally just saw an image on 4chan of Marie Kondo with that gun. So
that's why I picked it. It just has like a nice energy to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this really forward, attention-grabbing vibe, like
threatening.
Yeah.
Menace.
Well, speaking of threatening, Kristan, I would love to pick your brain about what may happen in the 2024 election if, let's say, Trump gets in. Would you think that would energize a much more far-left coalition, like actual communists, to then go in and take control from the fans that they're currently indoctrinating via the online live stream community, like Hassan Piker?
It's undoubtable that a progressive movement is building, and it came about partly because Bernie Sanders helped to galvanize it and give people something to get behind. He had a big flag he was waving, so a lot of people got in line behind him. And then, more and more people are coming together and realizing, saying, hey, there's a heck of a lot of us. There's a lot of progressives out there. This is a progressive country. If you look at the polling, everybody agrees on all the progressive ideas, that the majority supports them. And we finally do have a little bit of polling results coming in. They're trickling in slowly. We have results from North Carolina. Fayetteville County came in. This is just...
that's a military base.
Fayetteville County. They have about half of the votes are in already. It's going 73% for Biden, 24% for Trump, 1% for Joe Jorgensen. This is a district that went 51% for Clinton, 43% for Trump. So that looks like a 22% swing toward Biden.
Where is it? Where is this?
It's from political polls. Polling numbers at P polling numbers. Political polls just posted it. It's Fayetteville County this isn't North Carolina. This is Kentucky.
Oh, I don't know about Fayetteville, Kentucky.
Yeah,
I know Fayetteville, North Carolina.
I'm hesitant. General.
Yeah, it's starting to come in.
Well, wait. So Nate Silver, this is a direct quote from Nate Silver. Nothing I've seen or heard about the exit polls gives me confidence that we've figured out how to balance the different types of votes that are coming in. Lots of weird, somewhat incongruous results based on what we've been reported. I would ignore. This is Nate Silver, 538.
Yeah, I trust him a lot. I really trust Nate Silver more than just about anybody else.
Wait, but what exactly would make these polls, not polls, but even though they're called political polls, but these results of Biden 73 and Trump 25, what would make this not legit?
I don't know. That's just Nate Silver. He's just trying to backtrack so he doesn't look stupid.
It depends on sampling. As a person who pulled polls in 2011 for the Ron Paul fraud that went on in the Republican Party, I can say when you start pulling poll tapes, and even in 2016, all the exit polls said Hillary was going to win. and they were all dancing, and boy, that didn't turn out well for her. I went to the polls and voted today, and it was funny. Instead of having the separate polling locations like they normally have and where they're spread apart, they combined them and put us in one herd mentality location, and it was just packed. Lots of people, very little social distancing, and it looked like a lot of people were there to vote. I don't know which way they voted, but I can tell you that I look at one thing normally when the elections come around, and that's normally Vegas odds. And what is Vegas saying? How are people gambling? Well, $600 million are in the pool, and over 66% of people who bet and wagered that Donald Trump would win. So I always look at that, and and if you look at the point spread, it's like a 3 or 4 point spread in Trump's favor. I would trust that more than I would a slighted poll or a cherry pick poll or anything like telephones and exit polls, even, because who's more likely to voice their opinion? People who are upset. Not only that, I saw a lot of Trump signs. I saw very little Biden, if no Biden signs. And I think that a lot of people aren't disclosing that they're voting for Trump.
Yeah, you can't tell anything from just what you saw. That's all anecdotal. What I'm looking at are actual vote totals. And the vote totals we're seeing in Fayette County, Kentucky, show a 22-point swing from Hillary Clinton to Joe Biden.
I'll say this much. Let me say that DraftKings did a sample poll, and every single state that they sampled out of 350,000 responses said, except for Colorado, said that Trump was winning. Also, there's been no president in U.S. history that's been an incumbent that has lost the presidency with over 75% of the votes in the primaries in favor. Trump got 90,
except for George Herbert Walker Bush in 1992.
And he had less than 75%. And Trump has 98%.
He lose?
No, he just lost. He lost because he was there was an economic depression, and he was seen
high lips, no new taxes.
Around.
Oh, we got Indiana and Kentucky reporting.
Lost because he was on Team Clinton.
Results coming in from Indiana and Kentucky.
Indiana is Trump 63%, Joe Biden 35%. Kentucky is neck and neck 49-49, and New Hampshire is Donald Trump 61, Joe Biden 38. So
what we're really interested in is the swing from 4 years ago.
Oh yeah.
I have a thread I can read from Marquis de Possad. Enjoy the epic detached podcast bros breathlessly telling everyone to vote. Though for plausible deniability, they won't tell you who for. But the last 2 months of their podcast were spent talking about how cool and epic Hunter Biden is and how fascism's coming in now. Well, apparently Matt Kreisman, he wrote in Hillary Clinton just for the meme of it. So there you go. That's
base
that's
leftists. Yeah, they're trash. I hate Chapo. Chapo's trash.
Take.
I'll just say that by every historic metric, there's a very little chance that he loses, despite what the polls are purporting to say.
But
I'm just going to say, I haven't really been following things closely this much that year, but just by pure intuition, I think Trump is going to win. That's my call.
What happens though?
I don't know what that's worth, but
what would happen if Trump, by some metric, what if he does lose? What would happen?
Then I lose
nothing.
Whatever money I bet on it, and everything.
How much money did you put down?
We're gonna see the Verz anime face.
Enough that I would be upset if I lost it.
Do you think that Trump's going to win? Does anybody on the panel think that Trump's going to win tonight?
Yes, I put money on it.
We almost all do.
Wins by
I think it's going to go to contest. I don't think that anybody's going to be able to say that it's.
You all think Trump's going to win?
I will show you my map.
I'd say so.
I put 309 electoral votes in his favor.
Oh,
unpredicted or what? Unpredicted?
That's my predict. Yeah,
I'm predicting 296.
But
309.
But it's not like in
You're
Canada.
predicting that many electoral votes for a Trump victory. You guys are insane.
Yes.
You're all going to
lose. We'll find out.
A little bit.
We'll find out.
What's wrong with that?
And I'll look. Yeah, I mean, it'd be fun if I win.
Again,
I get a glow.
This is what they said last time.
Wait, guys. From your perspective,
I wish I'd gone unpredicted so I could make tons of money because I'm so smart.
But if Biden wins, what does that mean for the progressive left if Biden wins? Do you think you have a better chance of Biden? I mean, obviously you do, but like, what do you?
It means that the game just started. It means it's time to get to work. It means finally we got rid of that fucking proto-fascist, but now we have to work just as hard, kicking Biden's ass and pushing him to the left.
But don't you think that for a long time the let's say the establishment has been kind of using the far left as their cat's paw when it comes to elections.
That's what they
while
always
they never, they never end up fulfilling any promises, and they just tuck them away.
Democrats suck. Shit libs are the worst. They always co-opt the progressive leftist
Okay, well,
movements,
that's
and
gonna happen
nothing
now.
ever happens. Nothing ever happens. Lev just called it. That's nothing is what's going to happen. Nothing ever happens.
But then,
So then, what's the point of voting for them?
Yeah, what's the point?
Why are you doing that?
I voted Green Party. I told you guys I voted Green Party for 36 years. We never got to 5%. We never got federal matching funds. Nothing happened. It accomplished nothing. So I voted for Joe Biden twice this time. I voted for Joe Biden twice just because it's an anti-Trump vote, and I wanted to vote against his policies, his politics.
Voted twice?
How do you vote twice?
Message than,
what do you mean by that?
Twice.
What do you mean by that?
Primaries and then
my girlfriend let me fill out her ballot for it, and she just signed it.
What?
That's fair. That makes sense. I respect that. Girls shouldn't vote anyway.
By the way,
oh my God, you male chauvinist pig.
I support that heavily. I'm glad that you did that.
Oh man. Okay.
Bruce gets to say it because he has a profound, big sexual energy to him. So.
Yes, absolutely.
There it is. There it is.
But Kristan, you've done some work on the ground. And maybe I want to hear Gravantis' take on how this goes. But Kristan, what is your mood like? Do you think that having witnessed these riots firsthand, do you think they're much of an importance to the American electorate, or rather, do you think it's
people have legitimate grievances, and I think it's a good reason that people are out there rioting. And I think the first thing you say about anything having to do with the riots is why. Why are people rioting? And they have legitimate grievances. That's the first thing you need to say before anything else. Why are people rioting? Because they have legitimate grievances, and then we can talk.
I want to go to Kristan. Kristan, what do you think?
He just said.
Me?
No.
Oh, Kristan, unmute yourself. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Kristan or Christok? Because you guys have a similar
I'm Christo. Don't ignore the Q. I'm just Christo. Just call me Christo.
Christo. So, yes. Kristan, what do you think?
Kristan T. Harris. As a citizen journalist.
Well, one thing I learned from Kenosha is that the local community was not very favorable for the riots, meaning the riots kind of hindered the left's mentality of voting for Biden, because when he came to town, no one was there, and Trump showed up and there was 27,000 people. Like, how is a guy who can't fill a school bus full of fans or get anyone? I mean, you can get people out to protest Black Lives Matter, but you can't get them at a Joe Biden rally because that's how much they actually care about the guy. And I think that there's some reality there in the Kenosha people, and I think people across the United States are sick of the destruction. It isn't so much that it's Joe Biden's fault. It's that they push that or identify that as a liberal ideology, and especially after what happened in Kenosha, where it's coming out that a lot of these kids that had guns and that were involved, that were felons and rapists and pedophiles and all this other bizarre stuff that was going on. I think you're going to see a lot of other communities that are just not going to vote. I think you're going to see a lower turnout of liberal voters. And since the term communism is being used, the Red Scare hasn't gone away. There's people that are in their 50s and their 60s and their 70s and 80s. Remember Myron C. Hagan, Anthony Hilder, McCarthyism, and all that stuff. And this is everything that they promised in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, but in 2020.
I agree 100%. I think that Wisconsin's going red. I think Minnesota's going red, and I think it's possible Michigan, but I'm not sure about Michigan. But Wisconsin and Minnesota, I definitely think are going to go red. They've been burnt to the ground, and there's zero chance. There's no way.
I want to get
because it's the birth of American unionism in Wisconsin, right? So
also the founders, the Republican Party was created here in Wisconsin, and there's a lot of Freemasons, and even the head Mason is the top cop. Or used to be the Attorney General. So
SpaghettiOs.
Disavow.
Conductor, we have a problem. By the way, so Christok.
It's all starting to come together.
Christo, what do you think of what Kristan was talking about?
I don't really have an opinion on that. People have pretty crazy opinions. I think you guys are pretty delusional. You're about to get a big surprise tonight.
No, but as far as the opinions,
I've been told that a lot. I
don't know.
Spicy.
Yeah, and probably because.
Well, hold on a second. As far as the reaction that people, everyday people who are in in the ground there in Kentucky have had to these riots, what would you say to that? Would you say like that they that they may be confused, or because this seems to be the energy that's going down as opposed to them feeling sorry for the rioters? Like the majority seems to be
I think people do have legitimate reasons for protesting, and we've seen thousands of these protests.
I'm not talking about the people. I'm not talking about the people and the legitimate reasons. I'm not talking about
the reasons that if you want to talk about the protests, you have to talk about the reasons that people are protesting.
I'm talking about the reactions that the people
first of all, it has to do with the reasons that people are protesting the police brutality. Cops have been killing people, unarmed people.
Let's say everything you're saying right now is valid.
We need to stop that.
Let's say
the first things we need to do is do something about these police unions. We need to make sure that cops have liability for everything they do while they're on duty, whenever they kill somebody, whenever they murder somebody who's unarmed.
This is not
only enough with the talking points.
We have reason to talk about these things. And we should talk about
guys, let's just clarify that we give Christo a bit more time because he is really the only leftist on the panel.
For now, no, we will have more people in. But Christo, I just wanted to clarify. I'm not talking about the protests themselves from the point of view
Why
of the
not? That's the
protesters.
only thing we're talking about here. The only thing we're talking about is why the people are protesting.
No,
that's the only thing we're talking about. If we're not talking about why the people are protesting,
because we're
and what
talking
we're going to do to meet their demands,
because
then there's nothing we're talking about.
Because we're talking about the reality of how people react to those protests. Let's focus on that. Can we focus on that for a second? The reaction to
your reactions in this panel are not indicative at all of what the general public's reactions have been. So
but
you
let's
guys can talk about reactions, your reactions among yourselves.
We're not talking about our reactions. We're talking about the people who are dealing with its reactions.
Oh, yes, you are. You're wrong.
Why would you say that? Are you completely ignoring the reactions people have had on the ground?
No, he's ignoring what we're saying.
But to play devil's advocate, to play devil's advocate, I think that maybe Christo has a bit of a point in that we all come from particular spheres on the internet, but maybe, who knows, maybe the normie, they're sort of, they're more amicable to the message of Black Lives Matter. I don't know. What do you guys think of that?
I can tell you that the Asian community
they are,
in the area have been very upset about all of these riots and the destruction going on because their businesses are getting broken into and looted.
The rooftop.
And that's shocking to me. So I didn't think that would ever happen, especially
that right there is bullshit. 93% of the protests have been nonviolent. You want to focus on the little bit of violence.
I don't care how much of the protests have been nonviolent.
We're going to cherry pick these little violent episodes and say, well, this is what happened. It was a bunch of violence. It wasn't. It was thousands and thousands of nonviolent protests. People that went out there and said, hey, we have legitimate grievances about the violence that's going on with the police. We have legitimate grievances about the inherent lopsided racism in this country that's structural and prevents people from having a level playing field so that they can get some advantage and maybe improve their material conditions. You guys don't want to talk about how shitty this country is and how poor people don't have any chance of getting a leg up. All you want to talk about is, oh, people are upset about it.
Well, we could talk about that. Is that true? Is that real? Harris, you had a point?
Sorry. Well, I don't know that that's real.
Okay, first of all, I have to say it's not true that everyone here is a conservative because I identify more with liberal principles. I haven't voted in 12 years. This is the first time in 12 years I voted, and I work alongside the Green Party. I just hung out with Howie Hawkins and Gloria La Riva and Joe Jorgensen I've hung out with. I hang out with all the independents, and I don't think it's fair to lump everyone and be judgmental and lump everyone in the same panel without understanding how we are as individuals.
Oh, yeah,
let me finish. Okay, so I think this goes as the same with protests. I think that there's a passion, and as a person that was at the 3rd precinct when it burnt down, that was in Kenosha, that came back from Denver, I've been all over the place. I can say that the sentiment is there's a big issue with law enforcement. So when people think that police are racist, it's not really the police who are racist. It's a systematic racism.
I get tired of people saying, oh, the sentiment is, oh, many people are saying, this is your one opinion. You're allowed to say your one opinion. You're not allowed to say,
Okay.
Wait, Chris.
I'm just trying to finish my point. My point being is that if I get arrested with 5 pounds of weed and my minority buddy does, he's going to do more time. That's systematic racism. I believe majority of cops are decent and they save minorities' lives. And do they make bad decisions? Yes, I agree. And so I think a lot of the community doesn't understand that, and that's fine. I get it because there's a long list of people that shouldn't be dead, but there's a lot of facts. As a person who was one of the first people to write about police brutality with Cop Block and Killed by Cop, I can tell you white people are disproportionately more killed by cops. It doesn't get any attention, and that we are just lazy and we don't protest. Let's be honest. I think that's the real reason there. Now, is there a problem with the police? Absolutely. I think it's interesting that 4 years ago, all the conservatives hated the cops under the whole BLM land grab in the Bundy Ranch, and within 4 years, Donald Trump got all the conservatives that love Trump. I'm with Christo here. What I'm not with Christo is the communism. Communism is being educated through Common Core curriculum under UN Agenda 21, 1992, signed into law by George Bush and then carried out by Bill Clinton. And it's all sustainable development. Fully automated luxury communism is the future, where we won't own any property, but rent might be cheap and we can live in these little small, cool warehouse looking houses with Subway and a workout.
Live in the pod.
So I'm sorry.
The Great Reset. We recently had a stream.
Well, Chris Talk, are you with Agenda 21? Are you on board with Agenda 21 or Agenda 2030 now? Christo? Hello.
Uh-oh. Honestly, I don't even know what that is. I just think it'd be a great idea if people would share things.
Okay, well, this is very important. Kriston, can you please break down for Christo Agenda 21? Because, Christo, I know that you are a communist and you support communists.
Because I think it's just a bunch of conspiracy bullshit.
Let's get into it, though. Let's get into it and find out what are the legitimate things we can take out of this.
It's not legitimate. It's conspiracy bullshit. Let's not spend any time on it. I'd like to know what the vote is. I'm gonna go on Twitter and look for some votes.
Wait, Kriston, you're muted right now. Kriston, please unmute yourself. So,
I want to communicate with Christo because I think he has an interesting point, but he also said something's conspiracy bullshit. And I'm curious on what he believes is conspiracy bullshit, that our leaders signed this document and it talks in detail about these kind of things, and that the whole goal is sustainable development.
I'm really not willing to discuss that kind of stuff.
He's not even going to.
I mean, you can go look at the document.
We found a document. Oh, the conspiracy of
the
global elite are coming to get us. They want to kill everybody. They want to kill everybody, right? They want to have a limited population.
Wait, but Christo, according to you,
I'm not the one that's saying that. They are saying that liberal leaders.
Don't give me this bullshit.
Wait, but Christo,
I don't have time.
Wait, hold on.
What are you doing? The follow are bullshitters. The people you follow are the ones who start the conspiracies by saying this bullshit, by saying we need a limit.
Who do I follow? Joe Biden? Joe Biden believes this?
Well, he doesn't even know where he's at. I don't know what Joe Biden believes.
Bernie Sanders?
I guess
he believes.
Show me Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez believes in Agenda 21 or whatever.
Well, she's certainly
this planet.
I really don't think so, bro. I think you're out there on the limb swinging.
But Christo, I guess a good question would be, how do you conceive of power in the modern world? What is people's framework of how power is created, or rather,
real power comes from the masses? The people give you the authority by, saying that I want you to lead.
So you would say that any sort of worldview that's predicated upon elite theory, like I'm thinking Michael's and Pareto, like that type of theory, you're saying elite theory is almost like impossible or improbable.
Elite theory? I don't know what that is.
Well, in other words, that the movers and shakers of society are a select few elites, that rather the opposite of.
That's a conspiracy.
Yeah, I guess conspiracy.
What are we talking about?
Well, no, I mean just elite theory being that every civilization
there's the 1% that controls everything.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, if it is, then that's not legitimate. Real power comes from the people.
It doesn't matter what's legitimate or not. It matters what's going on.
Dude, this is what I'm talking about. This guy just says things, man. You're not saying anything. No. Seriously, you're not saying anything that's actually based in truth, dude. You're just saying
power doesn't come from the people. Where does authority come from?
In what world does the power come from the people? The power comes from the boot, son.
If I put
my violence is with power. Might makes right.
Yes,
might makes right.
No, I didn't say it makes right.
I mean,
it is power.
Might makes right is about as bullshit as you can get.
I didn't say that it makes.
You only get power if you can enforce your power.
Exactly.
That's different than might makes right.
How many people are if they can kill you? It doesn't matter what your opinion is. It makes no difference how many of you there are. There were many Chinese, and guess what? They got fucking destroyed in every major conflict they've ever had. There's many of them.
People.
It matters
by roving bands.
Zero.
Remus, where does power come from then? Where's your idea of power come from?
It certainly doesn't come from the opinions of the people. It comes from those who can actually enforce their power. So
what is the purpose of government, Remus? What is the purpose of government?
To loot the
No, what would you like the purpose? You don't believe in government at all. You're an anarchist.
How about you do this for me? How about you stop telling me and everyone else what we think, what we do?
I'm not. I'm asking you a question. I'm trying to get an idea from you. You're attacking me for asking you questions. Like, Remus, do you have an idea?
I'm not attacking you for asking questions.
You keep calling me all these names. I'm trying to get an idea from you. What your idea of government is? Should there be government?
Let's just.
Can you answer a question, or are you just going to keep attacking me? Answer a question.
Bro, do me a favor. Again.
Why don't you do me a favor? Answer a damn question.
Just like last time.
Should there be a government,
and
Remus?
Close your mouth and listen.
Guys,
what the other people are saying.
Let me frame it differently.
The exact same thing happened with this guy.
The exact same thing of you being an asshole and refusing to answer a question.
We're approaching internet blood sports levels.
Geo, how would you frame it? Conductor, we have a problem. Conductor, we have a problem.
Okay, so maybe
this guy refuses to answer a question and just keeps calling names.
I'm not refusing to answer a question. I'll answer
the question.
Let's go to Geo.
Okay, let's let Remus answer the question. It's a legitimate question.
I'll answer the
Remus,
question.
how do you conceive of power?
I see power as a manifestation of one's ability to make change in the world. Okay, right. So one of those mechanisms would be money, right? Because you can buy and sell, pay. It's obvious here. Another is violence, because you can get people to do what you desire through violence. It's not that I necessarily approve of these methods. That's not what I'm saying here. No, I'm saying that they are. They are the case. Saying that the power is held by the people is just patently, it's just not true. It's just not true. You may want it to be the case, but it just isn't the case. It isn't. No matter what you say, no matter how much you want it, it isn't. And it hasn't been for basically the entire history of time. Whoever holds the wealth and the ability to basically kill those who would oppose them, that's who holds the power. If you want to change that,
all right, I think
we can talk about that.
It's an interesting philosophy. I think you're in the minority. If you went out there and polled people whether they agree with your philosophy,
but this is the thing. I don't care.
Say you're.
I don't care. It doesn't matter if they disagree.
Kind of a radical idea.
The reason why you have to follow laws is because the state has
it will kill you if you
power
don't.
to kill you if you choose not to.
Yeah.
Right, and this is the case in any society.
Otherwise, how many people would actually follow laws out of a moral obligation to do that if the state didn't have power to enforce them?
Watch.
Right now, we're in my utopia where we've educated everybody.
No, right now, right in the real world.
Anywhere, yes, anywhere in the real world. I'm not talking about.
I think it would be a small minority of people would be altruistically moral.
But
exactly, that's the point.
That's maybe a good distinction we can make, and I want to get Gravantis's take on this and Kristen Harris. There's a difference between the ontology of politics, meaning the actuality, the being of politics, and not just epistemology but ethics, and whether the two shall meet. What is an ethical concern in politics, and what is a moral claim that an ought as opposed to an is? Like, what is this? What is the basis from which we can say that government is an is, but an ought should be some other system or belief or structural worldview? Like, what is this correlation between a public morality and a public government, if they're totally different nowadays, or if they're similar? Who knows, right? Because it seems that we're talking about politics as really a foil. Rather, we talk about morality as a foil for politics nowadays. So I wonder what you guys would think about. That's like too out there.
I think that sounds like a logical fallacy there. Politics and what was the other word you used? Morality.
Ethics or morality. Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I think if you think about it like a game, because that's what the people at the top think. Game theory. We're not stupid here, right? But if you think about it like a game, why would they not press their advantage? Why would they not use whatever, even if it's unethical to you? It doesn't matter to them because their goal isn't necessarily being ethical; it's being in power.
Well, we do have ethics.
Some people do.
Well, this is why it's important to have, I think, different branches so that power is not consolidated. That's why we do have a country of lawyers over here, which, while it's not perfect, it still enables there to be some recourse for people who have been harmed much more than other places. So when it comes to power, I do see it as being like this boot on the ground. My concern is that, Christo, a lot of your vision, it's very reminiscent to me of a lot of these, early intellectuals who were talking about, if only we could have this wonderful society, this utopia, and maybe it would be good. But there is this idea of, what the society would look like, and then the actual, will it be able to exist? Will it, like, you're talking about sending people to camps? Well, no, you're talking about educating people.
No, let's not accuse Chris.
No, not the Weather Underground stuff. But
would I send you guys to re-education camps if I could?
Would you?
So we don't mean to put anyone on this.
Oh, I love the laugh. There we go.
I thought that was an Alex Jones conspiracy. That was an Alex Jones conspiracy.
Listen, man, I don't even.
Caps, they don't exist. That's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
You realize the conspiracy theory was a term created by the OSS, right?
Yes.
By the way, we have an election update.
Was that a conspiracy?
Guys, we have an election update.
That was a conspiracy.
At least I'm looking at the map right now over here, the Bloomberg map.
Crazy. I just looked at it. Yep.
Yeah. So
I'm interested to see if Texas becomes a swing state. I wonder if that.
Well,
I'm very interested to see that.
Results are in
I
from
think
Florida,
it'll be
Georgia. A bunch of results are in from about 8 or 9 states here. I got on the map.
Mm-hmm.
This, if you ask me, this is my own opinion on this. I think this is Texas's last red push. I think after this.
Yeah.
I'm
all the California
people.
Cali. All the Cali people moved there. Yeah, now it's done.
Yeah.
It looks like
also immigration
declared winner of Kentucky. Indiana 61.2% at Trump with 13%. South Carolina 54% with Trump with only 1%. Georgia.
Where are you looking at them?
I'm really interested in the swings. In the swing from 4 years ago
Florida,
compared to Hillary.
Florida's close, 52% Trump, 48% Biden roughly, and New Hampshire 60% Trump. And we're still waiting on Vermont, but those are the states that have reporting some totals, but Kentucky is already calling Trump victory, which isn't a surprise there.
What is the swing state that every president has to get in order to win? What is that state?
Iowa, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, Michigan.
Ohio as well.
Ohio, yeah.
Ohio. Yeah, Ohio's red now.
Yeah, that's the shocking thing. Ohio's been less of a swing state than it has in the past. It's very interesting.
It just I don't know if Virginia's a swing state anymore. It's just blue now, but
basically.
But here's the thing. I guess we were
North
talking
Carolina's
about
one.
The place of morality in politics. Maybe morality is a different word because we're conceiving of different moralities. What Remus is talking about is similar to a master-slave type of dialectic going on. But I guess people on the panel that we have here, we all conceive of politics, or rather politics meeting morality differently. For example, me and Gravantis and maybe Hero, we conceive of politics and morality being intertwined, or rather based off of our certain metaphysical convictions. But I guess, I don't know, I just, it's a really pressing question to me because it seems that what we're seeing now is politics is really encapsulating the heart of people with the fall of other forms of sources of meaning, sources of the self. So it seems that politics has colonized all of existence. What do you guys think? Do you think that a political consciousness is the public consciousness at large?
Why do you think they are ESPN is all political now? Because men only watch sports. They don't want to watch politics. So they make
there you go, right? Yeah.
Are they watching that much sports now though? Like it seems like that is another area
that's
it
got political
away.
now. They don't watch it. It got political now. They don't watch it.
Well, more people are getting into politics, and people are finding out politics is actually interesting, maybe even more interesting than sports. Less people are watching sports.
But
do you think that's actually how people are reacting to it? I think
that's what the numbers are showing, that a little bit. People are drifting away from sports to politics during the pandemic.
Wait, is it the same?
Well, because sports were canceled. To be fair, sports were canceled and they got woke.
Maybe they'll drift back next year, but right now people are more into politics than they have been in the past.
Yes, I agree with that.
But Christo, would you say that there is a substantial amount of people who got into politics away from the sports because they saw how insufferably woke sports was getting?
No, it's because they saw how insufferably shitty Trump was running the country, and 250,000 people died of a pandemic that could have been managed way better. And
I mean, okay, wait a second.
Can I finish, please?
Wait,
Paul. Without you guys jumping in and saying a bunch of stuff, because obviously people are upset. People are getting more involved in politics. We're going to have the largest turnout in voting since 1908 in more than 100 years. 150 million people are going to vote, and why? And it's not because people are Whatever Les said, I'm stoned. But people are upset because Trump did such a shitty job, and that's why everybody's out there voting. And the more people, you guys know this is true, the more people vote, the better it is for the Democrats.
Well,
True.
Trump,
wait, before we move on,
Doug,
I can't let you on one hand say 93% of the protests were nonviolent, and then on the other hand talk about deaths of corona. Like the corona deaths are like 0.02% of the cases. Like you can't have both.
Didn't contribute to corona at all. That was all outdoors.
No, but the percentage wise, you're giving the 7% of violent
but
protests,
originally the CBC
not
said that
any
you
kind
could
of
get it outdoors, but we know that's bullshit.
Wait, Kristan.
No, but again,
Kristan may have the intel.
Just
on
like
this.
your focus here doesn't make any sense. You can't discount 7% of violence on protests and then also stress the importance of 1 in 5,000 deaths per case.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say you can't blame Donald Trump for these deaths.
I don't think those numbers matter. I think
the World Health
matters.
Organization shut down the economy. Now 230 million people in third world countries are going to starve because we shut down the economies. That was the World Health Organization that made the bad decision. So we saved, 225,000 died in America, but as a result, 230 million and millions have already died because of additional starvation because of economic shutdown. That's the real crime. It's not Donald Trump. It's the World Health Organization, which is run by United Nations, which is not a peacekeeping operation by diplomacy. It's by war, and we're their military arm branch. So I'm not really a big fan of the World Health Organization or UN, and I'm not a big fan of war. In fact, I didn't think the Green Party in general supported war, and we have a president that hasn't gotten a war in 4 years. And I didn't vote for the guy. I'm just saying I didn't vote for the guy, but I don't think he's as bad as the left makes him out to be. But I also don't think Joe Biden is as bad as the right makes him out to be, although his son does have major issues. And I think, so I don't know.
But Kristan, I think you brought up a good point in that when it comes to the structuring of the economy, but also these food rations for people, I feel that this is, again, we were talking about Kanye West and what he was talking about. There has to be some sort of food independence or restructuring of resources in the third world, because simply a lot of these grain subsidies, it's always mixed as to their efficacy. But I feel that in some ways, for them to be reliant upon subsidies from Western countries, it's almost defeating the point of aid to begin with. I don't know. Maybe I'm not trying to be like back when I used to be a libertarian, where I'm like, just fucking cut them off right off. But it's like, we can't cut them off right away. But it seems that we have to find and this is where I would.
Well, we don't shut down the economy. That was the answer. Look at Sweden.
I think Kristen's right. We need to help all the poor, starving Africans and all the poor people all over the world and in America. But I think he's unclear that Trump is the guy that's been doing any policies that help any of these poor people. That's not.
But what is our obligation
you got them all jobs,
to helping people like that? I mean, shouldn't we?
You got them all jobs until the pandemic wiped all the jobs out. Now we're down 7 million jobs. Negative 7 million jobs under Trump. Negative 7 million jobs under Trump. I don't know.
Now, Christo, would you still give Trump props for not going into any wars? Would you give him props for that?
Probably not.
I do. I have to give Trump props for not getting us into any wars and for trying to mostly get us out of Afghanistan. I think we're down to like 4,300 troops in Afghanistan. That's what he said.
By the way, very beautiful country.
I think he did pretty good on the foreign policy in terms of. He did a pretty shitty job on the Kurds in Turkey.
Yeah. Well, we also have a comment, by the way, from Jugs. Jugs asks
Yemen's
you,
a problem.
Christo,
Yemen's a problem.
So Jugs has a question for you, Christo, which is, Christo, what kind of systematically racist or fascist country is the U.S. where people can openly protest, degrade, and threaten the leader of their nation?
Interesting. By the way, Bruno, I'm trying to lose weight. So
we're not a fascist country yet. We're just, I call Trump a proto-fascist because he's like the first step toward it, but he's not a full-on fascist.
I hope so.
I
hope so. I hope so.
No, we're not a fascist country yet. But I think in any
How would you define fascism, by the way? How would you define fascism?
It's when the government and the corporations are in lockstep together and the government's passing laws exactly what the corporations want, and we're kind of close.
But the
corporations hate Trump, though.
How is that not neoliberalism?
Neoliberalism.
Yeah.
How is that not? How is that not neoliberalism? Tell me how that isn't the same thing. I don't see it.
Neoliberalism is pretty damn corporate.
Yeah, Sounds like you're already into fascism, bro.
Oh, pretty close. I said that.
Yeah.
The United States.
So was Obama a proto-fascist?
Obama was a neoliberal.
Was he a proto-fascist?
He was a centrist.
No, but was he a proto-fascist?
Well, if neoliberalism is fascistic by definition, I guess that's
then yes.
Yeah, sounds like he's a little bit of a fascist there, bro. I don't know.
I don't know. I think corporatism is different from fascism, but I don't know. That's my own.
Well, looking
I
at
agree. I'm not saying that I agree with that.
well, looking at something like the
By the way, I have the doctrine of fascism right near me. I could pull it now.
well, looking at something like the Great Reset, for example, that is an example of a document or multiple documents that talk about the these foreign entities that John Kerry and Leonardo DiCaprio and all these people. Like, I don't think it's going to come to fruition. I hope it's not going to come to fruition. But this is the idea of them talking about how they want to create. Yeah, Bill Gates, exactly. How they want to create a more equal world, and they're using a lot of talking points and sentiments that are related to socialism. So what exactly would the difference be in this case? Of whether it's Agenda 21 or whether it's the Great Reset, if it comes into fruition, what would be the difference between that and fascism and also socialism? Wouldn't this also be kind of a combination of socialism and fascism, where you don't own anything anymore? Like in their tagline there for the ad, they said you won't own anything and you'll be happy, or something like that. So
you won't own anything and you'll be happy about it.
Well, here's a point I could bring up. Yes. This is right from the doctrine of.
See, you're all for it, but
fascism.
Okay. Go for it, Gio.
So there's just one quote. Fascism is therefore opposed to all individualistic abstractions based on 18th century materialism. It is opposed to all Jacobinistic utopias and innovations. It does not believe in the possibility of happiness on earth as conceived by the economistic literature of the 18th century. It therefore rejects the teleological notion that at some future time the human family will secure a final settlement of all its difficulties. The notion runs counter to experience, which teaches that life is a continual flux in the process of evolution. In politics, fascism aims at realism. In practice, its desires to deal only with those problems which are the spontaneous product of historic conditions and which find or struggle their own solutions. So in other words, it seems that in the modern world, when it comes to the corporatocracy, my contention would be that they're pulling towards extreme forms of individualism and economic homo economicus. And I wouldn't conceive of it as fascistic in the sense that real fascism is opposed to a lot of this atomization in society. Although, I don't know, we could quabble about that because the progressive left has a different notion of fascism than, I don't know. Yeah, already you can see in the chat, I'm based fascist. So no, I would consider myself a fascist. I think the political term is not very useful nowadays, but I don't know what you guys think of that. Like,
it's mostly dead. It's misused.
Yeah. Well,
when it comes to something like the Great Reset, what you just talked about, Gio, the I don't want to live in the pods, being against this. What was the word that you used? Not isolation, but
individualism.
Atomization. Yes. So, Christok, you said that you were in favor of this Great Reset type idea, but do you see any potential?
I'm really curious what that is. What are you talking about? What is
the Great Reset? Is a plan by the World Economic Forum to restructure.
Okay, you keep thinking this stuff is conspiracy theories on a forum,
but
it's
are wing
not.
Nuts. You guys are total wing nuts.
The World Economic Forum is like legitimate.
You don't know that it's a thing doesn't mean it's not a thing.
The World Economic Forum is not like
conspiratorial. I'm going to keep laughing. I'm sorry.
Okay, enjoy looking it up and finding out that it's a real
thing. You can go to their
thing.
website and their publications. Klaus Wen, is that his name? He's the guy that founded Davos and the World Economic Forum. It's a plan to collectivize and restructure civilization using certain technologies and accounting for certain.
But that's never going to happen.
Well, no, we could argue it's never going to happen, but I think it's the intention of certain factions of elites. That is what we're, debating about.
You're right. The American left is going to make sure that it doesn't happen.
Why don't you worry about the intentions of like the right-wing militias that are trying to kidnap
what right-wing militias? I don't know.
What? Boys. Why don't you guys worry about that?
The Proud Boys, the Poor Boys?
No.
That's not speculative too. You guys don't spend a whole bunch of time going,
before you move on with this.
What if this
happens? Talking about the Boogaloo Boys who were all FBI.
No, not the Boogaloo Boys.
Yeah, they're all glow in the dark.
Wait, there was a plot to to capture the Michigan or whatever governor, but that was revealed to be a honeypot. It is confirmed a honeypot that we're trying.
You guys really convince yourself of this stuff, like it's all it's all like the FBI did it. They're really leveraging the list out there planning this shit.
You sound so.
This was an op. This was legitimately an op.
You guys are complete wingnuts.
All right, one second. Let me just post this. So I don't have to
there is contention whether they're being controlled by certain glow-in-the-dark factions.
All right, bro.
The glow-in-the-dark.
Yeah, but do you think the Proud Boys are this racist, fascist? I mean, Gavin McInnes himself has
glowing in the dark?
Done some things that are quite
Proud Boys
against
are glowing in the
fascists.
dark because they're so proud of how glowy they are.
This isn't the Proud Boys thing. This was legitimately. Wait a second. Feds bus. Wait, no, I'm not. 1 second. Let me get the link to it.
Yeah, can you put the link in the Discord?
Yeah.
And guys, don't
Those
forget to
Boogaloo
subscribe.
Boys, one of those guys, the Latino guy, they killed a cop in my backyard in my county, about 10 miles from here.
Well, don't you have a fence?
By the wall?
I like that. That was a good one.
By the way, we also have Phil, aka Mr. Psu, back in here. Great to see you, Mr. Psu.
Thanks, man. Glad to be here. Not sure what the agenda is for this shit show, but I'm down.
It's all over the place. But also tell us about the bets that are going on right now with Bitcoin and what exactly is happening in that world in relation to the election.
The bets?
Yes. And by the way, Kristan has to go. I just want to say, Kristan, thank you so much, brother. This was great to have you on here.
Talking to you, man.
I love having you here.
Man. Yeah, and Crystal, keep up a good fight. Don't let these guys gang up on you, all right? Just because you don't agree with them doesn't mean that
Thank you for the debate.
Right, adios, brother.
Deuces, guys. You guys have a good one.
You too, man. You too.
Later, man.
And don't forget to subscribe. And also, I'm gonna use this opportunity to talk about Patreon, guys. If you go to patreon.com/breaktherules for a very limited time, pretty much today and tomorrow, if you become a $20 patron, here's what you get. Number one, you get my father's an incredible artist. He does these beautiful wooden magnets here. You see maple, mahogany, ashwood, cherry, one of a kind, completely original design, and it's gonna recur every year. Meaning, if you become a $20 patron and you keep being a $20 patron or higher, then you're going to keep getting these things every single year. And just look at the quality over here. Look at the craftsmanship. Look at the wood. This is so beautiful. This is so sexy. If this was a woman, I would take her on a date and bring her back to my parents. So guys, you know what you have to do. Go here. But the limited time offer is that you will also get a beautiful, exquisite print from Giovanni Panicetti. The price of the prints is going to raise up to $30 patronage after these 2 days. This is an example of him creating the print right in front of you here. Guys, you know what you have to do, so do it. And I love you all. Don't forget to subscribe. We are almost at 1,900. We need one more to get to 1,900, and then I want to see if we can get to 2,000 today. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. Let's see. Subscribe, and Patreon. So Mr. Sue and Verse, you guys are both in the crypto game. So Bitcoin game, yes. So Phil, tell us a little bit about what's going on right now in relation to the election there. And Verse, I would love to hear your thoughts as well.
Yeah, well, there was a nice peak at 14K. So the last time Bitcoin was there was probably 2017-ish. But I mean, at the end of the day, no matter who wins, it doesn't solve the major problems that I think we all can agree on.
Shit, Bitcoin's up to 14K?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it went down, but I mean, weak hands, what are you going to do? But like, no matter who wins the presidency, Bitcoin doesn't care. Bitcoin doesn't give a fuck because it is a truly decentralized monetary asset that we as humans are experiencing for the first time, this price discovery of what will potentially be the new monetary asset that everyone uses around the world. Nobody owns it. And this is pure, a free market capitalist discovery. And it is exciting. And because nobody truly controls it, it is only in the hands of the market participants who voluntarily want to be a part of this network. It is completely decentralized and just, there's no one at the helm of it. There's no CEO, president, Fabian society bullshit of Bitcoin. It does not care about you. It feeds off of your greed. But just like in Leonard E. Reed's piece, about iPencil and the invisible hand, we are actually witnessing something like that happen right before our eyes. And so really, it doesn't matter who wins this election. I mean, arguably, I heard Dick Bove, who's been in the finance industry since the 60s, if Biden gets in, like the Democratic MO is, be tighter and rougher on what the banks can and can't do. But that still doesn't stop spending. This still does not end the Fed. And this still does not end the wars and just imperial escapades that the world empire that is the United States and every single base that they have in the 200 or so countries, that's not going to change. And so this is why Bitcoin is so important, because what is so crucial to the foundation of a society is the money. We have a meme in Bitcoin, which is fix the money, fix the world, because what is wrong with our money is that it is broken, and that you have central planners, especially through the Fed, just manipulating the price mechanism and the signal. I mean, the price is of everything. That was delicious. Hey man, where's your sweet potatoes? I might just need to stop my rant because you don't have sweet potatoes, you motherfucker. Anyway, short story long, we're just being manipulated into making decisions that are out of our control because we don't have control of the money. Bitcoin is also free speech, and Bitcoin, for once in our lives, gives us the freedom to express our beliefs by expressing true value that cannot be tampered with. And so that is why Bitcoin is so important. And that is why, long term, and this is the problem with election cycles, is that they are based off of high time preference decisions and just the expediency of the politicians that are in charge. It's same song, different dance, different job, same boss, or whatever the fucking phrase is. And so that's why, I'm so bullish and inspired by Bitcoin. And that's why no matter what happens in this election, even at the short time, if Trump gets elected, there's going to be liberal tears and bitching, and it'll be somewhat entertaining for the next 4 years. And if Biden gets in, then, someone will probably like slip him something, and he'll probably, be dead in 6 months, and Kamala is going to be wearing the pants. So whatever the hell happens there. But yeah, it really doesn't matter for the long term in liberty and freedom and prosperity, because Bitcoin is kind of going to take the helm, because the cracks in the financial system are showing. You're having discussions about a Bretton Woods 2.0, and that's not going to sound super cool and groovy because, one, it was devised of like Keynesian Fabians who wanted world socialism at Bretton Woods. But this whole Bretton Woods system 2.0 is basically going to look like central bank digital currencies, which aren't cool cryptocurrencies that are yours. They're not digital bearer assets that are truly yours in your wallet. No, this is going to be a totalitarian panopticonic. We're going to control and monitor every single transaction that you make.
I want to go to verse really soon.
We're going to go into negative interest rates. So this is why Bitcoin is also important, because it gives you complete control over your finances.
Phil, that's great. I want to go to verse right now. We got to make sure that everybody, gets a chance to speak. So verse, go for it, brother.
Oh yeah. We have reached 14K, which is the first time to happen since we broke to 20K in 2017. There's only been I think 2 or 3 weeks. It's 60 days, I think, ever above 14K in the history of coin. So it's very bullish right now. Obviously there's new infrastructure in that exchanges can actually handle the volume. We actually have multiple exchanges now, and we had very limited ways of getting it before. There's just a lot more infrastructure, and there's actual institutional backing now. So there's ETFs in the works that are actually greenlit. There's Robinhood, there's Square. There's a million ways to get it. So it's and we just passed the halvening back in March or April or May or whatever. So
May 10th.
It's bullish. It's just bullish. But regarding the thing before, I linked it in this chat because I'm on the Discord, and Discord makes my computer crash because I'm on Linux. But it has been shown that it was there was many FBI informants in the founding group to kidnap the Michigan governor because it was a honeypot. It's been like confirmed by the defendant of the case. Obviously, it's still in process, so there's not a lot of evidence. But the defendant used it as a defense for the case of one of the guys that they were FBI informant.
So
it was a honeypot.
So here is the
FBI. Yeah.
And so, Christo, I would love for you, if possible, to take a look at this link, because I don't want to leave these stones unturned as far as when somebody says, oh, something's a conspiracy theory or whatever. Let's actually take a deep dive into it. So, Christo, would you be able to take a look at this link and then get back to us and let us know what you think?
The one that Verse put up about kidnapping Governor Whitmer in Michigan? Yeah. I did read it. I did actually just look at it. Yeah, I read the article, skimmed it. And we're gonna have to hash it out in the court of law. It sounds like, some of the things they couldn't give details on when really put to the question directly, specifically, how were you going to get the governor to Wisconsin? What was your avenue of escape? What was your next plot and plan? Was this an actual carefully thought out plan? We don't really know. The article doesn't really say. It could have been.
But it wasn't. Because it was.
We don't really know. We don't really know. You can say it wasn't. The article doesn't make it clear. We're gonna have to.
They say there's multiple FBI informants in the core ring group. The only reason you do that is to make a honeypot. That's what a honeypot is.
Yeah, the FBI's got a history of doing this kind of shit.
What? I don't know.
The core group of people. The core group of people who were in the plot to kidnap the governor, many of them were FBI informants. So they were putting together.
Nope.
No, this is right before you started talking.
Yeah, Phil, you're gonna have to be patient, Phil. We're gonna get through this. So,
well, related to Bitcoin, Bitcoin's base is gonna be all-time high, 33K easy. Don't worry, and more.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah. That's my conservative.
100K in the next 18 months. Sometime.
Okay, no, this is a brainlet question, having never dealt with crypto. So Bitcoin is 14K right now, right?
Yes.
Do they have it like the pound sterling? Like you can buy a fraction of the Bitcoin?
Yep.
Like,
you can buy a fraction
of
the Bitcoin.
There you go. Okay,
there are 100 million Satoshis in one Bitcoin.
Oh, so you could say how much is one Satoshi? Like what's the exchange rate between like
it's a little bit, it's like $1.40 because it's 14K. So
okay, I see.
No, sorry, I'm doing the math wrong.
But to buy one Bitcoin right now would require 14 grand.
14K. Yeah.
You can buy as little or as much Bitcoin as you want, because eventually we're going to have a SAT dollar parity. That's the goal.
Whoa. Yes. Listen,
but anyway,
exciting announcement. If I win re-election, Bitcoin will become the national currency. I'm getting rid of the American dollar. Bitcoin will be the American dollar now.
It actually won't. They'll probably shoot
the microsat
before they try. That's what happened to Kennedy.
Imagine if Trump did that.
By the way, speaking of Satoshi, here's a Satoshi I really like. Satoshi Kon. I met him one time when he was.
You actually met him?
Yeah, I met him.
You met Kon, dude. That's fucking aura.
Yeah, I shook his hand. I gave him a DVD of my animations in this bucket of flowers. Like I presented him flowers, and I put in like my DVD of animation.
God love.
That's funny.
Here, I'm gonna post my favorite Satoshi.
Satoshi Kon.
Breaking news! It looks like Florida's
already
going to Trump.
Satoshi Kojima.
What? yeah. They said Florida is already swinging.
Florida's leaning toward Trump right now. Biden's ahead in Florida, but overall, it looks like Florida will go to Trump.
What outlet are you guys using? Because my results are coming in much slower. What specific outlet are you using?
Yeah, Christo, what are you using? What site?
I missed the trash.
I'm watching Hassan Abi on Twitch and also the majority.
Oh wow!
Oh man.
Did you want me to lie?
No.
Any libertarian fans or Lions of Liberty fans, I got you covered right here.
Oh man, I thought you were gonna take the shirt off.
I mean, I can.
I'm on People's Pundit Daily.
Oh wait, are we banned off YouTube now since I showed Bob's?
Yeah,
I'm on People's Pundit
technically
Daily.
Not supposed to show nipple. That is something that can get you flagged, even if it's a guy.
And on Twitch, you can't show feet.
Wow.
You actually can't.
No, show hands.
E-girl.
I swear to God.
It would be too.
I swear to God.
TOS. That's ridiculous.
It'd be so
that is
easy
in the
for
TOS.
Pokimane or
That's an actual thing.
Dude, they're discriminating.
That's a real thing. Yeah, I'm not making that. I'm not making that up. That is real. No feet.
Discriminating against Varys specifically. It's bullshit.
Oh, that's great.
Hey, so did I miss any fun guests?
Yeah, we had Kristante Harris, although I think you were there when he was just leaving. He's a very interesting dude. He recently got deplatformed temporarily off of Facebook during the election and all that. And recently,
why the fuck are you still on Facebook?
That's a badge of honor.
Well, I have a lot of contacts there. I have a lot of people who I've met through the years, and that is one way that we're keeping in touch.
I don't even go on Facebook.
I know a lot of I know a lot of these people who are in New York society, and they don't really. I mean, they use Instagram sometimes, but more or less they just use Facebook to communicate. So
wow, someone in the chat called me Giovanni Gentile.
Nice. Well, it's kind of like a Rolodex. I get it, Liv.
Yeah. No, you got to do.
Well, just as Verse said, if your fans or friends on Facebook care about you and give a shit, and if you give a shit about this channel, you would do everything in your right and your might to get kicked off of Facebook and have them follow you because you are you, and you are obviously creating this network effect of fandom and awesomeness. So if they're smart and know what's good for them, they'll say, fuck Facebook, I'm following Lev.
Well, I really appreciate that, certainly. But I think a lot of people are kind of set in their ways. There are a lot of older people there who I communicate with, and, I'm not going to be able to sit down and, take everyone step by step of going to any other social network, at least right now. But who knows what's going to happen in the future. I want to actually talk about Biden for a little bit. I don't think we had that much of a chance to talk about Biden himself, like his record and all that, and his actual policies. So what exactly...
Satanic pedo elite?
So, well, let's get into all that. But before we get to the adrenochrome,
how much vials of adrenochrome has he got?
He's pretty much gonna do the same foreign policy that Obama and Bush started.
Have you seen him
and I'm not saying that Trump is fully gonna pull out of the Middle East. Anytime they announce that, or there's gonna be a peace deal with Afghanistan, it's fucking bullshit.
That's bullshit. They're gonna keep
There's
people there for
just something
sure.
about Biden that's so fundamentally
Never
annoying.
gonna
I
end.
don't know why. It's just some
Well, it's necessary for the well, okay, we all know. First of all, Afghanistan is poppies.
Oh, there you go.
And they're also right next to China.
Okay, and they're right next to China. They have poppies. We have the opioid crisis. They're never gonna get out of that. That is ours.
We will not ever end the war on drugs.
We're not leaving Korea.
And even if you think that they're gonna loosen up on that because they're legalizing weed, it's really not what drugs you do so much as whose. And
I mean, they make weed in Afghanistan too. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah,
man,
too.
Afghan Kush. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
But I mean, one of the reasons why I think they're being so liberal with like the weed policy is I think they're trying to just like dumb people down or just make them not fight back.
I entirely agree.
Riots
entirely agree.
And, even though that half the riots are probably like planned, funded by entities, people that just don't want to be putting up with that, they rather have them stoned and be taken advantage of.
Why
I'm not saying that you don't have any
entirely agree.
Hey, I'm not saying that you don't have any self-control if you're stoned. Like, I'm free market anarchist, do whatever the fuck you want with your body, but you just gotta kind of think about this kind of stuff. And I mean, we can talk about how CIA was experimenting with acid and just like testing people. Like, it's a battle over power and control over society.
They were dosing guys in brothels while they were with hookers, which is fucking hilarious.
That hooker probably turns into a demon or something. Like, imagine if you were just like a regular John, you took some LSD, all of a sudden you're seeing all the mistakes from your life as well as the hooker's life turn into one, spectral demoness, succubus lady.
If emotional scars were physical, imagine going to a brothel. What that would look. It would look like a horror.
By the way, I think I figured it out.
It's a primordial horror.
So we were talking about poppies. We're talking about poppies in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is Oz. If you think about it, Afghanistan is such a beautiful land. There's like snow and trees.
Like the poppy fields and
exactly. Neverland in the movie Hook.
Put you to sleep.
Yeah, it does put you to sleep. But I've been praising Afghanistan this whole podcast just because I put the VR headset on and just went via Google Street View to Afghanistan to some of those natural locations. I'm going to put some images here later on, but it is such a beautiful location. It's sad that the Taliban's there and people can't really travel there, but there was a time
We're all going to move to Afghanistan.
Hippies were traveling to Afghanistan back in like the 60s and 70s. It was pretty safe back then before the Taliban.
I mean, yeah, Iran and Afghanistan and Iraq were all based in the 70s before the CIA got in there.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
training
the CIA was arguably in Iran in like 1922 when Teddy Roosevelt was trying to he FOMO'd into what the British were doing, trying to get their oil. So like, I think we've been fucking that shit up for a long time.
Well, historically,
however, there was like the doctrine of periphery where we almost became allies with Iran, and it was kind of like a toss up between like them and Israel. But
we need. We should have chose Iran for numerous reasons.
You know, historically, no country's ever been able to invade Afghanistan.
I know I'm Giorgiani posting right now, but we should have.
Wait, Chris Doc, did you mean to say Afghanistan or Iran?
Afghanistan has never been successfully invaded by the British, by the Mongols.
Oh, okay,
nobody.
The Russians.
They live in a fortress.
Graveyard. Yeah.
Powerful.
Yeah, we're still in there, but we're gonna leave pretty soon.
Oh, you're
I don't
you're
buy
never gonna
that.
leave. You're never gonna leave.
Well, they'll try. They're gonna try to leave, but they're never gonna take everything.
What does that even mean? Like,
we've never left anywhere. We've never left any country.
Exactly.
We're still in Korea. We're still in Germany. Exactly. We're still, we've never left a single place.
Exactly.
What
everywhere.
Does anyone actually know what the content subject matter is of late of the quote unquote peace talks or polling?
Oh no, I haven't seen anything that would.
Because it's an election, they said that they were getting closer to a settlement, but they never got.
I've seen no evidence.
Yeah, because it's pre-election, so of course Trump would say that. You know,
about a month ago they said something about, oh yeah, the peace talks might be doing something. And of course, they never did.
Yeah, no.
But there was the peace recently between the Emirates and Israel, so that was Kushner's doing. Kushner always strikes me.
What does that mean? Though?
Okay, Kushner.
It doesn't mean anything because we're allies with both of them.
Like what?
Okay, Kushner strikes me. Maybe it's because of that 666 building or whatever, but he could be in this game of life that we're playing in the simulation. He could be the Antichrist, like fulfilling that role, like being a peacemaker, like a global peacemaker. And it's a good thing for people, like making peace and all that. But eventually,
many of the archetypal roles, yes.
Eventually, he may be the guy who would start instituting, the mark of the beast chip system throughout. Maybe we'll see what happens.
I would throw.
He goes on yacht trips with the Saudi princes, and then he also.
It's Bill Gates. Bill Gates is the Antichrist.
Yes.
I would have to disagree about Kushner because
and then Kushner goes on like yacht trips with like Saudi princes, and then he also spends the night in like Bibi Netanyahu's mansion and in like a little race car, like bunk bed kind of deal. Like he's Kush with the most like the
Middle killers, dog, the most savage of our allies, which is like Bibi's dude. Bibi Netanyahu, man, that dude doesn't play games. Like,
oh, he does not.
Yeah. So, yeah,
he was a fighter pilot, wasn't he?
Exactly.
So this is a tweet. This is a spicy hot take from Annika Chayan. Sorry about that, love.
No problem. Go ahead.
Reading election results is astrology for men.
Wow. Yeah, Anna K.
Whoa, sick burn.
Basically, we're all just trying to interpret a bunch of data.
You want to hear a secret, boys? I don't even have I have nothing. I have nothing up. I don't care. I'll wait till it's a show.
Yeah.
It's a show.
Yeah, I don't.
We'll find out at the end.
You
think this is done tonight?
When do they declare?
You think this is done tonight?
Yeah, no, I haven't been following at all. I don't.
My friends yesterday were like,
I don't care.
What do you think is gonna happen tomorrow night? And I was just like, they're like, at least it's gonna be over. And I was like, oh, you think this is over tomorrow? I just started laughing.
Was it some of the states?
I mean, it could take days and days.
This is not exactly. First of all, there's the precedent. There's the even if they no matter what you believe about what's going on tonight, right? But they have the precedent of the fact that everybody mailed in their ballots. Oh, this is going to take forever to sort through and count everything and blah blah blah.
Are you doing like a Nick Mullen Down syndrome bit?
No, not really. But
really?
no, but
by the way, there's a 2-hour compilation of Cumtown where Nick Mullen's doing nothing but Down syndrome impression. I don't know.
Wow.
Really...
But really, this could take days to potentially think about bureaucracy.
That's a psyop.
Yeah, all bureaucracy.
They're gonna know the results basically by tonight, even though they're gonna pretend like they don't. They're gonna pretend like they don't. They're gonna draw it out. They're gonna contest it.
They've been preparing.
What happened in Florida back in? What was
it's all
it,
part of the show, right?
Trump's going to win Florida. The New York Times is predicting 95% chance that Trump wins Florida. Which
what happened in Florida? Was it 2000 where Bush contested, or was it Jeb Bush, little Jeb that basically won in Florida? Like, how did that work? I mean, I know that's like
With the hanging chads, I just remember, and the hanging chads would have determined whether Gore or Bush won. But then they like to blame. The reason why they're doing this whole like claiming the election thing, that they're like really pushing that you can't claim the election, is because they want to believe that the reason why Bush won was because Fox News claimed that Bush won before the hanging chads were found. So they believe that swayed the election results.
Like a Rothschild, like declaring the foul of
and that's not really the case. Like that's not really what happened, but this is like the narrative because they can't really believe that Gore actually lost. So that was the narrative that kind of swayed. And then after Hillary lost, now they're just like, no, we can't allow any kind of Bush Fox News situation.
As Trump won Florida, the only state that really matters now, the only single state that matters is Pennsylvania now.
What did Texas
do? You know what? Lady Gaga
fairly positive
did that
he wins
weird
Pennsylvania.
Poor man pantomime. So
Pennsylvania,
first off, the Amish have allowed their wives to vote. The Amish have allowed their wives to vote.
Wait, what?
And
national tragedy.
The Amish have allowed their wives to vote as long as they they confirm that they vote in alignment with their husbands. They're allowed to vote. So there's twice as many votes for Trump. That's
you better vote. You better no,
so Pennsylvania.
Voter inflation.
Let's go.
It reminds me of back in 2016, the Sam Hyde stand-up bit where the feminist comedian like went after him, tried to hit him. Where he's "Look at me! I'm taking off my belt. I'm beating my wife. I'm a Trump supporter. This totally happens every day." So remember, if you have a wife or girlfriend, tell her vote for Trump. No,
the Amish are voting in twice in record numbers this year.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Can they vote?
So Pennsylvania.
Like, I know that sounds like very ignorant. Why can't they vote?
Yeah,
they're citizens.
Citizens. They're still citizens.
They're just Pennsylvania citizens.
It sounds hilarious coming down my mouth, but it's just like they sanction themselves off from everything else, and I'm like,
they're like, it's time.
And they vote.
They're riding from the Amish step.
Do you ever watch the? It reminds me. Do you ever watch the series Banshee back in the day? It was like a few years ago. They had a subplot where like the guy who is the millionaire of the town, Kai Proctor, he comes from this Amish family that he like was shunned, and like he was like supporting them financially. Apparently, they have this like whole thing where like if you go out to the world, even though you're shunned, like you still have to like somewhat support them financially or something like that. I don't know. The Amish have a
it's like when you leave the U.S., you still need to pay U.S. taxes.
Do the Amish pay taxes?
Exactly like that. Yeah, they have to.
Is that a serious question?
No,
the U.S. does not play around with taxes.
Do they pay taxes?
You can't even forgo your citizenship and not pay taxes. They'll still come after you.
Well, the Mormons they find ways to not pay their taxes. I don't know.
The rich
if you funnel it through the church, you can get around it.
Yeah. That's how they do it.
That's why if like inflation gets so bad, when they say that they're gonna just tax the rich, that's not gonna work because the rich are the ones that don't pay taxes because they find all the best loopholes. So then either way, that's where we're gonna actually see
and
direct taxation from the central bank from every plebe's bank account.
Well,
and then unless they just everyone gets some sort of UPI, but you can't spend it on certain things and you have to spend it by a certain date, otherwise they just take it out. Oh shit, we lost Vers.
Pennsylvania polls close in 7 minutes, and then we'll have a pretty good idea who won.
Well, we have Gravantis back apparently.
Yes, and we also have Sir Carl Cox, aka
friend of the show.
Yes, Sir Carl. Great.
What's up, brothers? What's going on, guys?
Howdy.
It's great to see you
again.
So
I am in the gym.
There you go,
getting the energies out, you know.
And where are you right now? Because it seems sunny. Is it sunny or are you indoors?
I think it's just
it's dark. No, it's dark. I'm in Chicago.
Do you have to wear a mask at the gym or no? What's the situation there?
Oh no. Well, I mean, you can if you want, but no. At least I'd tell them to fuck off. So.
Wait, Carl, is Chicago chill?
Well, in the suburbs it is, and a lot of the places are defying Pillsbury Doughboys mandate. But,
hell yeah!
Like the one dive bar that I like to go to in the suburbs that's open till like 4 a.m. are like, yeah, we don't give a fuck. So there's been like 150 people there for the past like weekend and a half. So that's good.
Yeah, man, good for you. Wait, who's y'all's mayor? Like for real?
Mayor in the city of Chicago is Lori
or
Lightfoot,
the Pillsbury
the
Dough fuck or whatever.
Oh, that's the governor.
Yeah, okay.
That's Pritzker, JB Pritzker.
Okay.
Yeah. He's not exactly the most pleasant man. He unironically took out 2 of his bathrooms in his gigantic estate to not qualify his house as a dwelling or something like that because it was under a certain amount of things. His house is like, I want to say like $22 million in the middle of Lincoln Park, one of the old areas of Chicago, like old money areas. So yeah, he just took out his fucking his bathrooms and they're like, yep, we're not taxing this shit. And now he's governor. So that tells you anything about Chicago.
That's awesome. I mean, for him.
Yeah, I mean, mad respect.
This is what I meant by the rich don't pay taxes, guys.
No, they don't.
Oh, no, they don't. Are you kidding me? I mean, remember the controversy? Donald Trump only paid $750. Yeah, that's one of the biggest federal tax loopholes in the tax code that's been in there since the 70s.
What does that mean? Did he do that through borrowing against real estate, or what do you do?
Ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's like it's also reinvestment into your properties. So he declares those as losses. There's a lot that goes into that statute.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's basically been. And also, remember the last time he declared bankruptcy? I think in the late 90s. I think he posted a $1.9 billion loss. So he's never going to have to pay income taxes ever again.
Oh shit. Wow.
Yeah.
So I don't even want to say that's genius. That's just like the law.
I don't have to pay income taxes for a very long time because of the crypto crash 2 years ago. So I am also I am also one of those people. So
wait. Yo, are you a shitcoiner or do you?
I was a shitcoiner. Now I kind of just hold.
Bitcoiner though.
Yeah, of course. I mean, how else was I going to buy all my illicit drugs back in the day, dude? Like my first Bitcoins were like $2.42.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah.
By the way, we have news from Tayfield
I'm following
Reed.
you, man.
We have news from Tayfield Reed. Trump just passed in Florida. So that is.
Let's go, dude.
Hey, there we go.
Moving fast. Wow.
Also, I've got some news from Georgia. Apparently, there was a water pipe burst in the room with the ballots.
Oh
yes.
Wow. How convenient.
Wait,
in
somebody I know just
Fulton
posted
County.
How interesting that would happen.
Yeah,
Weird.
Blue, did you retweet that? Oh, no, you were replying to Kai for that. Yeah.
Here, wait.
You know what's funny about Georgia? I remember it really goes to show
that
you
Florida Georgia line.
Like, look at this.
The different people, like class of people in America, or like you know what's funny is you remember Bronze Age Pervert was saying how most expats.
You got to do it in his voice, Gio.
Yeah, you know that most expats, you know, they're educated shit libs with trust funds that want to bed African ladies.
Yeah.
No, but I was watching this episode of because my mother makes me watch this stuff with her. My mother made me watch 90 Day Fiance, and Remus knows this episode. Do you know the plot with Angie and Michael?
I don't remember these people by name. If I could see them,
Angie I would know. She is like this big, sassy, Georgian like redneck woman. From the provinces of Georgia, like not.
Okay. Who's the person from the outside?
Oh, and so she married this Nigerian.
It's the Nigerian guy. Okay.
Yeah, Michael.
Okay, this one's amazing.
And so Angie's like this controlling, like dominating, like Georgian woman with like the cigarette, like the Marlboros and like keys in her bra and everything. And so what happened was, Michael in Lagos, because she was visiting him in Nigeria to get married, he befriends these expats, right? and there were 3 women and this one dude, and Angie thought she was meeting this dude. So they go for coffee, and it was really just like to confront Angie. And the reason this is relevant is because these 3 like expats, you could tell they're like trust fund like Sallies or whatever. They're like talking to him about how racist America is. And like, you know, in the South in Georgia, they're really racist against black people. And then Angie gets like super fucking furious when she sees him. She storms off. She's like, what are you fucking talking about? Because where I come from in Georgia, there's more black people than white people and all that stuff. And it's really clicked to my mind, not only how certain like expats perceive America, but also what BAP was saying about a lot of expats are really like these trust fund people that went to like liberal arts college, and now they want to like, I don't know, embrace their thing.
They go out and shit on their home country because they think it makes them look cool to the locals.
Yeah, it's really, I don't know, it's just surreal how like in a lot of ways how like the love tourism thing is infused with politics, because it's like these people think they could get like rent boys or like rent brides or whatever in other countries, and it doesn't work out. So in a way, it kind of proves like the multicultural experiment is wrong.
That show is hilarious, hilarious sociologically. Like you just look at the situations, who's trying to. It's always funny trying to see who's swindling who.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Who's getting the worst end of the stick here? Loveless relationship, you know what I mean? All of these things are they're so dark. It's such a dark show. It's hilarious.
It's such a dark show.
It is, dude. My God.
I want to ask a question to our newcomer for this stream today. No, not a newcomer, an old comer, but a newcomer for this particular period. Jacob Lindsay. Jacob Lindsay. Welcome. How are you, Jacob? AKA Childerberg on Twitter.
Jake!
How's it going, guys?
Going, buddy?
What's up, man?
Hello.
So
just enjoying the show.
So what's the situation with Texas right now?
I have no idea. I'm pretty sure it'll go Trump. But we'll see. I think that a lot of the live one now is saying that there's like 5% reporting and it's pretty even, but we'll see what happens.
That's what Fox is saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 0.1 of a difference.
I mean, like everywhere except for the cities is red. That's mostly the rest of the country is the same situation. But Dallas, I think, is kind of a light blue. Fort Worth is red. Fort Worth's a pretty big city. Austin is pretty blue. Houston's pretty blue. But yeah, I mean, I think it'll probably go Trump still. I know that they've been kind of saying it's a swing state. I think that the
bullshit.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think too. I think it's bullshit. I think that it's
Jake, I've been
red.
saying this is like their last red push. Would you say that's accurate, or do you think it's going to hold on longer?
Well, we'll see. I think we'll kind of see what happens.
I'll give you like 2 more.
2 more?
Well, I wouldn't even give America 2 more.
Oh, we can hope, right?
Accurate.
We can hope.
Accurate.
I think Trump's actually going to definitely pull out Texas just by looking at the margins that he's winning Latinos now in Florida. He was supposed to lose Pinellas County.
Just Latinos.
Well, no, not just that, but that's pretty much his biggest gain right now. And looking at Pinellas County, he was supposed to lose it by like 8 or 9 points, and it's 0.9% Biden right now. So, I mean, we're looking at if he can translate those same gains in Texas is going to be red this time anyways.
Yeah.
So,
and also what we've seen with Trump, at least in polls, and we'll see what if that's accurate or not, is he has been picking up with black men and Latino men quite a bit, which is unusual for a Republican. But we'll see what happens. I mean,
hey, they don't want to be 20 Cent.
That's true, right? So yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, I still think, and it's really too early to tell. I do think this is going to be not necessarily a Trump blowout. I think it'll be close, but I think it'll be more of a blowout than with Hillary. I think he'll pick up more.
Hey, Jacob, when you say only 5% have pulled in, like just 5% of Texas ballots have been like looked at.
It's now at 16% reporting. Yeah, so it's the districts that are reporting, but the way that like Google or one of the live things calls it is like based off of exit polling and based off of the results from the previous election. So they'll like for example, right now they're showing Virginia is extremely blue and they're calling it for Biden, but Trump is up by 200,000 votes, but it's only reporting 20%. So they're saying based off of the previous election and based off exit polling that they think it's going to go to Biden, but I wouldn't be surprised if he picks up Virginia. It's only been a blue state for a couple of elections.
Yeah, but when you say it's only polling 20%,
that's
only 20% of those votes in that state have been looked at.
Have been reported, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But consider this: the northern counties that are closer towards Washington D.C. get like their polls close, I think, 30 minutes later. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but those closer to D.C. are obviously going to be like fucking 65%, 70% blue.
But if you look at the 2016 results, like Virginia didn't go to Hillary that big, so. It just depends on, I think it largely depends on if Trump is able to do kind of what he did last time, and that's pick up a lot of unexpected votes. So if he's polling as well with Latinos and blacks as men, as those things have said, like clearly, like according to that, it hasn't changed for minority women, but for black and Hispanic men, Trump is doing extremely well for a Republican. And so we'll see what that translates to. I think the two big upsets from, like, if I was to put money on it, and I should have put money on it, but I think possibly Oregon will flip. Yeah, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. They've been dealing with riots. Yeah, they've been dealing with the riots forever. A lot of people are not in Portland. A lot of people
are leaving. I can attest. A fellow Bitcoiner.
Yeah. So we have
to Texas.
Yes, we have two.
Your background.
Yes. So we have Hotep Sophia and newcomer entrepreneur Vile. How are you guys?
Hey,
nice. What's up, bro?
Amazing. How's it going, buddy?
So this was actually Hotep Sophia was who inspired me. Oh, and we also just have Rachel Haywire joining us as well. Hello, Rachel. How are you?
Nice.
So we
After
have.
I've got a prediction for California. Please go on, Love.
Okay. Before your prediction, I just want to say this was all Hotep Sophia's idea. So I just want to give a big thank you to Hotep Sophia. You're the best. Thank you so much for giving me the inspiration to do this stream. And we are gaining subscribers. We are gaining and gaining and gaining. And I hope that we keep gaining all this time. And it is all thanks to you guys who are here. So please subscribe. All the new people. I'm being really serious right now. Subscribe right now. And also, go to patreon.com/breaktherules. For those who don't know, here's what you have in store. Very limited amount of time. This is what we have in store. So my father, my genius artist father, he created these beautiful wooden magnets. And if you become a $20 patron, you are going to get every year a new magnet. And here is a sexy looking video of these magnets. You can see close up just the beautiful wooden texture of it. And
sexy video, huh?
Yeah, and how wonderful it will be to have these. I'll write a little custom letter for you as well. And also, you are going to get Geo's absolutely exquisite print. I am showing the process of how Geo makes these prints. This is going to go up to $30 patronage in 2 days. So
they're two Wojaks.
They're not
hugging it out.
Yes.
The answer should be titties.
No, I could do that.
Yeah, you got to do a booba. Geo, you got to make some booba content pretty soon. So
make tits and a booba.
So let's
tits and a booba.
So let's start from the order of appearance. Let's go from entrepreneur Vile. What do you think about the election so far? And also let us know, why are you called entrepreneur Vile? Are you in the business of creating vile products, or what's going on?
Eventually, yeah. Not that. Eventually, I'm hoping to shill some ebooks. So it's kind of just a joke about how my Twitter account exists just to sell things eventually.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know about this election. I think it's just going to be a 50-50 thing. Like, even though like I'm feeling a lot of positive Trump energy on Twitter, I don't know what that's going to mean in the real world. I am noticing like a paradigm shift in the way other media figures kind of in the same sphere are starting to talk about these things. I was listening to the Chapo podcast last night, and their whole thing was they basically said it a few times. They were basically rhetorically preparing for Latinos to go for Trump. The way they put it is, oh well, they can just keep finding groups to integrate into whiteness or whatever. But that seems like that seems
That's
like
a
them
spicy
kind of it seems like they're already starting to concede something, even if they're trying to be pro Biden in terms of like thinking that Trump's going to lose.
Define this whiteness.
They did it to us Italians and
yeah,
people.
Exactly. Like it's I don't know. So I mean I'm starting to see some amount of cope from that sphere already. So I don't know. Maybe that's a good thing if you're pro Trump. I don't know.
Do any of you think that the 6 months of rioting that we've seen is going to factor into kind of the suburban vote that typically would go? Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking too. Is but you get this kind of suburban soccer mom vote that typically goes soft Democrat, and
Wine
I think
moms.
yeah, and I think that maybe especially, and this is one of the reasons why I think that like Oregon might be more up for grabs than what people think, is because they've seen it nonstop in Portland, and it even went out in the suburbs. And most of those people are not, they probably wouldn't publicly say it. This would be what they call the shy Trump voter. They wouldn't say it publicly that they're going to support Trump, but in reality, they're kind of like, well, I don't really see Biden putting a stop to these.
I don't think it's impossible. I think it's unlikely. I think they're just upset at the riots. I don't know enough if it's necessarily enough to push them to vote for Trump. Personally.
Okay. All right. I mean, that makes sense. I mean,
at least in Oregon. I don't know about elsewhere.
Okay.
So Hotep Sophia, then Rachel Haywire?
Yes.
Hotep, you have your
it's my
America
turn?
Great Again hat.
Hey.
The black edition of Make America Great Again.
The black series.
I think that, well, of course, I think Trump is going to win, and I think it's going to be a decisive win. I think it has to be a decisive win if it's going to be over tonight, and I think it's going to be over tonight because I have been following the coalitions that have been built, specifically like the Indo-Asian coalition in Virginia, which I think is going to make Virginia go red, and also the Amish coalition, which I think is going to have Pennsylvania and Ohio for sure go red, and there's no way to have a view of this if you haven't seen the rallies, because the people who show up for a rally and wait in line for 12 hours probably going to wait for 4 hours to vote. It's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So when you have that many dedicated people determined to show up, I don't really know how you can get around that. And also, Team Trump has knocked 150 million doors this season since May or something when they opened back up. So those just three things, the coalitions, the rallies, and the door knocking, those are numbers you can't ignore them. And I think a lot of people, when they're making their predictions, they don't take those things into account. And I don't know how you can make a prediction without taking into account, especially the rallies, but this is what it is.
Dude, Amish lives matter.
Yes.
Like, and Amish lives are
well, we discovered on the show that they could vote, so.
I had no idea, really. I was shocked to find out. And I think I saw this morning, they have a coalition of 400,000. So I don't even know how that's an insurmountable number. I mean, they're mostly, actually they have a big coalition in Virginia. So Virginia, Pennsylvania, there are not too many in Maryland. There are a few, but Virginia, Pennsylvania, Ohio for sure, 400,000 pretty much guaranteed votes. I don't really know how those are huge numbers of people who they can't poll those people. Do they have cell phones? I mean, I'm not trying to be like peopleist here, but how do they poll these people? I mean,
I love it.
How do they poll these people? I mean, there's I'm sure they have phones.
They've amended their constitution to where landlines are acceptable.
I gotta admit, until I saw those videos of all of the Amish people riding with the Trump flags, I honestly didn't know that Amish people voted. I thought that, like,
I don't think they did
you missed it.
before.
I'm like, someone brought it up, and I was like, can they vote?
Yeah, are they even citizens? I don't even know what's going on here.
Citizens.
I remember last year.
Well, the Native Americans vote, right? Sorry, Romantis.
No, I just remember last year there's like these big pushes of like people actually going to these Amish communities to like carpool them to the polls, just because it was kind of like revolutionary that they were finally voting or something.
This is in the Quaker community. We call them brothers and sisters in peace, but I have never in my life interacted with an Amish person. I've interacted with Mennonites because
wait, that's what you call Amish
Mennonites.
people?
Yeah, Mennonites. Yeah, there are a lot of them in Ontario.
Yeah, we call Mennonites and Amish brothers and sisters in peace.
So we also have the great artist, thinker, Rachel Haywire, to deliver her spicy takes. And by the way, speaking that Rachel is on the show, go out and buy her book.
Woo!
The New Art Right 2018. Great read. I'm getting through it. We might do a sewing discourse with Rachel in the future. So take it away.
Sweet. Thanks for buying and plugging my book. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Gio. As some of you know, I've been on with a few of you guys. Like, I'm for the art and for the culture. I think politics are a farce. I don't think there are any real winners. To me, it just looks like a bizarre game and a simulation. And I'm for the culture.
I love you.
I believe in culture. Culture, it's all culture. And I think we need a better art movement of creative, artistic, self-expressive people who don't believe in wokeness or political correctness, but a revival of the spirit. So that's my thing. Like, to be honest, I don't think the winner of the election is going to change anything at all. I think we're going to have the same monoculture. I think Trump is in bed with China, just like Biden. I think that he's a puppet, just like Biden. They're all little tools, and I refuse to pretend to be on either side of the circus. I'm not to sound elitist or anything. That doesn't mean I don't respect what people like Dominique are doing. You know, they're putting themselves in the front lines, and I have major respect for that, especially after what I've witnessed. So I can't say thank you enough just for participating in this process. While I don't subscribe to it myself, I recognize your hard work. And I do hope that whatever happens, that people unify based on common goals, and that we don't have a civil war.
Definitely.
As fun as it is.
Cheers to that.
To like let's.
Are you a mind reader?
There's commies, or I hope not, because I don't want the CIA to target me.
Exactly. We
It
need
might
to
be too
resist
late.
the
She
glow
might
in
be
the
a fed
darks.
guy. This sounds too good to be true.
Wait, are people not being targeted by the CIA? Is that a thing? I had no idea.
Great.
See, just
Great.
like-
Well, if you're a mind reader, you know, they come, well, I don't know what I should say.
Well, just like time travelers, they set up the lottery to capture time travelers. You know, like if you astrally project, they're probably gonna set up some honeypot in the astral realm, and they're gonna grab you. So you got to be careful. Make sure you don't let go of the cord. When you astral project, you're supposed to have a cord. So
That's what the DMT elves are.
There you go.
The DMT, it's like CIA propaganda. I mean, like,
No, they are the CIA.
Oh, the DMT elves are the CIA.
Yes, now you're getting it.
Oh, okay, that's so meta. I actually
Exactly.
like need to. I like this.
Mhm.
Okay, so I see where you're going with this
Mm-hmm.
now.
By the way, another announcement. If you go to Twitter, there is by Parallax Optics the based tournament. I didn't get in for some fucking reason. I don't know why. Apparently,
You're
I'm
too
not
based.
Boo.
You're
Yes.
too based.
I'm too based.
They don't deserve
Apparently, Mold Bugman is crushing Nicolas Salo. Bronze Age Pervert wins over Gritcult. Obviously, that's going to happen. Although
Oh.
Gritcult's a great dude, but you can see that's going to happen.
Yeah,
And
it'll be bad.
apparently, our good friend of the show, who was just on before, 0HP Lovecraft, totally destroyed Stone Toss. Can't believe that.
What?
Yeah.
He beat
No
Stone Toss?
way.
Wow.
And Tandem
Oh, wow,
destroyed
that's nice.
Nick destroyed Spandrel. So Tandem's advancing, and apparently I can't believe this. Nightmare Vision totally BTFO'd Paul Scholas. Scholas is out of the base
Windy
tournament.
Man is out.
Thank God.
And Woke Capital won against Free
The
Northerner.
Viking,
Those
yeah.
are great accounts. And 17th Century Shitposter 1, and Nick Land is advancing, so he's going to face. My prediction will be Nick Land versus BAP, but I don't know. That's just my.
Oh Jesus!
So don't they have bot accounts? Like, I'm sorry. Like,
oh no!
Emperor is naked, but like, aren't half these winners just using their bots?
Yeah, it's bread and circus.
Contest.
It's bread and circus.
But it's our bread and circus.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta let us have our bread and circus.
It's fun for no reason.
It's like internet blood sports.
Yeah, just like the autism, just like the autism contest.
Well, you guys know what happened with the e-girl tournament. No.
Yeah, didn't that like ruin several people's lives and like?
Yeah, got doxxed, got suspended, nudes leaked.
Everybody just relax.
And apparently Mile. Sorry,
just the game.
But yeah, apparently, yeah.
Mm.
We will never speak of the e-girl tournament ever again on this show. I'm sorry.
By the way, we've got Jugs. Jugs is back with
us. Jugs.
Oh
Hi guys.
Hey, so make sure
How's
you
it going?
subscribe. Subscribe for Jugs. Jugs is in effect, and in honor of Jugs, I'm drinking. Now this looks like milk, but it's not. This is kefir.
But you should be drinking milk.
I'm drinking kefir in honor of Jugs. Don't fear the kefir. Just subscribe to our show. That's what you got to do. So
yeah, Trump has officially been called for Florida. Sorry for interrupting.
Hell yeah!
All the way.
Did we do that before?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
AP called it, and then that one. Yeah, AP called it like 2 minutes ago or 5 minutes ago.
Virginia and New Jersey are both for Biden. I think is just called.
And Michigan
Virginia is not. Virginia is not done. They have 1% reporting. Fox called it way too soon.
Yeah,
that's good.
Wasn't like 20%? I believe that's the amount of people that got in there so far. So I'm not understanding why the hell would they already say that it's a done deal if so many people haven't been counted yet.
Suppression.
And also, if you think about it too, I think. What time is it right now?
It's 8:22.
Polls, yeah. So
Eastern.
Polls in California may still be open. Oregon, Washington, like some of the West Coast.
They have 5 more hours.
Yeah, and so a lot of times people will well. Let's get into libertarian conspiracy land. They start reporting this stuff really easily to try to influence the Western states, so that people go, oh well,
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's all tactics. I mean, like I've run in a transhumanist election before, and they have things ready to go as PR notes, like whatever happens, they're ready for the recounts, they're ready for the denouncements. I mean, they're ready. These are not moral people here.
Yeah, and like you say, this is for a lot of people, probably many of the people that are on this thing. It is a bizarre game, so it's not really
a little bit.
Yeah, it's for me, for especially probably Sue too. Like my candidates never win, so I am just entertained by how crazy it is. And so like this is like my sports, like this is the big sport, this is like our Super Bowl or whatever, where I get to watch it and go like, oh yeah, this is happening. But it's like the Super Bowl where your team never makes it.
By the way, speaking
my team's Bitcoin, and we
asked Rachel last time her opinion of our friend of the show, Gennady Stolyarov. Speaking of the transhumanist party.
Yeah.
Oh, and also
the most powerful cyborg.
We are gonna have
we
are gonna have coming up, I believe, in a couple of weeks. We are going to have Ann Prim versus Transhumanist 2 Electric Ooga Boogaloo. And who I want to invite for that one.
Nice.
I really, really, really want to invite Ben Zion on. Rachel, do you think he'll come?
The cannibal?
Yeah.
What?
A cannibal?
Awesome.
A cannibal?
So he was the
but he ate his own flesh, right?
This is the establishment candidate. See, that the funniest part about this is not just that he's a cannibal, it's that he was the establishment candidate.
But the establishment already eats babies, so
exactly, that's normal.
Hey, Donald Trump is real.
But
too redundant.
no, but to be fair, when Gennady found out about it, he got pretty upset and he kicked him out. So I mean, here's
I could just imagine Gennady getting all flushed and just unleashing, like when Sonny was going after him, like go back.
I love that clip.
He said that Sonny was the only person that made him mad, so maybe.
The funniest part about this was all the work that the Transhumanist Party put in to get Ben Zion elected, only to find out that he was a cannibal. So I mean, they work there.
Hold on, but to play devil's advocate for a second.
It was his own flesh.
Yes, but not only
I
that.
don't think it counts.
Whenever you exist in the world, like let's say you're
it's like
chewing...
eating a booger.
Well, I was about to say, like, if you chew on your, on your cheek, like if you bite down, there's always certain.
Some people do that.
Yeah, there's always bits and pieces that you're not aware of your own flesh that are constantly being eaten by you. So really, what are we talking about here? Is this?
Well, I like how you're saying this as I eat jerky.
This is why the world is so full of the Wendigo. So
there you go.
It's not
Wendigo psychosis.
We're overrun by Wendigos here because everybody's always eating their flesh.
Yeah,
exactly. It's like if you're getting accused of working with Epstein because you're taking money from Epstein, and then you have a cannibal that's your main candidate, it's like you're fitting every conspiracy theory trope in the book.
That transhumanism is a elitist.
It's like Alex Jones, he's talking about like flesh eating, pedophiles. So I don't know. I'd love to go on the Alex Jones show and talk about pedophiles and cannibals because I've got nothing to lose. I've been canceled so many times. So
will transhuman technology, will pedophiles still exist with transhuman technology, or will the technology just like rewrite their brains to not, or will they be super pedophiles, or they would be not pedophiles?
They would be super pedophiles, but it would be all digital, so no one gets.
So it's kind of like the lolly people. They're like, well, it's not real.
Exactly, but they're still super pedophiles.
It's
like, bro, you've had
screaming from here.
14 trillion hours of weird lolly pedo shit. What are you doing, man? Oh, but it's not real though.
They're not real children, okay?
Yeah.
They're just drawing.
Cartoon, bro. It's just a cartoon.
Relax.
Fiction.
It's just pretend socialism, guys.
I'm getting flashbacks from the cuties debate.
I was just about to say that because I was just talking about that the other night and I was like having flashbacks when he was telling all of us in the chat that because we, disagreed with him, that we were all in fact sexually attracted to 11-year-olds.
Apparently, it came out
that you don't mean the little tiny oranges you buy, cuties.
So that video, by the way,
came out that Mr. Girl. What happened recently with him? Him and his girlfriend do age play or some shit like that.
Oh my god!
There's some controversy with Mr. Girl. Yeah, there was some controversy recently where he was something with his girlfriend.
This is getting wild.
Yeah, don't put words in my mouth, but...
I'm feeling like a general sense of insanity just on the TL and in this conversation, and I think that it's really going to start boiling over with whatever happens here with this election. Like I'm reading about it's the daylight savings was just like a few days ago, so people's sleep schedules are a bit off.
Dude, I've been hearing shit like that too. Just people questioning it, like, oh, our circadian rhythms aren't programmed to do this.
There's
so
that. It's the age of in terms of like astronomy. It just became the age of Capricorn. So there's going to be some kind of psychic.
Okay,
so this is good for you.
Wait, are we in the age of Aquarius? What's going on?
No, it's about.
We're entering the age of Aquarius.
It's about to transition. Yeah.
Yes.
So
wait, but then what about
that?
Capricorn?
And then
hold on, but where did Capricorn come from? If we're going into Aquarius,
I'll have a
Capricorn comes before Aquarius.
It's what we're leaving.
Okay.
Wait, no. Wasn't it Pisces? Aren't we going from Pisces to Aquarius?
No, Pisces is after Aquarius.
Yeah.
No, but it's going the other way around. No, hold on. I don't think that's exact. No, we were in the age of Pisces this whole time, like with Jesus and the fish and all that. Like, it goes backwards. It doesn't go clockwise. It goes counterclockwise, the precession of the equinoxes. So
what's Trump? What's Trump and what's Biden?
Biden is a Scorpio stellium, and Trump is a Gemini.
Oh, that's so funny. Of course Trump's a Gemini.
Of course, he's the Gemini, right? Yeah, the Leo rising. I'm gonna talk about astrology really quick. Also, Mercury just went direct. It was in retrograde, so it's going to. Oh god, this one. I say this every Mercury retrograde, but this one was really fucking rough. But something super fucked up is gonna happen with the mail-in voting tonight.
Probably. Wasn't there like 4 planets in retrograde? Like just now?
Well, in Fulton County, they had a water main break in the room where the ballots were being held, but they said none of the ballots got messed up, but they said they probably won't have the votes done until Friday now or something like that.
Friday?
Yeah, they need several days to dry
This
paper.
is so
That's like pure psychological torture.
Hold on, if we're going to talk about astrology, you have to see this video. I'm going to post it in the chat.
Like,
oh God!
Oh, this girl. This girl. Yeah. Where's
I know who you're
Spigot
gonna
when we
post.
need him, dude?
Oh God. Oh, I love him. He's the best. Seriously, Michael Scotto is a great astrologer as well to get readings from, but Bull of Heaven is a great astrologer to get readings from. He's a good dude.
So
give him your money.
This girl is predicting that Trump will win or Trump will lose.
She's predicting that he's gonna lose.
No, she's saying that Biden and Harris are in like their ascendant forms.
Oh,
They're about to fucking manifest.
We need Michael Scotto to counteract this propaganda. It's the revolution.
This girl's convinced that these dudes, they're going to ride the lightning down upon into Capitol Square.
Biden's ascending into something. I don't know what it is.
This might not mean anything to any of you, but from the astrology world, this girl's she's known as a huge fucking grifter.
Oh, she's on TikTok. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, speaking of
literally never heard of her.
Speaking of grifting, subscribe right now. Subscribe right now. Subscribe right now. We got
do it.
Friday, you will get both my print.
Yes.
This one is Black Pill, and you will get Lev's father's magnet.
Okay, so look at these magnets. Look at the texture on this wood. This is really superior wood. It is beautiful wood, and it goes on your fridge or wherever you want to put it on. I'm going to provide a little card for you. And not only that, but here's what they look like. Go to my dad's website, alpstudio.com, and you are going to get this recurring every year. And this is something that I did not talk about yet, which I'm about to.
On the screen?
Yes, I just shared that on the screen for all the people who are viewing it. That's the limitation of OBS for me.
You do not get to see.
No, you don't. Okay, but here's the thing. Here is the sweet deal. Okay, are you ready for this? First time, okay, not first time, but first time on this stream, I'm going to say this on this episode. $50 patrons. I don't have $50 tier written on Patreon, doesn't matter. Go to Patreon, become a $50 patron, or you can become, if you're a $20 patron, wink, wink, and you want to become a $50 patron, here's what you're going to get. My father, Alexander Polyakov, is going to make a custom wooden sculpture. Whatever you want.
Oh.
Custom, whatever you want, he's going to make it happen. So become a $50 patron, and that is what you'll get, along with a print of any of the painted covers that my father created for BTR. So this cover for this particular episode, he painted these two beautiful eagles, kind of in the style of the Russian eagle. So you can get a you can get a blown up version of that and any of the other artworks that my dad created. So here it is for those who haven't seen it yet. Here is what the cover looks like. Here we got these two eagles, like the Russian Imperial Eagle, one red, the other blue. So my dad is a great artist. Wait until you see what he did for the Eggy stream. So this Thursday, Thursday we're gonna have Eggy on, and my dad painted Eggy. So wait until
you gotta have him rap for us, Love.
This is a beautiful moment.
The man can.
Nice.
Man shoots out bars. He's good.
Definitely.
Dude, seriously.
Live performance of society.
He's an inspirational figure, really.
He legitimately is.
The
He
one
is,
of
yeah.
Alexander Bard was so good. I loved that character of him.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you.
Great.
The
Oh, with the
Dragon
Saiyan
Ball Z.
armor?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Vegeta. Or, no, Nappa, I guess. He's bald.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm so
We're gonna
sorry
have
to
Bart on
derail
soon
this.
again.
Has anybody seen the Kenobi teaser?
What is that?
No.
Holy fuck balls, dude. Stop what you're doing. Go watch it right now.
I'm black pilled on Star Wars, so I think.
Is it Star Wars? Yeah, is it Star Wars?
Yeah.
I just had a really traumatic conversation.
It might be the
with this
only
with,
thing I don't think Disney has done that is shit to Star Wars.
See,
Huh.
I don't
Is
trust.
it
Fallen Order was all right.
I don't
is
trust.
it Ewan McGregor?
Did they do Fallen Order?
I think the books
I
have
mean,
been pretty good.
not directly.
I think the novels
that
have been
doesn't
pretty
count.
good since Disney took over.
Guys,
Although they did get rid of everything else.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
Here's the thing.
sorry.
Disney's
Your
part
only
of the
saving
election.
fucking
Star
grace
Wars.
is having that guy with the cowboy hat that did the cartoons shit.
Wait, Ben Garrison?
No.
We need Ben
See
Garrison.
Star Wars, but it's Ben
Absolutely watch a
Garrison.
Ben Garrison Star
Ben
Wars.
Garrison
That
is
would
That would be
Wars.
amazing.
We need this.
Oh,
We gotta
God.
make that happen.
So watch
By the way,
that.
okay, wait, Gio.
We gotta get
I
in
wanted
contact
to
with
Now is
ask
the
Disney.
time. Now is the time. Gio, please tell me what exactly do you have against Star Wars and Disney and the Star Wars franchise? What's going on? What's going on?
Well, it's the culture industry trash. No, I don't know. I never grew up with Star Wars that much. I think that
That's
it's
the problem.
basically a repetition of Joseph Campbell's Hero with a Thousand Faces.
Nah,
And
you're cynical.
It's just I
He's
don't know.
right, though.
It's really emblematic of how a lot of the normie libs on Twitter and so forth, when they don't have Harry Potter, they have Star Wars. It really is a perfect culture industry mind trap of just this very succinct mythology. It's basically mythology for people who no longer believe in metaphysics nowadays.
Its current form is part of the consumption culture that we have going on right now. In other words,
It is a modern.
Yeah, I think it was. I don't think it's that. I think because Star Wars was able to take all these great ideas that yes have already happened, but it was able to do it in a concise manner in such a just great narrative and just direct.
that was over after the prequels were over.
You know what we need to do is to get it to go back and get Disney to ditch it. Is we've got to get some of the creators and actors that are involved to come out as anti-trans, like JK.
Oh,
and,
like JK.
and then-
I love that.
yeah, and then they'll just dump it.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say yes.
Well,
yes.
I was just having a really
You make it
apocalyptic conversation with Logo, because I was saying that the only way you could end Star Wars is if you introduced a long time ago part by having an origin story for the actual planet Earth. And he said that what would happen then is that it would end with Kamala Harris as a child finding the rebel pin or whatever, you know the symbol they have.
Oh,
And then at
God.
one of her rallies she actually takes it out, and it just becomes a part of actual history.
Oh,
And I don't
hate
know, that scared me, man.
Oh.
I don't know, it felt real.
That's like that story of the Justice Ginsburg
So
situation with
Kamala's
that
the
little
Nietzschean
girl.
child. Oh God.
What was that story
Essentially,
with
yeah.
that little girl and the Justice Ginsburg and the girl giving the Wakanda salute with her mother?
Oh,
I don't fully remember. Hotep Sophia, do you remember what that was?
It was like
All I
Wakanda
remember
forever.
right now is that it was like Halloween or something, and they had a girl dressed up. But Alyssa Milano, she just did this Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but she got the name wrong. Then she reposted it and spelled her name wrong. I'm like,
She called her
just let that
RGB.
woman. She's been dead. Just let her die. I mean,
Been dead for
Jesus,
years.
have
I told
mercy.
you.
I know, right,
at least
Chucks?
a year. Just let her.
What's
Kinda like
Milano's
Bin
a
Laden,
dumb
they raided a
twat. I
mortuary.
put a really cool piece on her, like a year and a half ago. But,
you know what's funny though?
The Geo artwork on RBG's death is also.
Ooh, that was
Wait, Gio, can you
good.
post that?
Post
Gio?
it.
Can you post it? Okay, hold on.
Yes, let me find it for you. I will post it.
This is. The
I
tweet,
showed
by
it
the
to
way.
my class and they fucking loved it.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Ridiculous enough that you
Fucking
don't have to read into it like what I would read into it. You can kind of get away with showing it to people.
Yeah,
exactly.
you can sort of if you don't know the backstory behind why Francis Bacon painted the Pope, the Velasquez popes, then you could look at it and be like, oh, that's kind of interesting, But anyways, I will.
Two of my favorite
say,
paintings
wow,
of all
that's great.
time.
Oh, that QAnon girl that was running for Congress just got declared the winner of a race. Let's go, dude! What the fuck, dude?
Laura Loomer?
No way!
Wait, Laura?
She's like that blonde. I think her name's Majorie or
that was
something.
asking Trump about QAnon, right? Or is this an
No,
actual QAnon
she
insurgent?
just posted something about it, and they just totally took it out of proportion, asking him about it because of her. Marjorie Greene Douglas or something. Marjorie something.
Oh, I thought they were talking about Laura
in
Loomer.
Georgia.
Oh, Laura Loomer won.
No. Is
Laura
this
Loomer
person?
won?
Wait, Laura Loomer won?
Did this
No.
person
No.
a C
No.
person, a QAnon person?
They're at 95. They're at 95% reporting, and Laura Loomer is significantly down. So
shit.
That would have been so
that would have been the
entertaining.
funniest thing of all time.
I wish.
I saw that
Laura
Debbie
Loomer was a
Wasserman
part of the
Schultz
government.
won though.
Oh,
They call her race, which was unfortunate.
By the way,
Here it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, that's
God,
cool.
it's so good.
So good.
So good, man.
By the way, Vile retweeted a great Logo tweet. By the way, Logo Dadless, friend of the show. For people who don't get the wrong idea, only Logo is friends of. Anyways, besides the point. So Logo retweeted something very good. He tweeted something. He said, "America does not burn books, but Americans just don't read them." So wow, I like that tweet. It's a good. But yeah, Ginsburg. I feel that it's interesting how, well, Ginsburg and George Floyd, but more than that, I think the political right has a sort of a negative mythos. It seems interesting how America is not just memeable, but America has this ability as an entity to create a new mythos, a new secular political mythos, whether it's conspiracies or George Floyd being paraded around with a large screen like Tupac or Kurt Cobain. It seems that Ruth Bader Ginsburg worship. It seems that America, despite sloughing off its old world European mythologies and religion, has embraced this sort of new secular, profaned version of mythology. I don't know. It's everything in America can be mythologized for some reason. I don't know.
That's Thaddeus Russell had a pretty good episode recently about that, where like the conspiracy being basically the American mythos and tradition in America is that conspiracy theories go back pre-revolution, and
it's true.
Where we are like hardcore into it, and we believe them a lot too. And the thing is, though, what makes it believable is that a lot of them turn out to be true. And so,
you know what I really hate? I really hate the Reddit. I hate Reddit, but the Reddit attitude. Do you remember who's that guy that played in Dumb and Dumber? Not Jim Carrey, because I fucking.
The dude from Newsroom. Jeff Bloom or something like that, or Jeff.
Something like that.
Yeah, he had that speech in that.
Jeff Daniels.
Jeff Daniels. He had that one speech in that show. He was in the political show where he's like, most people in America believe in, 30% believe in angels and they don't believe in that. It's like all this Reddit nonsense that America is sort of like supposed to be this hyper rational, like Richard Dawkins version of America. To me, it's total bullshit, because even though America was founded supposedly on rationalist Enlightenment principles, there is a sort of messianic, Masonic pulse to America. It is deeply mythological from its foundings. I don't know what you guys think of that.
Yeah, because all the founders were Masons. Like every last one of them was.
Like the rational lecture is bullshit in my opinion.
The best American filmmaker right now is still David Lynch.
Yes.
I think, and he has that interview with some Brit guy where he's asking him like, "Oh, well,
you believe
is the angel in fire walk with me a metaphor?" And he says, "No,
it's real."
And he's like, "Oh, well, what do you think that because you were raised to think that?" And he's just like, "No."
I love that quote.
I haven't seen one, but that doesn't mean I don't think that they're real.
Hey, real quick, yo, Jacob, do you know Howie Snowden well?
Yeah, we're buddies.
Hey, Lev, have Jacob get Howie Snowden on. He's a Freemason, and they're actually not very radical people at all. I think it'd be a really interesting take.
Well, they don't know
on the surface.
The lower degree ones are.
Okay, we had two Freemasons on. So in the history of BTR, we had two Freemasons One of them, Drew Arnold, a friend of mine. He is in co-masonry, which is a branch of Freemasonry that allows women. And we also had one more dude on who he's mystical. He's into like the occult and things like that.
What?
What's going on?
Get the
shit's going down.
It's
just a general feeling of chaos. I feel like the other thing you have to think about is
My bad.
you have that whole at the same time that this contested election is going down, where half the country isn't going to believe the results no matter what happens, unless it's a landslide, you have people storing up their sexual energy for a month. And I don't like know how that's going to contribute to things. I feel like the circadian rhythm being off, plus the astral change in the ages, and this, it's just adding up to something chaotic, I think.
Are you talking about the No Nut November?
Exactly. Yeah.
So what
according to
October was
Ulysses,
Hey, I've done that 3 years in a row.
Like, okay, so let me just get this straight, because I'm not like super hip and based, you know, I'm kind of like a normie boomer, you know. So can somebody like explain to me? Like,
okay, so like 3 years ago,
they think it gives you like special. It improves your cognition or something.
Wait, hold on.
Control test.
They're all doing.
I've been doing this for 3 years, man. Hold on, I
store
did
up your bro. You can levitate.
Yes.
Yeah. So it actually started. Do you know that weird account Bill Ratchet? He's kind of funny.
Yes.
He popularized it at least, and that started about 3 or 4 years ago. I was like, fuck it, I'll do it. But that's what you do. You just don't nut during November, and then you start levitating at the end of the term.
Okay, here's the missing ingredient, which is something that people don't really talk that much about in NoFap, which is pranayama, which is breathing techniques, which is being able to take all the sexual energy and bring it up through the spine into the third eye, at which point you are going to have much more, let's say, connection to things that are beyond the earthly realm that you're used to.
Fucking juice up that pineal gland, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, so
juice it up.
A lot of magic uses sexual energy as the medium.
This is like William Reich, like the Orgone.
It's powerful.
It's all.
I think that
every magic system will have this. Every esoteric system will have this.
Speaking of Orgone,
so if you want Trump to win, use the 3 days that you have been abstaining, and then just think about him at the moment of orgasm, and that's going to set up a positive astral energy to his campaign. Yeah.
That's true, though.
By the way, if you have an Oregon capture like Lev held up, do not hold it near a fertile age woman for more than 15 minutes, because you know what's going to happen, so don't worry about it. Just as a warning.
Okay. I'm gonna...
Geo with the fucking info.
There's actually a really interesting archetypal kind of sexual energy thing going on, where all of these liberal celebrities are like nude.
Yes,
to tell
Chelsea
you to
Handler.
vote. Yeah. So that's like the other side of it. You've got NoFap on one side, and then you have the kind of devouring fertility goddess
with
Chelsea Handler. And
we live in the age. We live in the age of the Great Mother.
Have you guys
like
seen?
50, but she looks really good.
If you guys read, I will link it in the chat, and if you guys read my 3-part mega gallery review of the activist gallery that has all of the top feminist artists, from a Cindy Sherman to the two Dunham parents, Carol Dunham and Lori
What's it
Simmons.
titled?
It's called Bodily Profanations. It's on my blog. It was on Rocket Reviews, but I posted it all with the links. I will link it in the chat. Go and read it. It is my I don't do like a whole, like, you know, sort of like normie conservative Paul Joseph Watson thing where I'm like, well, this is you know, art about a woman's vagina. It's just, to me, it's there's something deeper going on, and my thesis relies heavily on the sexual persona by Camille Paglia and other influences as well. So I will post in the chat, and I will post it in the BTR chat as well.
Devouring Mother, Camille Paglia.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So and I'm going to come up with a 4th part, which will be a bit more positive. I will focus on. I have another essay I wrote on the body artist Anna Mendieta, but I will focus a bit more on the positive side of it, part 4. So yeah, and also I did a great talk with Tech Wars about it. So yeah.
Here it is, spotlighted for everybody.
I know. I feel so shameless shilling.
No, you gotta shill. We all have to shill. Speaking of shilling,
Regio shit,
guys.
No one else is talking about this stuff. Like, no one else is going to do this kind of reading of it for the actual subtext beyond like, oh, the great right to choose. Like, what lies beneath?
They'll look at it, and they'll, you know, most conservative types will look at it or people on the right, like, well, that's just, you know, and they agree it's terrible and vile. A lot of these artworks, especially like Carol Dunham's paintings of like the huge cavernous vaginas without the face, but you have to realize the subtext of the woman, the cosmic woman having no face. The yoni becomes the face. Anyways, I'm totally just fucking derailing, but the point being is that the Trump election has some of this, because I believe that the lunar feminine is going to be dominated by the solar masculine if Trump wins. And to read that, I have Revolt Against the Modern World right next to me. So yeah, I know it's a total meme.
By the way,
but I think but Vile brings up a great point about these esoteric, chaotic energies happening. The lunar feminine is chaos, and the fact that at No Nut November, these celebritards are trying to like parade their bodies around like some weird witch type of ritual, like they're in the Athabascan forest and they're trying to dance around the Coven maypole, and they're trying to do the spectacle. Sorry, I'm just getting fucking... There's something there.
Go off, King. Go off, King.
Go off, King.
Yeah.
But this is why I feel that debate with Mr. Girl, that's another play into it. They have to infuse deviant forms of sexuality for very specific reasons. It's not just that they're all perverts. I mean, of course they're all perverts, but the elites, they have to do these rituals for a higher purpose that we don't know. It could be some anti-human reptilian... I know. I think Christos, if you were to unmute himself, would be like, "This guy's fucking crazy." But anyways, sorry. Maybe you guys can go with that what you will.
If any of you, I know this is kind of like a Reddit, but there was a show on Stars that was based on, like, they did a TV interpretation of Neil Gaiman's American Gods.
Oh, I don't know if the first season was pretty good.
Yeah, it was all right. If you guys have read that book, that book is interesting. The book is interesting because it's talking about this mythological status of America. When he came here, that's what he felt when he drove around. He was like, "This place is fucking crazy. It's like driving through a fairy book. It's insane, right?" And even the people, America's just like it's a very archetypal land. I don't know how else.
It's like what Baudrillard said in America.
Yeah, it's archetypal, and it also manifests such bizarre things. I mean, like,
the weirdest simulation.
Yeah, it really it is a strange area, and I mean, it's what I think a lot of what they say. It's the melting pot or whatever. But like, people got here on like hollow wooden things across the ocean, and then jumped off and were like, "Okay, what do we do? I don't know, build shit."
And then they proceeded to have a race war with the people who were here.
Yeah, and then I mean, like, and
millions of gallons of blood was spilled, and like all of these things happen.
But the other interesting thing to me,
smallpox blankets.
On this lovely non-violent note, I bid you all adieu and wish you the very best, and hope you're persevering or whatever. And
it was cool when your shirt changed to a different color at one point.
Good night,
Sue. Great to see you.
I just noticed that.
Take care, brother. So I wanted to put some attention back to America, the founding of America, but also what may have come before. So
if I may,
go for it.
One second. I just want to make this point about that show. There's a one of the goddesses is named Bilquis. Okay, and she's essentially there's no other way to describe her, but she's like a Lilith. She's like the whore, right? She literally eats a man with her vagina.
With her pussy.
At one point, yes. So it's this. She is like the manifestation of this. And the whole time, like
that happened in the book too.
Yeah,
it happened in the book too. Yeah.
In the show, the way it's shot, the whole scene is like she's this like ultimate. He's so down. You know what I mean? He's so into it until he realizes what's happening, right? And it's like this is the meta. This thing, right? This is what Gio's talking about. This thing rises. This thing comes up, and it will eat you if you let it.
At the turning of every civilization, there is the chaotic energy that's happening. Yeah.
So
well, it's kind of speaking
to like vor and like hentai. Is there like some symbolism there too?
Oh yes, definitely.
Yeah, they want to go back inside mommy.
If you look at Bernini, if you look at Gregor Bataille's analysis of eroticism, and you look at how he describes the consuming face of the Bernini statue of, the Virgin Mary in ecstasy, or rather Saint Teresa in ecstasy. You look at that anime, the classic anime fucking Belle Delphine face. There is some deep parallels there, and it's really. And someone in the chat asked, "Is Biden the lunar feminine?" I would say Biden's the lunar feminine because his based crackhead's son stole all of his vril symbolically by doing Chinese hookers and smoking.
I believe I believe that was a meth pipe, not a crack pipe.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Geo, you messed up. You messed up.
It was her crack. So.
It was her crack.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I want to get
Judge is back on Twitter. We got to get him back on.
Oh, Exile Judge is back. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Well, here's some synchronicity when we're talking about Joe Biden being the divine feminine.
I'll put his new account in the chat.
We were just under a full blue moon in Taurus, and Joe Biden's moon sign is Taurus, and that is it's ruled by Venus. It's a feminine sign.
Maybe that means he's going to overwhelmingly have a emotional, because moon sign, that's emotions, right? So
it's inward. It's not exactly emotions. It's your inward self.
His mind, his inner, right? So
I mean, I'm a Taurus moon and I feel really energized right now. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not Joe Biden though. He's a Scorpio. I'm not. So who knows? But
inner self is
going along
Joe
the divine
Biden
feminine.
Ever been energized by anything other than a prepubescent child? I'm just
damn.
Well, what do you guys think? So this was brought up a couple of times earlier. What do you guys think the likelihood is that that we're in basically the waning period of America? Because that's what I have thought for years. Is
absolutely
that and
it may 100%.
It may be 50. It may be 50. Maybe 100 years or whatever.
Well,
they hold on. But it seems like we could have two things. We could have a violent civil war or a balkanization.
Right.
And I think that either of these two people being elected could lead to a peaceful breakup because half the country is not having it.
Well, it's funny because BAP, he was mentioning about how this wouldn't be advantageous to certain demographics to balkanize. But I feel that BAP and certain people like Giorgiani, they share a more of an optimistic vision of a unipolar world where basically America would tag team with Iran and with Russia, and maybe Canada will tag along, would be forced to. So maybe that they have to go against China in that way. But I do feel that the gangrenous, bloated political class and media and the PMCs atop the American falling empire, they will never allow this to happen. And I feel unless Trump does something totally radical, this coalition of nations is a bit too optimistic. So that is my criticism of Giorgiani and BAP's similar visions for the American future. So I don't know.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I just want New England to secede and become like a Nordic country, like on the Nordic model is what I mean. Like that shit would be so tight if we just had a bunch of immaculate trains, and we kept things like ecological.
Well, speaking of Nords and immaculate trains, what I wanted to get into here real quick before I talk about like what may have happened in the beginning of the United States, and that actually ties back into this as well, but. Either two things are going to happen. Either America's going to live through a period of time where there has never been any Nazi breakaway civilization that has bases on the moon and on Mars, or we're going to live through a time where the Nazis did create a breakaway civilization and have bases on the moon and on Mars. These are two
Hyperboreans
different...
left,
yes,
the Agarthans.
Yes, these are two different possibilities, and it actually does matter because when it comes to everything being very connected with the internet and people sharing all these different stories and theories about, here's what actually happened after World War II. It's like, I don't know what the fuck happened. But assuming that there is a breakaway civilization and that we are living right now in what may be described as a prison planet. Like, here's the thing. I put on the VR headset. I went to different countries. Like, I went to places in India. I went to places in Tunisia. I looked at places in the Philippines. And I noticed that most people, they were living really, really badly. It's like, duh, no shit. But seriously, like, when you are in VR, where you're looking around everywhere, it's very different than looking at it on the screen. And you just get the idea that, shit, most of this is a prison planet. Most of this is just very disorganized. There's trash everywhere. A lot of it is like in that Elysium movie. Some places aren't, but a lot of places are. So I really think that... if there is a breakaway civilization out there, to me it means that there are other planets out there as well that we could possibly be reincarnated on if we do a good job at least trying as much as we can to be good custodians here. but maybe we're going to go into some kind of a threshold where people are going to make contact with whoever it is that broke away in this breakaway civilization. Maybe there would be something happening there. Like, right, things have been going so crazy. I mean, even with the fact that we have the internet right now and people are finding so many things out, I bet the ride has just begun. I bet we're in the beginning of Mr. Bones' wild ride, and it's going to get even more bone-chilling from here in both a good way and a bad way.
Mr. Bones' wild ride.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is like the real beginning of the 21st century.
Yes.
Since
it's just begun.
Yeah.
But see, Rachel,
I cry for our children.
But see,
The
Rachel,
first 20
she's
years
correct
were
that
never happened.
There needs to be a new art movement to accompany this reawakening in the new centuries. Blue Shoe, you had something to say. Then we have definitely legit.
Yeah, definitely
Oh,
legit.
hell yeah.
Let the dog bark.
I was just saying, didn't somebody make a joke that there was a theory like the first 20 years of the 21st century never happened because the world actually ended on 9/11 or something like that?
Oh, maybe.
What?
I remember somebody making that joke.
There is a time warp, perpetual Y2K.
Have we all seen the George Bush kindergarten children's chant video?
Yes.
That really destabilized my conception of reality. Like,
It was such an interesting video to watch.
It was surreal. Yeah.
Yeah, to watch him in real time.
If you show that to someone, it's like Westworld when you'd show somebody like like a phone or something, and it just kind of passes by them and they don't see it. It's like people just don't accept that like there's something going on with that, and I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just like a coincidence. But if it's a coincidence, like what does that mean? That it's so specific?
Well, we've let go of the idea that we're living in the spectral reality, and there was a very interesting book that I started reading, which Geo you've also read, called Kali Yuga by Marty Glass. And then it talks...
He was the older brother of Philip Glass, ironically.
Really?
Enough.
Wow. That's
the composer?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it's called Yuga, an anatomy of
Yuga.
Our...
yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
Let me just pull it up.
Yes.
As you guys are transitioning to a new topic, I've got to hop off.
Jacob, thank you so much for coming in,
Thank
brother.
you.
This
Thank you
was
so much.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna have
It's been good.
Oh,
Thank you,
Rachel, thank you so much for
really
coming.
quickly.
Oh, you have to go, Rachel? Oh, well, come on, come
I
again,
have to
please.
Love to
help
have you back
somebody with
on.
something. I'd love to come back and talk about transhumanism and why we need to destroy it. So.
I'm looking forward to listening to you guys talk
maybe
about
you
that.
should come
Sounds
up.
great.
Yeah.
You should come on with our Amprim versus Transhumanist 2 debate.
And I'm going to try to get Ben Zion on there as well. And Gennady. If I can get
Oh my
Gennady,
God.
Ben Zion,
Gennady
and
Ben,
Rachel
holy
Haywire on, woo, Nelly, that would be a lot of
We
fun.
won't even need the Amprim side. They'll all just destroy each other at the transhumanist sides.
Yes. Oh, and by the way, yes.
I just want to do a quick Virginia update because this stuff is real crazy. Fox.
What up?
Whatever. They called
Hey,
Virginia, but there's no possible way they should have called Virginia because right now it shows Trump leading and also Trump won Loudoun County, which is back to that Indo-Asian vote that I've been talking about for weeks. So
Wow,
yeah, Virginia
Trump
is going to
winning
be
Virginia. Holy shit.
Virginia's going to be really, really bad. It's going to and Mark Warner already did a victory speech, which I have no idea how you do a victory speech with 1% of the votes in. But I just looked at the actual Board of Elections website and literally Gate is winning. So I don't know what's up with that, but you can tell that's really
Isn't Virginia a blue state or is
No, Virginia is not a blue state.
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, it's what they call like a purple state. It's the last couple of years it's gone through.
No, Obama flipped it blue, but Virginia's always been red.
So it became pink pilled. Oh,
Well,
so,
here
sorry.
let me give like a couple of numbers real quick, and then I'll hop off. So Virginia in 2016 was Hillary with almost 2 million votes, and Donald Trump with about 1,700,000, give or take. And then what they're reporting right now is that Joe Biden has 700,000 and Donald Trump has over 1 million. So there's still quite a bit left to be counted. So we'll see what happens. But I would not at all be surprised if Virginia flipped. There is, I think, especially like where I used to live in Virginia is a lot more red, and it's heavily military, and they are I lived down in Virginia Beach for a long time. They are big time Trump supporters, and they love the rallies. They love it. And they will stand in line. I mean, we've got a couple of friends who stood in line for 30 minutes to a couple of hours to vote in Virginia Beach, and they're Trump supporters. I mean, that's the way those places. And Virginia Beach is the second largest population center in Virginia, but it is still quite a bit smaller than the DC area. So,
and there was a comment from Amon saying Virginia's glow-in-the-dark state. So they do have a lot of federal.
That's the intelligence agencies.
Yeah, that's true.
The FBI Academy is here.
Yeah.
It is a spook state. That's true. Especially in
the dark. But that Indo-Asian vote, that's a huge thing. Those people were very upset with Kamala. They
That's true.
really, really hate her. So
yeah,
I kept saying, y'all got to look at that. Those Indo-Asians.
Wait. Can you give us the background? Why do they hate her? What happened?
Okay, so there was an article I read by a lady, and basically when what's his name, Blackface came in, he was supposed. They decided they were going to change how they did a lot of stuff. So one of the things is in the schools, they had schools like we had in Maryland where you had the testing. So they had decided they were going to take away that testing in fashion in order to have more diversity. That pissed them off because they pushed their kids really, really hard. They have them in all these, all these like tutors and this math and the everything that you have to do to get into these. I mean, they push their kids really, really hard. And so when they said they were going to change the rules so that basically the way in the article the lady put it, that more Black people could get in, that made them really upset. And so what happened is Kamala, and that was her thing. One of the things that she was talking about, this whole, I can't remember what you called exactly, but this whole inclusion, diversity thing. And so like the article I read, it was extremely critical, specifically of Kamala and her Indian heritage, whatever. She's always claimed. So that's a whole nother problem. They don't like Black people that much. And so you have the Indian mama and then you're claiming you're Black too. Also huge problems for them. So especially if you're literally not Black, like you're literally Indian Jamaican and somehow you're claiming to be Black. Also a huge problem for them, disrespecting your family. And her caste is like a high caste in India. So the fact that she's casting off her caste,
Brahmin caste.
She's a Southern Brahmin. She's a Southern
Brahmin.
Brahmin.
Casting off your caste, you're pretending to be Black and pandering, and you're going to integrate the schools with a bunch of underachieving Black people. Oh no, you done pissed off the whole Indian, Asian, and out there they have a lot of data farms
in
and
essence,
stuff like that. So
the journalists, the progressive left, the Chapotists, they're going to basically start calling every Asian person that isn't Brahmin caste Indian racist against Black people. That's
they're integrating it. They're integrating it.
They already do though.
Yeah, exactly. They're white now.
They
They're
don't
white
talk
people
about
now.
the Cambodians. We have a lot of. I mean, this area is extremely diverse.
Vietnamese
They talk
that
about the
came from,
Cambodians like they're garbage. I
the
mean,
boat people.
even the Vietnamese, they treat them so badly. So you've got a huge coalition of these, like I said, Indo-Asians that are really, really like angry with the Democrats. And they're the ones that voted for Obama because he's also Indo-Asian. If everybody knows that, but he's also one of them. And so they voted for him. That's why it turned blue in 2009.
His real name was Barry
And then they voted
from Indonesia.
Well, even worse, I have to pull up his real name, but he's got a name that's even worse than that. And it's Subud. Yeah, his actual father is a Subud. And anyway, that's a whole nother thing. But that's why they voted for Barry. And so then you got 2009, 2012, then they voted for Governor Blackface. And now you have this whole thing where
Blackface and abortionist and baby killer.
Yeah,
Ralph
baby
Northam.
killer blackface. That's what I usually just revert to the blackface because it's I'd rather not say baby killer every 5 seconds, but blackface is funny. So they basically
like
got
the
him
Devourment
elected.
song, baby killer.
And so now that they've seen that basically these Democrats are just trying to ruin everything and the whole socialism thing, they ain't really with that. So, and don't forget that Prime Minister Modi came here. He went to Texas. They had this whole thing, and right before this, Kung flu hit, Trump was in India. So you have a lot of like different things going on that's really building up that coalition. And I kept telling people, like, look at this. Anybody looking at the Indo-Asian vote, this is a huge thing. Ignored. So that's why I'm.
All I can think of is the Hakan tweet about don't let a turmeric monster tell you what diversity is.
Oh my god.
Jesus. That's all I can think of.
Jesus. That's amazing. It's funny though, because only the high caste, it seems that the average Indian who are Kshatriyas especially, they love Trump. They're praying. There's prayer rituals.
There was that guy who died
Trump,
while Trump had Corona. This guy died, so I wonder if there may have been.
He gave his life. He literally gave his life.
There's this interesting. There's this good YouTuber. He's a writer as well. I have his book here. His name is Pill Eater, and he talks about a lot of esoteric stuff. But he talks about this coalition between white people and Asians, and how that the alt-right made a big mistake by excluding Asian peoples, that there could be this coalition with Asians and with Castizos, that they can form this like super race.
That just sounds like my followers on Twitter.
Yes.
That's not how.
It's true. Why does the political right fetishize Asian women for a number of reasons, right? I mean, there's, I'm not going to get into it too far.
Even Hitler.
Yeah. Even Hitler, well, even not Goebbels, even Himmler kind of had a bit of Asian featurage right there. So I don't know what mean, right?
Millennial and Zoomer right love Asian women and anime and video games. It's plain and simple. It's so easy to understand.
And anime, and
that's probably one of the most powerful
memes.
It's like one of the most powerful new aesthetic couplings. I think if you want to talk about getting a new aesthetic going, is just photoshopping anime characters into portraits from like the 1940s or whatever, like black and white photos.
Put them on top of
that's just
photoshopping them over flags.
I
see that so many times.
Yeah, well, they are pretty close to anime girls as far as, like, you remember this poster.
Oh, God.
Oh,
my God.
So classic. Blast from the past.
Voting him in. We could have had real anime.
Exactly.
Dude, he survived an attack from the reptilians. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did see that.
Like a beast. Well,
I just realized, we're talking about this, and my good friend Hero has an anime.
Oh yeah, my dude.
Yeah. Now, one thing I wanted to ask Hotep Sophia is when it comes to someone like Ilhan Omar, I'm not sure exactly what foreign influences.
I can't wait for this take.
Okay. Okay. I don't know.
Okay. What can I ramble about Ilhan Omar? What's the specific?
Okay, so I have some let's say guesses, but these are just like not things that I have researched.
Is she a real
fully.
gamer?
Mark the time that what this is happening, because this is about to be good. We need to clip.
Okay, yes. Okay, so I'm not exactly.
By the way, before Hotep Sophia goes on, we are the most esoteric election coverage chat.
Yes.
I know people are watching.
Yes.
I know people are watching Nick Fuentes. I know people are watching Keith Woods. I know people are watching other streams.
Sargon.
But we are the most Sargon. Well, Sargon.
We are the most Sargon.
We are the most Sargon election. We are the most esoteric.
Where are the carrier pigeons? Where are the carrier pigeons?
I remember, buy my prints. Look at that. Look at that.
We are the
Utter
most.
despair.
Subscribe
Sargon's
right now.
actually got more viewers than TYT right now. It's really funny.
Hey guys, subscribe
by the
right
way,
now.
Before we have to mention it to subscribe, because we want to get to 3K eventually. 2K followers. We're so close.
Yes.
So, but I just want to preamble because Hotep Sophia is going to drop some fucking Moab fire, some bombs, highway of death in the Middle East on Omar Oman. Sorry.
Okay.
It's going to be the highway of death for Ilhan Omar.
I think we should have Elon Omar and Elon Musk have a rap battle to the death.
Those of you do not look up the pictures of the highway of death. It's terrifying as fuck. But anyways, for the golf
Please
war.
do not research.
Let's go.
So, just really briefly, before we go into this Hotep Sophia, my kind of from a far away view of what's going on is that when it comes to Ilhan Omar and where she comes from, this land has been, from what I understand, a traditional port for slavers. and I'm not sure exactly if there could be anything tied to her family specifically or anything of that sort. But when it also comes to, I know Hassan Piker, he is associated with the Turkish government, so... And also we have other countries like, man, what is that country with that purple zigzag flag? I'm blanking out right now. Please help me out,
Israel?
anybody. No, not Israel. Israel's not purple. What's
Qatar?
I'm colorblind. I'm sorry.
Qatar, yes. So
Qatar.
there is some Qatari influence
Qatar, yeah.
when it comes to like all the SJW Islamicist brigade stuff. But anyway, that's just the limit of what I know right now. So Hotep Sophia, please let me know what's cracking.
Okay. So the problem with Ilhan Omar specifically is that her father was a major warlord. Like, that is the real actual problem with her. And so she should have never been allowed in this country, just first and foremost, just because of the war crimes of her father. And to get into this country, however she got in, then she married her brother on paper. Who knows what they were doing in real life, but she married her brother on paper. They got thousands of dollars in school loans, all types of stuff. And then she divorced the brother and then married another guy. So she has committed so much fraud as far as just immigration is concerned, and also defrauding the federal government, and also lying about who she is, because she didn't say who she was when she came here. She lied about that. So there's no reason why she should be here. That's the first problem. The second problem is they basically relocated half of Somalia in Minnesota. Like, it is extremely dangerous to just go to Minnesota in certain parts, because literally it's like mini Somalia. So, and Trump said that at a rally the other day. He said they're going to turn the Midwest into basically a relocation camp for all of these people coming from Africa. That was not an underestimation, because they had already started to do it with these Somalians. Now, why they brought the Somalians here, I think it's mostly because they can be radicalized. They just have that type of personality. Now, as far as the slave thing is concerned, as far as I'm concerned about it, everybody who was in Africa at the time, especially the ones who were Muslim, were all trading slaves, every last one of them. So you can't, I mean, it's not just Somalia and Qatar. You got Morocco, you have all of East Africa, really. I mean, especially like the northern parts, all of the ones that were Muslim colonized were trading in slaves. That's just what they did. And so that is, I don't know enough about her background to say that her family was specifically doing that, but she is a part of that culture. That's just what they do. And so the fact that you have this person who lied about who she was, literally has a warlord for a father, married her brother, then married some other guy, and now, I mean, just the criminal acts that she's done in this campaign, she married the white guy. But listen, nobody knows this. This is she married the white guy. The white guy was married to this white lady, right? So it was a woman that looked exactly like the white lady that got killed in DuPont Circle. So she basically tried to Arkansas the wife, but they did the wrong person, because these people are so stupid. They can't even kill the right people. They look the same. So they got the wrong person. So the wife is still roaming around here, the ex-wife of the white guy. But listen, the guy is a lobbyist, because everyone in DC is a lobbyist. She has paid his firm like $2 million this cycle. Completely illegal. But who's going to do anything about it? Nobody, because she is a POC, which she is not Black. She should not be included with Black people. She is a refugee immigrant, and she needs to be out of our country, right along with Kamala, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh my God!
But she had an ethics. She had an ethics stream with AOC and Among Us.
That was so fucking sick.
She's a gamer girl.
Gamer guy. She's a gamer girl. And I'm gonna drink her gamer girl pee.
I was gonna say that gamer
girl.
There it is.
Disavow.
What number beer is that, by the way?
Superpowers.
1.
Yeah, she's married to a white guy right now. They had to get married because that's the only way now she she could apply for asylum. I mean, the same thing with Kamala marrying a white guy. She has no legitimate children of her own. Those are his children, but she still says, oh, these are my kids. No, those are his kids. You've birthed no children, which makes me think that even she might not be a she. But I'm not talking about Kamala. I'm talking about Ilhan.
Yes,
let's go. So,
I don't know. She looks.
I'm sorry. I don't like people who pretend to be black. If you're black, you're black. Fine. Don't pretend to be black and take my culture.
Black. If you're Rachel Dolezal, you're black.
No.
If you vote for Joe Biden,
if you vote for Joe Biden,
but Irish is just like painting beds, you're black.
As an Italian, I'm more black.
Gio and I, we're black.
Yes,
you two Southerners are, that's for sure.
More black than her.
Italians.
This is amazing. This is crazy.
Even more black.
The Sicilian Coalition would like to join.
James, I see you wearing your Yeezus shirt. Did you vote for?
Yeah, I voted for it. I was only going to vote if there was no line, and it literally took me 15 minutes to leave my apartment, vote, and come back to my apartment. I'm like, oh, this is perfect.
Like Hotep Sophia, all these woke women like AOC +3, they love to talk about black interests, but yet they can't keep their hands off of the white male colonizers. What is up with that?
It happens every time. It happens every time.
Woke black women.
What can I say?
Every single time.
Every single time.
And to add on top of that, you know, the whole thing is they've already started blaming black men for Biden losing. Because if they just literally the think pieces are already out. If they had to lose, I think like 10% of the black male vote for Biden to lose, and they've lost it. It's gone. So they're literally already blaming black men, for voting in interest of their pockets, and that's the reason why Biden lost. Black men.
Wait a minute. How can they blame black men? Because if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black.
Oh. That's true.
I don't know.
It's true.
I've ever been on. This is
but
awesome.
It's funny, like Hotep Sophia goes into this at length about how the black male in America has felt unique pressures, even from the woke left. The black male seems to be like the certain pockets of gay men, for instance, have been discarded by the woke left. Now black men are soon going to be discarded by the woke left.
The gay left is about to be real mad because Renell said it was like 33% of the gays that were voting for Trump. So the gay left is getting ready to
Twinks for Trump.
They have the LGBT for Trump.
Reach, I guess. Damn.
Or like bears for Trump. Sorry.
Well,
they are. They don't even know what to do about that. It's crazy.
By the way, guys, take a look at what's going on in Virginia right now. So I don't know if this is correct, what I'm looking at, but apparently even though they have it as bright blue, Joe Biden, and he has this check mark, but he has the check mark. What's going on? Why does he have a check mark if Trump is ahead?
To cheat.
They're
to cheat.
Seems like he has a million.
They called it way too early. He's still up by 250,000 votes.
But why would the check mark be there? I mean, maybe I'm naive over here.
Because it feels like a power show by the media, whatever, like the MSM or whatever, because they were so insulted with the 2016 election and the felt loss of power there. That now this is going to be some kind of like sick revenge campaign thing where they're just playing these games.
Well, also because they already called Florida. They had to call Florida because it was just embarrassing. So they called Florida, and then right after they called Florida, they called Virginia. That's like they've already called Maryland. How is that possible? Somebody just told me that people were still in line to vote. Like they've been in line for an hour, and the line was wrapped around the building. So I don't even know how they were able to call Maryland, but they have also already called Maryland. I just don't care about Maryland politics because it's nuts.
By the way, I need to address something in the chat. This is Alexis Lang. Trad, fasci, Catholic, monarchist, autistic, schizo, 6.2, bodybuilder, BF. Let's see, I'm trying to weigh my odds. I can try to be a bodybuilder. I mean, I could up my autism points. I don't know, but I mean, schizo, kind of already there. Anyways, that's never mind.
By the way, we got
Are you
Jules
6'2",
in.
Gio? How tall are you?
Jules.
Oh my God.
So I think I can.
The real Jules P. Hamilton.
We have Jules
with a haircut.
I've had a haircut. I mean, you know, this is, I mean, I couldn't believe I was walking around at work with hair so long. It was, I just started putting matte paste in it to keep it together.
Nice. It's good to see you
Looking
again,
like
buddy.
Patrick Bateman, dude. Beautiful.
So, I mean, I'm in the, you know, I think, I mean, Gio was talking about schizophrenia. I don't think anyone should be schizophrenic. I don't think that's something to aspire to. If I was a schizophrenic, I would think I was in the belly of the beast over there, but that's sort of like, I don't know. I'd rather be Pinocchio in the stomach of the whale or something. Before
Wait. For those who don't know, what do you mean by belly of the beast? Because we got new people here and...
Well, you used that phrase,
yes.
And so then I just started using it after you.
No, but do you mean about New York City in general, or?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it definitely does feel like that, right? Like, what was your experience walking around New York? Now you see everything's getting boarded up.
Well, I mean, do you feel
like was completely boarded?
The New York Arts Club is kind of in the belly of the beast.
National Arts Club.
The National Arts Club, which is like basically the New York Arts Club, is like the belly of the beast.
Sure, absolutely. No, there is no doubt about that, but at the same time, they know what I'm about. They know that I speak my mind about things that I care about, and they seem to be perfectly okay with it. And that's the way it's been working, and I'm very happy about that. So, I guess I'm in an interesting position though, where they're not paying me, to be the chair. So this is like a kind of like a volunteer gig that I do. So it's not like I'm dependent on them. It's more of like, I'm an interesting person to them, I guess. So I'm in there, I make events happen, and get to bring in interesting people. I would love, for example, to bring in Gio very soon to the National Arts Club. That's going to be a blast. And, because I think I try to come across as somebody who is reasonable and has a good demeanor and is friendly, I don't think that any kind of association of, he has these shows where he talks to these problematic people, fuck that shit. That shit doesn't stick, because we're all above that. We're all growing, and there is no reason why we can't have a positive influence on people in New York City.
I mean, I haven't listened to every episode while I've been at work because I've been very committed to my job. Here's the thing, they did just pay me for the first time after 8 weeks. Like,
nice.
I didn't sign any or anything. Like, I'm not like, I don't feel like I'm betraying anyone. There's no like non-disclosure agreement. I'm not like trash talking my work. I love my job so much. It's like one of the most inspiring, invigorating places to be in. It's like there's like 6 different companies. They're all under the same umbrella. It's called Elite Model World. Like, so you've got the Society, you've got the Women's Board, you got W360, you got Supreme. It's like, and they've got this fashion line, E1972. I just met the CEO for the first time the other day. She was like walking by my desk. So I sit in the digital area, which is like they're in charge of all the PR and the marketing and the social media. And it's like the most important room in my opinion. Like I've said that. I've been like, so this is like the most important room. It's like the digital PR marketing room. And then like the head of like, I think like it's like all the heads of finance are in there too.
By the way, we have a comment from Aman Sadhu. Jules, don't get fired.
Dude, I'm not. I love this job so much. There's a lot of babysitting there because there's sometimes like everything's going well, right? Like I'm there for on-site. If something breaks down, I'm there to fix it. I'm there to troubleshoot. I'm there to be an on-site person who's like also good at taking direction from, they have like an IT team in the cloud. So there's like people in Milan, there's like a guy that got in Morocco, and it's like, they're incredible. They're such good mentors. They're the best. Like they just create an amazing, like also user experience for like everyone in the office. It's just sort of like seamless. So
And what's the environment down there right now when it comes to Trump versus Biden?
People in the office don't talk about politics so much. I've heard a little bit of everything in there. It's like a really balanced environment. Like everyone's super open-minded. It's a corporate office. There's not a lot of chatting. It's not like a 5-hour stream of talk. It's like, you hear a couple of tweets worth of conversation, or that's the kind of conversation you're having.
Mm-hmm. But you wouldn't say that people are trying to outwoke each other or anything of that nature. It's just not discussed.
I don't even know what that is. I've never experienced that in my life.
No, virtue signaling, I mean that
people talk, they say their opinions. I don't know what.
Well, let me ask, I know the rest of the panel here. Like, what is the experience when you are out in regular society as far as I'm imagining most people aren't like this, but if you are in certain positions, like certain jobs, like I don't know if any of you guys have been in that situation where you would have your coworkers trying to virtue signal or not. Like, let me know. We have a pretty big panel right now.
I know what virtue signaling is. Why not signal your virtue?
Yeah, dude. I mean, I personally I went to Bard, the school in the Northeast. And that's like one of the hotbeds for this stuff. So obviously, like publicly, like you just really have to watch yourself. But I think like even there, like people are more normal than you'd suspect. Like I showed my roommate Paradigm Shift 2070, and he thought it was hilarious. And he's like he was like genderqueer and stuff. So I think that there's a big divide between how people approach these politics publicly in terms of what you can and can't say, and how they are personally. So I don't know.
I don't know why I would clash with anyone there. It's like, do you feel like our show is opposed to them? Like, I think that's ridiculous. Like,
no.
I feel like
I don't think our show is opposed to them. What I
don't
think
anyone in the office knows about our show. I don't think anyone in the office knows about my social media or our show.
No, that's fine. That's great. I'm just
no one's been like.
It's not so much, Jules. It's not so much about your job as it is about the general atmosphere. I'm
a model. No one talks about me being a model. Like
no. I get that, but I mean, I'm just trying to gauge what the atmosphere is right now in most professional. I wouldn't say elite, but just like most managerial class circles. Like we were talking before about there maybe being, the polls being wrong because there are, shy Trump voters that aren't going to reveal that they're Trump voters, because that there's this pressure around to have to conform in certain areas.
Well, I can't discuss my personal experience because I'm at home, but my mom, she works like for a school, and they're all huge like lefties, and the school is all online now, so she doesn't have to actually interact with them like last year when she actually had to go to school. But she says now, like, she just literally, like, when they have their Zoom meeting, she just cuts her camera off, and she just like doesn't really participate when they're, especially like this whole corona thing. They've been crying and like whining and complaining the whole time, and she's just like, decided that she's not going to give them like any of the energy just even to respond to, like, because somebody online asked like, why are Black people still wearing masks? Because Black people are never going to stop wearing masks ever, like literally all of them. And so I'm like, Black people are never going back to normal. And these are the type of people, like, we were going to go to the pumpkin patch and take the kids. We didn't go because they couldn't figure out how to sanitize the hay. Like, this is the type of stuff that, like, it makes absolutely no sense. And I, like, think the only solution for people like me is literally to leave, because these people are never going back to normal. They, like, worship Fauci or something. I don't know. But it's completely, like, insane. So I think the only thing you can do is get away from those type of people. If you're the type of person who can't, handle, like my mom, obviously she's got the patience of a saint, but me, I would be cussing these people out every day. Like, you want the kids to like die behind the computers? What's wrong with you guys? Like, we go to the forest once a month and it's like a big deal. They're like, okay, everybody wear your mask, like in the forest. Like, That makes no sense. Oh, you got to say 6 feet. I'm like, even the little kids with the mask. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not putting a mask on when I'm outside in the forest. No.
Sounds like my dad a lot. This is like what my dad sounds like a little bit. When I feel like he should be more careful with the mask. My parents are going down to Florida. Am I allowed to be saying things like this? Like, my parents are going down to Florida for a while, like for a couple of months or something. I'm like, Florida of all places, like, don't you have to be quarantined after you go to Florida? Like, I think the numbers for COVID are really high, right? Like, there's a lot of people dying from it. Like, I don't really know about, I'm pretty good about my mask. I try to do it as a sign of respect. In the office, people don't really wear their mask all the time, but there's so much space, always at 50% capacity. So, like, even if the office is full, it's just, there's a lot of space. So they're always at quota or whatever. So...
And by the way, we have an update to Tayfield Reed. Thank you. You say CNN walked back Virginia call. Yeah, like I said, like in that map, Virginia.
They had to.
Something weird's going on in Virginia.
Yeah. By the way, James, MK Ultra Money. Let me ask you about New York. So you and Jules, you're both in New York. I'm sure you're probably blocks away from each other right now. You could possibly be in the same room if you want to. But let me ask. Yeah, let me ask you about. If you are out and about with people right now, what is the general energy? Is it different from 2016, you'd say, like when it comes to their impression of Trump or of politics, or like maybe that's not what you like to talk with people or whatever, but like what's the general feel you're getting when you're with people?
I mean, I try not to talk about politics anymore because politics are gay and retarded and only bring suffering. But, you know, I think a lot more people are defeated now in the city and kind of are accepting and knowing that they're going to lose because Biden's a garbage candidate. Hillary's a garbage candidate. Even though I don't like Trump anymore, he at least is, there's appeal to him, unlike Hillary or Biden. And there's just no energy for them other than these retarded neoliberals that are just blue no matter who, and they're just going to jerk off to whatever candidate the fucking Democratic Party gives them. Yeah, I mean, I have some friends that are still drinking the Kool-Aid and thinking it's like, oh, well, he had a chance, he has a chance, blah, blah, blah. And now that all the election stuff is coming in, they're seething in the chat. And I told them exactly what was going to happen. And none of them listened to me, even though I was right last time. And I'll be right again, because guess what? I'm always right.
Yes. And you are...
People aren't seething. Why would... I don't...
Well, you are right in that you are a fan of Deus Ex. So is Jules. You guys are right on the money. I still have to fully play it, but I've got a great feeling about that game. And
look, anyone that plays Deus Ex is gonna know more than someone that doesn't play Deus Ex. It's just plain and simple.
True.
That game increases your IQ by 100 points. So
yes,
that's why I got to 300 IQ. I was born with 200 IQ. Deus Ex increased it to 300 IQ.
Now here's a bone. Here's a bone that I have to pick with Donald Trump, and I'm interested in what you guys think. It is correct, right, that under his presidency, our debt has substantially risen. I'm curious what you guys think about that.
Debt is not real. The national debt
is not real anymore.
Money is not real. None of it exists.
Yeah, the national debt is a complete fabrication. Like, just in general, it's numbers they just make up, because the Federal Reserve, in simple terms, the Federal Reserve keeps printing money, but we are the debt holders to the world. So if our currency fails, the entire world fails. And therefore, you can take that and use it as collateral. That's what they've basically begun to do. So,
so they go down with the ship, basically.
Right. So
economic Samson option.
Right. So which means it really means nothing. We can really do and spend as much as we want, because literally, if our currency fails, the entire world currencies all fail. They put all of their dollars in us. And so that's why they've been trying to move that to the Chinese and let the Chinese be the world currency. But they lost that battle. And once they lost that battle, basically our entire currency, the debt and all of this stuff basically means nothing. I mean, they're going to forgive everybody's student loans anyway. They're going to probably forgive a bunch of people's debt. There's no way to get out of this without just forgiving a bunch of stuff just because, of how all this stuff was done. And so basically, usury is illegal anyways. I mean, on top of that, you can't put people in permanent slave status forever. So there's so many different ways that this can be got out of that, the debt is a thing that conservatives really like to harp on, but I don't think people understand how debt is used because rich people have lots of debt. And that's what Trump actually did. That was his signature move, was to use his debt, be so indebted to a bank they could not let him fail. Because if he failed, they would also fail as a bank. So that's literally his
move. Look, who's gonna collect on the money? We got the nuke launches, the nuke codes ready on launch. Let's fucking go.
Wait, quick question about the Clinton administration. Did Clinton balance the budget or not? What was the situation going on there?
They lied. They didn't balance no budget. They couldn't have possibly balanced. They lied. They probably
they balanced it. They balanced it for that fiscal year, but then he didn't use. Like everyone was like, "What are you going to use the surplus on?" And everyone he kind of shit the bed. Like we had to use it on the surplus. We had to use it. So I don't know. That was a little ridiculous, but they didn't. It was for one fiscal year.
Wait, for someone who's not that economically literate at this point, what does the surplus mean? What exactly happened there with the surplus?
At that time, or for that fiscal year, we cut spending. There were a lot of different things that were going on. We changed the tax code a little bit, so we were getting more tax money in. There were a bunch of different contributing factors. That was a couple of the years for the .com boom and stuff, and everyone was doing extremely well. And that's when corporations kind of still paid taxes. So we ended up having a lot more revenues than we thought we would that year. And everyone was like, hey, so what are we going to spend this on? Like, we couldn't just pay down our debt. But it only happened for 1 or 2 fiscal years. And then it's over. So.
And wait, and what did we spend it on?
You know what? Clinton things, I have no fucking clue.
Black Ops. My guess is Black Ops.
How many Call of Duty Black Ops do you need? What do you mean they're spending it on?
Well, we were talking about poppies in Afghanistan earlier. That money gets...
Cold War is only $60.
Huh. Am I getting us all assassinated by saying that? Listen, boy, it's true. It's true. You've all seen the pictures of those Marines standing in the poppy field. Yeah,
by the way, guys, I just had a split, so the takes are gonna get a little more groovy, I think.
Oh yeah, brother. Yo, I got fucking.
Yeah.
My dad just gave me some edibles.
Oh, nice.
That I picked up for him when I was in California back in January with some more, and he never opened these. And I've been out, and my friend has.
In California, you didn't come visit me? Come on, man.
Nice. Well, okay, now, Entrepreneur
Here,
Vile.
if I'm ever in California, I'll hit you up, buddy.
Entrepreneur Vile, man. You are now going to be in the same wavelength as Christo, and we haven't heard from Christo in a while. So, Christo, what's up, dog? Is he here? What's going on with Christo?
I actually almost got high tonight, but I wanted to drink my delicious scotch instead. So.
Yeah. I really miss
Don't want to get crossfaded.
I really miss getting high and going to the gym. That was a lot of fun. Getting stoned and lifting stones.
It feels so good. It feels so much better.
Yeah. I can't do that. I can't do any kind of physical exercise when I'm. Some people can. Some people say it helps them.
Jerk off when I'm high.
I used to kickbox. I used to kickbox while I was stoned.
See, when I got high, I figured out a way that I can do a lot of push-ups almost like an infinite amount of times. And it just struck me like, fuck, I'm such a genius. I figured out how to do push-ups, And how I did it was I went down and I breathed in, and then I went up as I breathed out. So, and I did touch the ground, which I know in push-ups it's kind of cheating, but I managed to get like, how many? Like around like 100 or so push-ups, down. Like I could do a lot of push-ups, and there was like a brief time when I was on the ground, and then I breathed in, so I got all the air into me, got all the prana in, and then I prana'd myself, back back up and then down, then up and then down, and it worked out. Like I even did a video of it back when I was with my girlfriend, and it showed just like all the sweat accumulating under me as I just kept doing these fucking push-ups. So eventually I figured out, you know what, maybe this is not the right way to do the push-ups, but it always is interesting how you can open up your mind to different frequencies when you get into these altered states of consciousness, so that, you know, some people, they end up coming up with new ideas for a product, other people end up coming up with a new idea to do push-ups, but it's all part of our collective unconscious that I'm grateful for now slowly but surely learning how to access without the aid of any plant or any psychedelic, just utilizing my own system. And it's been a hell of a ride so far, and it's only just begun. This is the big one right now. Like Geo, in talking about that book which I mistakenly called Kali Yuga, which is called Yuga by Marty Glass, it talks about how we have become slaves to time, where before time was something a lot more a lot smoother. It wasn't just like tick tock, but now everything's been segmented into these digits, into these seconds, minutes.
That's essentially also a Foucauldian analysis, because temporality is of vital importance to various regimes of control and biopower. The regimentation of time in some ways has been disrupted during the demic, but I think for a unique reason, because now that people are working at home, now your existence becomes work. It becomes the Jodorowsky scene with the architect in the Holy Mountain, where you live and eat at the factory. You just go home to your sky coffin apartment to sleep at night. So it's really interesting how temporality is also being disrupted, because biopower is shifting to accommodate the needs of certain corporate interests, and it's crazy. I don't know, it's weird.
By the way, we have a comment from my friend Leslie Tempura Tang, who says, Biden won, North Carolina killed Trump, we should celebrate together. So what is the situation with North Carolina right now?
Biden did not win North Carolina. North Carolina right now is definitely Trump, but it's not done yet. The county's not done. Their polls didn't close until
it's pretty neck and neck.
It's really close. I've been following North Carolina all night long, and Biden was up 350,000, but Trump's closed it down to about 65,000 now.
So it's not.
There's still about 5% left to count, so it's too close to call.
Christoph, you're back with us. Thank you so much for coming back. And,
yeah, I've been popping in and out. I've been listening. I've been really following the election results really closely, and it's super close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're looking at over here. We were talking about Virginia. Again, what a strange-looking marker on the map I'm looking at, where it has Joe Biden.
Yeah, they're calling it for Biden, even though it shows Trump ahead. I've been following that too.
Weird.
It's kind of silly, but
yeah,
I don't know.
So
Texas has been really close too.
Was North Carolina where you know what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
Cal for NC
and
his mistress. Why can I pull all of these things up like the front of my head? It doesn't seem like a good thing.
Wait, did I hear somebody say Adam Stackhouse right now, or was that from a recording of our the same stream? Someone mentioned Adam Stackhouse right at the beginning.
Adam Stackhouse.
Yes. Yeah. So for those who don't know, Adam Stackhouse was the dude who won the the rapper contest instead of poor Chris Chan, which caused Chris Chan to go on a mad tirade against him. And yeah,
because he won Parappa the Rapper contest.
Yeah.
And years later, they actually reconciled at a Comic-Con or something like that.
Oh, that's sweet.
These pictures.
Except that I keep hearing stories about Christine Chan smelling like a corpse, like smelling like death itself.
Yeah, like a combination of shit, piss, and cum, to quote Terrence.
Well, because Christina Chan is a powerful agoric practitioner, so that would explain the smell of death on.
She'd probably win. She'd probably win if she ran.
Cool, Christina Chan.
I want a CWC versus Kanye.
You know who would win? You know who would win if they were still alive? Is Nassim Agdam, the YouTube shooter.
Oh wow, probably.
I almost wrote her in today. I almost wrote her in, but I'm like, I'm just gonna write in Kanye.
You almost wrote her in.
Yeah, you don't want to be on like that list, you know.
That would be an interesting show if like we got that Nassim and we got Nassim Taleb on at the same time. The two Nassims. You know, they come from different. Yeah, they come from different places. I know Nassim likes to eat Mediterranean food, so he's a fan of the meat.
I couldn't imagine Nassim Taleb on this show. If the only Nassim Taleb coming on this show would be like suddenly we're in like warp speed or something. I don't know what it'd be like.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's an honorary Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm. So, what else do I want to ask you wonderful people? I want to ask you wonderful people to subscribe right now. And we are at 1,903, so we are no longer in the 1,900 slump. Thank you very much, but we need more people to go on this to make this an amazing experience. And patreon.com/breaktherules. We have, for a very limited time today and tomorrow, for the people who are tuning into this tomorrow, here's what we got for you. My father's beautiful magnets, maple, mahogany, ashwood, cherry. These are exquisite, completely original work of art, and it recurs every year. So if you become a $20 patron today, then next year, if you keep being the $20 or higher patron, you are going to get another original artwork. And here I'm going to show that sexy video again, the Patreon magnets.mp4, where you can see all their beautiful holographic texture. Like, I always think of wood as being animation that is just like stilled. You know what I mean? Anyway, we have a beautiful print of Geos that is only available for $20 patrons today and tomorrow. Afterwards is going to go up to $30 patrons. So get this offer while it lasts. It's a very limited offer just today. Patronage. And one other thing, if you become a $50 patron, this is not written, but if you put in $50, 50 smackaroos, my father is going to create a custom wooden sculpture for you. Whatever you want, he's going to create a custom wooden sculpture. It's going to be beautiful, as well as 1,904. Thank you very much for whoever subscribed right now. He is going to create such a magnificent piece of work for you. You're gonna faint. You're gonna look at this and be like, I don't even understand. How could somebody make something so beautiful? So this is what we're about. We're about beauty. We are about culture. We are about art. We are about truth. This is what Break the Rules is about, coming at you all the way live. We are fully in effect, and we love you people, and we would love to keep growing this thing with your help. And by the way, if you also want to wet our beak, streamlabs.com/breaktherules, right in the bottom, Cointree/breaktherules. Go there, give us some, support us with some money, and whatever you write, we are going to talk about it on the screen. So anyway, let's go to some of the comments. We have
there's nothing wrong with holding your friends and family at gunpoint.
Yes.
To tell them to subscribe to the fucking channel.
Do it. Nothing wrong with that.
You can't get in trouble for holding your loved ones at gunpoint. Trust me.
In Minecraft.
Just fucking do it. Stop
it's your
being
constitutional
coward,
right.
what Nassim would want. All right, have them at some point and tell them to subscribe.
Yes, absolutely. So I want to get back to a question that I asked earlier about what do you anticipate is going to happen to the internet if Biden gets elected, to free speech and all that, versus what would happen if Trump gets elected. So Jules, let's start with my main man Jules. What do you think? You're muted right now, buddy.
I think everything's fine. Whoever wins, it's fine. That's how American politics works.
You're very quiet, Jules. You got to speak closer to the mic.
I think that's how American politics.
Motherfucker!
I think that it's fine. Whoever wins, good election. I think it wouldn't be bad if Biden won. I think it would be bad in a lot of ways, but what, is it the end of the world, or is it listen, I'm a Trump supporter. I'm not in people's faces about it at all. I'm always open to talk about it. My girlfriend bought a Trump note and did voodoo on it. She put these rips in it, and she was like, "I'm gonna burn this later," and I was like, excuse me? I'm like, and so she hasn't done that, but I like have held it against her.
That's not your girlfriend. That's your child.
I remind her about the voodoo.
We have a comment from our patron Caustic. Caustic says, "Jules, you're being a cringe centrist." How would you respond?
Thank you.
Oh. So Jules, do you have the same advice as Sam Hyde on dating someone who doesn't agree with you politically? Like, how do you handle that situation?
I like back and forth conversations. So
you got to speak closer to the mic.
I like back and forth conversations. If someone wants to behave like the South Park episode when all of the people put their heads in the sand, like if you want to be an ostrich, be my guest. For me, like my most fulfilling relationships involve a back and forth. It's even better the deeper it is. Like I think everyone having different views can like reveal a lot of your blind spots, and I try to prove myself wrong as much as I try to prove other things wrong, right? Like I'm open to losing arguments, because whenever I lose an argument, it means I learned something. So I just like good communication.
I've never lost an argument, but that's a great point.
I agree. Guys,
I agree, Gio.
I gotta go. By the way.
I agree.
Good to talk to you, man.
Entrepreneur file.
Wait,
it's been
before
good.
you go, final thoughts on, do you think that the sort of the landscape physically and metaphysically has been different since 2016? We forgot to ask
I mean, maybe it's probably the internet, and it's just been growing more and more obviously different than it was before, and 2016 was probably a big turning point for that in terms of people realizing it. But I mean, I don't know. I would just say, like, for the next few days on social media, like, be very careful about the jokes you make, because like in terms of like bans and possibly like depending on how like edgy you get, like some other stuff.
Just do not make anything that's a threat.
Do not
be fucking careful.
And ignore, hide, do not respond to Fed posts.
Banned for
exactly. Don't do that.
Because they're fucking retarded. Do not even like make the slightest thing. Someone even just said we should choke Canadians, and they got banned for that. They were right, but don't do it.
By the way, yes.
No.
By the way, speaking of not making the slightest thing, we've got Exile Judge. Exile Judge is back from his exile.
Back from the dead. Yeah, I can't. You know what, dude? Actually, this is my second account since something originally like happened to Exile.
Is this Aryan Cowboy? Is Exile Judge Aryan Cowboy?
No.
I just got back. We got.
I don't know. I'm now G-Man. I got to do the half. Like, I'm not gonna do that because it's gonna be like uber cringe. Trying to do the Half-Life G-Man voice, but hey, Blue Shoe, what the fuck are you doing here?
I mentioned them to you. I got you back here, man. How's it going?
Oh, okay, man. Thanks. Yeah. So I actually got. Okay. So the reason why Exile Judge died was that if you guys want to fill in, I'm gonna just fill in the story about what happened. Well, I basically sexually harassed the AT&T girl, and they were going really crazy.
Many others.
With many others, but I literally
hasn't sexually harassed the AT&T girl.
Yeah, I made a milkers joke. I made a reference to rivers of milk in her replies, and that was enough to get me. That was enough to get Exile Judge suspended from Twitter.
Sucks, man.
And then I don't know. I typed in like FGGTS, like it's or some shit basically, and then the account I made after also got killed off. But like it was a heavy lockdown on just trolling and I guess Trump-esque, pro-Trump Twitter accounts up to this election night. Like Kyle Rittenhouse, all that stuff with Kyle Rittenhouse ended up getting blowing up. after he took down like 3 Antifa guys or whatever. And I hope he's. I mean, I was like, I was just like, dude, just get some money, have a fundraiser, hire the best Jew attorney in America to fucking defend this guy's life. Yeah, he should walk. He should walk. I mean, I don't think the kid had any business to really be out there. I don't recommend anyone doing this.
By the way, we have a comment from our great patron Iman Saad, who judged the world missed you during the crack pipe leaks.
Yeah. So actually, one somebody's here that's like kind of privy to some of the drama, but she's on Alex Moyer's side. But that was really funny because Alex Moyer ended up. How do you say? She kind of admitted it basically because she had to juggle a lot of lies about her cracks, about like not smoking crack with me. Then she admitted like, oh. Yeah, okay, so I was at a party where they were smoking crack. I saw his fat ass smoke crack though. It's like, so you didn't smoke any crack, Alex? Like, no, not at all. I was like, okay, you didn't say you totally like no. I was like, nah, Alex, you like pass that crack pipe to me. That was your crack. Fuck you, but Then here's so here's another another wild aspect was that
a lot about who people are.
She did a documentary on Cody Wilson on the New Radical, and turns out she was fucking him the entire time. So while she was making the doc, filming him, and then that got aired out, and then basically, but here's the thing: the mystery part aspect of Cody Wilson was just that he was actually fucking like a lot of other underage girls at the time. And the feds
allegedly, we have to put that in as.
Oh no! So he was for sure fucking that one chick, fucking the one like underage prostitute. That they nailed him for that, and then he ended up getting he didn't spend any jail time and got 2 years. Then after 2 years he flipped. People are suspecting he flipped because they gave him a plea deal for 2 years on I guess they put him like on parole or something, probation, some kind of period where he doesn't serve any jail time, but he has to register as a sex offender. And now he's back at Defense Distributed as a chief executive. So everyone's suspecting he's probably he's just flipped to be an informant after they nailed him for the underage sex stuff. So just got to watch out for that. But otherwise, I don't know. That's all spooky talk from me, but.
Well, Jules, I remember you were talking about Cody Wilson for some time. You were the one who I think originally introduced me to him. Just I didn't know who he was. I think you were the first person who told me about him.
Yeah, I like Cody Wilson. I think Second Amendment is one of the most important amendments. It's like one of the only things that prevents an inevitability of some crazy government supremacy authoritarianism, where this is what they want to do. They want to take the guns away like they did in China and then starve everybody to death. That's what they want to do. They want to take away the guns and then what are they going to do? There's a systemic breakdown and only a small number of people have guns. It's like, how do you fucking think that ends out? So you need the guns just everywhere.
Yeah, I support. I'm also a big Second Amendment guy, and I'm hoping GOP makes victories in terms of other states to keep that balance in check to preserve gun rights. But I think the problem is there's always going to be the philosophical stances of Cody Wilson and co. about Defense Distributed. I mean, it's still, the feds could easily jail you for making your own gun because you need a federal, firearms license. And I still think you need to have legal, let's just say legal reservations to be able to purchase and buy guns and we still have that. And I'm still glad we, as Americans, we have that right. But it gets really sus when you're getting into the realm of 3D printing guns, and you never know that the government it will be able to track you doing something like that. Well, and
also the worst part about what the government would do is they would do things like target you, intentionally try to make you crazy, and like with plausible deniability, like, oh, we were surveilling, oh, we were just like communicating, like, okay, we would do like little spook things where we like do a bunch of things that like add up to patterns to like make him doubt his sanity and like fuck with his credibility if he tells people and he doesn't have the details right. So
yeah, that's his defense, is that they're the glow in the darks were setting him up
on the down low. And the scary thing is to imagine like a secret bureaucracy like targeting people like that.
Yeah, that's been known for all. I mean, even with the Snowden stuff, the NSA has the secret courts, all these kinds of secret warrants, and so they could basically just use parallel structuring to like wiretap you, look at all your messages. That's how they nailed Cody Wilson. They found out, okay, he was
he had actually underage prostitute that it just seems, and then he like disappeared. They like covered his face and just like whisked him away, and then like I don't think he speaks about anything. He's probably on like I have no idea.
I don't know. I could just accept that dudes get horny and they do really stupid stuff in terms of like messing around with like barely legal pussy, but which he did. But the thing is, they were gunning for him. He should have known that they were gunning for him. And when you're in that position, like I personally wouldn't have just never been in that kind of position. Cody would have been, because there was a level of like notoriety he was getting, and that was going to be a lot of heat for, the things he was doing. And the authorities, either federal police or local police, they were going to gun for him in terms of trying to get him for nailing for something, and they got him for the underage sex stuff, and he should have assumed they were like sort of like looking at his texts, looking at any kind of electronic messaging.
Cody's kind of an unappealing person, though. He's just kind of. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just see him as just like.
You got to speak closer to the mic, though.
I just see Cody as a special target. He has kind of a distasteful demeanor. He's kind of super arrogant in a belittling way, and he kind of comes across as an enemy. Like he's like, I'm not your friend, right? Or like, I don't want to be
his whole philosophy though with
about like guns for the sake of like civilizational collapse or something, or like
it's like the final end of like anarchism, that everyone has like a basic like almost like a mujahideen model, where it's like everyone has access to firearms all the time. That would fundamentally change social and governmental relations. And he is very much a student of Michel Foucault, and he talks about governmentality and how those power relations will fundamentally change if like everyone could just like print off an arsenal at will. Whether or not I agree with him or not, that's another issue, but that's at least his mind. But you're right. Like, I mean, if that creates like a huge target on anyone's back. So I don't know.
Also,
did they charge him, or what happened with his court case? I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he's convicted. He pled out for this underage sex stuff, and then he got two like there was that weird 2-year period. He was like kind of like on house arrest, but just no real prison time. And then as soon as he's the registered sex offender now, he goes back into being the chief officer, one of the chief officers for Defense Distributed. And I'm suspecting, okay, he might have flipped to being a Fed. I mean, but then again, there's a lot of people in the alt-right scene since like post Charlottesville, and now everyone's suspecting, or like, everyone has risen like wised up to like how much informants are involved, how much like police informants,
or even
like,
just discourse like on forums, how much there's a lot of Skinner boxing going on. There's some things, not even conscious Fed stuff, but a lot of it, of course, is there. But it's just, you always have to be suspect of a lot of things. But I mean, anyways, by the way, update. Apparently, Trump is in the lead in Pennsylvania. Holy shit! So
it seems like he's kind of landsliding.
Well,
that's what it looks like right now. I'm not calling it, but that's what it's looking like.
My friend in Pennsylvania just texted me saying, "Damn, I'm really pissed. My vote was for nothing now," because he was not gonna vote for this whole time. Then he's like, "Well, I guess I'll vote for Biden." I'm like, "Well, this is what you get for being a retard."
I was in Pennsylvania recently, and there's so many fucking Trump flags everywhere.
So here's what I'm looking at right now.
Fox has North Carolina dead even right now, and it's been that for like the past couple minutes.
Wow.
How will Philadelphia vote? Well, they probably go for Biden, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
So
but Pennsylvania is a massive state, you know.
Yeah.
When it comes to New York City, I was in New York City today, actually, in the very beginning, like in the morning. And as I was driving back, I noticed that there was one Trump sign. I didn't see any Biden signs, but I did see one Trump sign on one of the apartment buildings on the FDR highway, like right next to the FDR highway. So, although New York is going pretty blue right now from what I can see.
Obviously.
I have a prediction, by the way.
Okay, what's your prediction?
Just it's not a huge thing, but this is from what I've seen and how this is what I'm thinking. I think New York's gonna out-left California this year. I think we're gonna see a higher number of California's gonna stay blue for sure, but I think we're gonna see a higher number of red votes in California than we've seen in a long time. That's what I'm feeling.
And I was just saying that because all the blue voters moved to Texas. So I was like, what if California goes red and Texas goes blue? Because
Arizona might go blue.
There's no way California's going to go red. I mean, I voted for Kanye for deniability reasons.
Hell
so
yeah. Let's fucking go!
California's not flipping, no way in hell. But I think there'll be more red votes out of California than we've seen in a while.
Yeah. I mean, I think the riots really just turn people into reactionaries overnight.
A little bit. The Asian communities around here are not very happy.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen with I do know what's going to happen with Trump versus Biden in New York, because Joe Biden is pretty far in the lead. I think he's farthest in the lead in Washington, D.C. Like that, I don't think there's a bigger gap between the two there, other than there. But when it comes to New York City, though, I think maybe the New Yorkers are going to start electing some local representatives who are Republicans. Maybe, I don't know, just like when it comes to the way that New York City's been run right now. Although, if you look at like the voting papers that we got, we did notice that most of the people in our district, like they were Democrats. There were hardly any Republicans there to choose from. So, like, I know Oz Sultan, friend of the show, he is running in Harlem, like in the area of Harlem, Upper West Side, like that whole district. But other than that, like, it's pretty rare. And I don't understand why. Why don't more Republicans try running in New York City? Because maybe some of the New Yorkers have had it already.
You should get Louis Levi on for that. He's been talking about that nonstop.
Well, it's not just in New York. It's a lot of places. In Maryland, they don't really do. It's the GOP. They're the way that they fund the candidates is completely insane. Like, you have to be an insider. You have to like toe the line. All this type of stuff. The only reason why Trump got where he was is because he had his own money. So if you don't come into the whole political game with your own money, then you can forget it. Like in my county, we had a black person, a black Republican running for county executive the last time around. And we had one black lady. Well, she was really Nigerian, but she was running for like one of the council seats, and the GOP party would not do anything for them. And when I mean nothing, I mean, like literally, they wouldn't print a piece of literature. They wouldn't do a single sign. They wouldn't do anything. It was actually horrific. And so in this area, you know, each seat costs a certain amount of money. So if you don't have that amount of money to spend on trying to win the seats, you can forget it. Like, you just can forget it. And so that's really the problem. That's why you see people like Kim Klacik in Baltimore, you know, having to do all this crazy stuff to raise her own money because the party ignored her all the way up until the convention. And then finally, they bring her out at the convention. And I think she's a particularly terrible candidate, but they wouldn't even give her any time of the day for anything. And that's how they do all the candidates here. They just, I mean, so I'm assuming the same thing the GOP National Party does here with Michael Steele running the party is the same thing they probably do in New York. Michael Steele is horrible, in my opinion, from what I've seen him do to candidates in my district.
So where do you live? Where do you live, by the way?
I'm in Prince George's County in Maryland.
Oh, okay.
Nigga County, you know, with the niggas.
Man,
I love Sophia so much.
All right.
That's what they call it. Somebody got in trouble because they called it nigga county, like literally. Like
I'm just concerned about the AI because last time Judge dropped the bomb. So yes.
No. It's the aide. It was a white lady though in Anne Arundel. They made her resign her seat.
He's a gamer, Lev. You can't control him.
Yeah, I'm a gamer. At the end of the day, so I can't drop. All right. Well, this has gotten weird. No, this is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Like coming from California, and I voted for
known Lev. Exile Judge. How long have you known Lev?
Since he was on the stream.
That's when you guys met that's when you guys first interacted ever.
Yes, I think. I'm
Is
pretty
that his alter ego?
Did you like? I don't know, Lev. How did you find me? Was it because I started harassing people about the crack story? Because
no. Okay. I think how I found you was in the very beginning. I was just going through the list of like all the extremely online people, just looking for interesting accounts to bring on BTR, and that's where I saw you. And I saw your Judge Dredd avatar, and I decided to, oh, this guy's pretty cool. So that's why I brought you in. That's how that happened.
Lev, why did you decide to bring me in the first time you did?
I don't remember. I liked your face, I guess. I don't know.
I'll take that, I guess.
I like your face too, man.
You hadn't listened to Bad Filmcast at the time, which is what I thought the reason was for.
But
I had the wild stories. Okay. Oh wait. Oh no. Okay, now I remember what I wanted to say.
Yes.
What's going on with Loomer? Laura Loomer.
She's not winning right now, is she? No.
She's fucking good.
Sophia, who's in the back? Sophia, who's in the back of your video? Do you have someone that wants to come? Is there more people for stream? My dad came in. I had pretended like I wasn't on stream.
Oh no, that's my boyfriend. He's just roaming around doing stuff, and I'm not faced into a corner, so there's always random.
He looked like we were an illicit lover. I felt like we were taking his time away from.
No, it's just randomly cleaning stuff because I've been on this stream for so long and haven't done any of the stuff that I'm supposed to be doing. Typical.
No, Lev, that's Lev is like, I think runs a great ship. I'm like totally, yeah.
I appreciate it, Jules. And speaking of running a great ship, I would not be running a great ship if I did not remind people to subscribe right now. I've been standing up this whole fucking time.
Hold your family at gunpoint and tell them to subscribe.
Exactly. Tell them to subscribe. I've been on this for a while. I'm going to.
Is there is there like a place to give you money? Like you like throw you a plot for the stream?
Yes, there is. So here's what you do. Go to streamlabs.com/breaktherules or Cointree Break the Rules.
There has to be a way to get more people who are regulars on the show too. I feel like maybe it's like a small amount in Bitcoin or something, or like you have to be a gambler to be on the show, right? So this is not really a great profit. Listen, believe me, this has not been a good profit pursuit.
I can tell you that is sure about.
Well, I asked for shirts. Where are the Break the Rules shirts?
Yeah.
That's what I want the merch, man. Where's the merch?
We're gonna have
hats?
to.
I gotta make some bad.
That would be nice.
People were asking about that, and I just never got around to it.
People love the shirts.
Merch.
People love T-shirts.
They do love T-shirts. No, I want to get some merch
right now. I love shirts.
We like did all that. Like we spent maybe 40 hours on shirts together or more.
That was
maybe
the beginning, yes.
Hours together on shirts.
But again, these are like shirts that aren't specifically BTR related. Like we tried different things out, but I want to do like with a BTR logo. Eventually we would have a big, beautiful BTR logo. I've been really inspired by watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I just finished watching Golden Experience, or Golden Wind they call it in American. But it's such a beautiful series. I don't know how many people here are JoJo fans, but just I am so enamored by this anime. I don't know what it is about it. It is just so incredible. I don't even want to wait for Stone Ocean to come out. I'm just going to read the manga, and then I'm going to read the next one, and I'm going to read JoJolion, and it is just
You should go back and read everything, Love.
I think the manga is much better for most of JoJo.
I grew up listening to the Germs, like they use the freaking like roundabout theme, yet like the Yes roundabout the song Roundabout as a theme that became like a meme. But I always thought that was kind of funny just because I always knew that as like the intro to No God by the Germs, and then seeing it like years later, where like if I could play the lick on the guitar, and kids are like, "Oh wow, that's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure." I was like, "No, that was Pet Smear and No God," and yeah, it's all ripping off Yes, but this is all come like really weird generational gap between that sound clip, I guess.
I think it's kind of cool that JoJo can introduce an entire new generation to a whole bunch of music that they never would have necessarily listened to because they're weebs. You know what I mean? Like. And because he's such a Westaboo, like Araki's hilarious. He just loves, like, it's so.
He's a man of culture. He likes the Italians.
Dude, I love it. It's so funny to read. It's just like.
By the way, not that it matters anyway, but is Araki, is he gay or no? Or does he?
I don't think he is.
He just really likes beautiful men. Like he likes.
He's a vampire, dude. He's been like 30 for like years.
Yeah, he looks the same.
Yeah, I wonder if that's gonna happen to me as well. Knock on wood.
It's like Keanu.
How did JoJo get so big? When I remember like Dragon Ball Z was like the anime everyone kind of went to.
JoJo was kind of underground for a really long time.
And then like the past decade, you know, the Zoomers, quote unquote, you know, just really embraced the whole JoJo.
A new anime came out.
I don't know how that all kind of blew up. Like,
yeah, a new anime came out. I don't remember when it started exactly, when season 1 started.
Yeah, by David Productions.
Yeah, a new anime came out, and suddenly people got to see the bizarre adventure that is JoJo.
Wait, was it on? Were you able to stream it on Netflix or Hulu? Was that how?
I think it was Hulu, or maybe
it's on Netflix as well.
It's on Netflix now.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I should
I have an update for the Senate. GOP flipped the Alabama seat from Doug Jones to Tommy Tuberville. So that's the first GOP Senate pickup of the night. That's the first flip of the night. Lindsey Graham also won. Mitch McConnell also won. Looks like Tom Tillis is going to win. They haven't called that one yet, but definitely Mitch and Lindsey are unfortunately back for 6 more years. But flipping this Alabama seat is very, very helpful because, as somebody pointed out, if the Republicans win the Senate, doesn't really matter. They can't. There's nothing's going to happen out of the White House if they win the Senate and Biden wins, which is not, but doesn't really matter either.
Wait, by the way, outside of victories, I mean, is the Republican Party truly changing from like kind of, I guess, the neocon and the fiscally liberal, I mean, like the, you know, I guess the libertarian wing of like free market shit to something more Keynesian? I don't want to say socialist, but Keynesian.
Well, I think it depends on who is the GOP chair. Once they get rid of Ronna, if they put someone in who is a ground organizer, like I've been advocating for Scott Pressler or somebody like that who actually has done a lot of work on the ground and interacted with a lot of people. So if they get rid of the Romneys out of the GOP, then maybe we'll get somewhere. And we get rid of the Matt Schlaps and these unelected, unaccountable fools, then yes. But if we go back to the whole, military industrial complex run people, then basically we're going to have more of the same. But I don't know how that's going to work because obviously Rick Grinnell is going to run in 2024, hopefully with Kristi Noem. So that's not going to go over well with him, especially not Rick Grinnell. So I don't think that this is going to end well for those establishment people. The bureaucrats have to be eliminated, all of them.
To pull a point. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, just to make one quick point though, I think the military industrial complex, quote unquote, that's a very bipartisan concept in terms of the defense industry. Just because, I mean, both Democrats and Republicans have whoever's controlling whichever governments locally, they have backroom deals with, like, defense contracts and it's just like a very large scale thing, and it's also even directly correlated to all the like the campus you can't criticize Israel bullshit or whatever, BDS type of rules set in. But there's a lot of like I'd say that the military complex overall, which are a very nuanced group of like defense contract kind of things.
No, I know what you mean. But what I'm saying is that they have all thrown their hat in with the Democrats. I mean, from my perspective in the swamp, they've literally all thrown in with the Democrats. That's why you have all of these former generals and former national security people, and all of these people have come out and publicly backed Biden or whatever, and the only ones who haven't publicly come out and backed Biden have privately done it. Or you have people like Lindsey Graham, who never took 1 second to investigate Russiagate or call Hunter Biden to the stand. Never did. Not that it means anything, but he never even did it. So because he was right there with John McCain when they was getting the deal. So
wasn't he also Bohemian Grover?
Yeah, Lindsey Graham. I mean, these people are off. So the thing is, if you get rid of the military-industrial complex people on both sides, the bureaucracy on both sides, then you will basically have to have a renaissance within the GOP, and you have enough scrappy people like Scott Pressler or Brandon Straka or some of the others that have actually done ground game organizing. Never mentioned the C word to me, Candace. I don't want to ever hear her name. She has done nothing.
Wait,
but
she has what?
Else has actually done the Candace.
Yeah, no, I know, but what is she?
Black girl.
Yeah, but what?
She's done nothing. She's done nothing but piss off black people. She's awful. Black people don't like her. She has to pay people.
Lev is like Candace Owens, so maybe there's a message.
Wait, what?
She's made a good grift though for being like kind of like that.
She's a great grifter, but
so is Charlie Kirk.
Black people hate her.
I haven't really gotten too deep. I haven't really gotten too deep into Candace Owens. I know that she had a site where she wanted to reveal the identities.
She did.
Yeah, that's how she got like famous.
You guys talking about Candace Owens?
Yeah.
And then she had a lawsuit
Candace
of,
Owens.
Or something. She's awful. So no, I mean not her, because she didn't really do anything. That's why I say specifically like a Scott Pressler or Brandon Straka.
Her personality, I mean, I guess her persona or whatever she does is awful in terms of
white boomers love her.
Right. My dad loves her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
White boomers love her in this slave talk. The mammy. Anyway, so the point of the matter is
thank you,
to get rid of those people from the GOP organization, then you have more of a chance of moving in the direction that is actually what the big tent is supposed to be like. However, it really depends on what happens with that Romney. As long as a Romney is anywhere near the GOP, you can forget it, because Romney is up to, he's involved on that laptop too. Mm-hmm. So this whole thing, I mean, why, so much stuff, why she's not say, I mean, she should have resigned herself just because he's so involved in all of this stuff. So the fact that she hasn't shows she has no honor. She's completely unrespectable, and she's the type of person who needs to be completely eradicated. Her and her ilk need to be completely eradicated from the GOP if they want to be successful. And it really depends on who they're trying to push. Nikki Haley and Tom Cotton and these other rhino people like in for 2024, but the base is not going to have it. There's nobody. The base is not. I don't care about Nikki Haley. No one's going to have it. I don't want her. No. So they're going to have a hard time selling that type of person to this base.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Like you put it out perfectly. Basically, Trump is he's an effective populist. He calls himself a nationalist, but he's not an effective nationalist as much as we would like him to be, as much as his base wants him to be. He's opening the door. He's the stepping stone. He's saying, here's the way forward. Latch on, and he's trying to push it a certain way. He only has a limited amount of time to do that. So the GOP can do one of two things. They can ride this out and join it. Otherwise, their base are just going to disband until it's over, and then they're going to go back to what they were doing, and things are just going to fall apart again. Or the base is going to have to either pander and grift over or genuinely move over. We're going to see a mix of the two, and represent what the base wants, which is a lot more economic nationalism from the party.
Yeah, I mean, I think one key thing. I mean, there's like this whole debate about getting kids back in school, and I always thought it would be a good platform to like.
On the bottom of our video, do we need like an RT? Giuliani was just an RT. Fucking Gray Scott was on RT. Like Lionel. Some.
No, Jules. So we don't need RT. RT is a branch of the Russian government. But anyway, I also want to ask.
We need RT.
But I think there's a lot of Russian nationalism like associated with our show, but in like an anti-Putin way, like sincerely.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with RT? RT is pro-Putin. I want to, by the way.
Wait, so Lev, are you anti-Putin? Lev, are you anti-Putin?
Yes, I am anti-Putin. By the way, shout out.
I am not anti-Putin.
I'm not anti-Putin. And commit to America.
Shout out to Buff. Shout out to Buff. By the way, Vincent Voigt, we haven't heard from you, my friend. How are you?
Vincent. You guys were talking about Candace Owens, how she's fine.
Oh god.
Oh god, don't
please
don't.
I'm not just say you're gonna get Sophia upset again. Stop.
I'm gonna
Control
get
yourself.
upset. I am with Sophia on that. How dare you?
He's already taken by another white man.
Guys, I also wanted to update. I just saw that Politico is reporting that Philadelphia officials say they will not be reporting any more mail ballot results tonight. About 76,000 have been tallied so far out of 350,000 some received. What the fuck is going on?
They know that Pennsylvania is really
cheating. Shit show.
Dude, I just saw that in his home county, Lackawanna, he lost.
Oh, I believe it.
A lot. Yeah, by 10,000 votes.
Wow.
Did he win Trucksville? Did Trump win Trucksville in Pennsylvania? I want to know that, but
I don't know. Oh, and Hillary won it by 3 points last time. So that's pretty nasty. He lost in his own hometown.
What a loser.
I expected that to happen.
So we have
what a loser.
So we have Exile Judge and Vincent, and both of you guys are Korean. Do you know what's going on in the Korean?
Oh, really? Oh, ew.
In the Korean community right now in relation to Trump versus Biden? Can you give us the rundown?
I have no idea other than what I see on like the Korean TV that my mom watches. I mean, I don't think I mean, Korean culture generally has been more conservative, so I would have expected it to be more, I guess, in favor of Trump, or at least portraying him in a more objective way. But from what I have seen, they seem to be going the same route of most Western countries and kind of like vilifying him as this person that, just incites chaos and havoc everywhere he goes. But that's just from what I've gleaned. I haven't really like consumed very much Korean media, especially not about politics. But I don't know, maybe Judge has a better answer.
Do you live in LA too, or what?
No, I live in Houston.
Oh,
No.
It was really weird just because the riots didn't happen again in Koreatown. It actually happened in Santa Monica. It was like more like the Persian Jew neighborhoods that got hit pretty bad by like any of the kind of BLM Antifa rioting. Yeah. But people were like, I mean, people just remembered how things were like back in like 92. I don't know. I'm not like I'm not on the pulse of like how most Korean sentiments of how things are going. I think my parents didn't like Trump at first, and then they've been kind of like warming up to him over the years.
More important question: are you guys drinking some soju tonight?
No.
Hey guys, Koreans, I'm gonna be drinking soju tonight. That's the next thing I'm drinking.
Do you guys remember
some ginger beer? And
do you guys remember Minka?
Okay.
Yes.
No.
So Minka, she was called the world's largest Asian because she had the largest big breasts. I mean, fake, obviously. They were really big, and she was Korean. She came here from Korea. She was a tennis coach, and eventually she figured out that
tennis,
that you'll make more money not being in tennis but being in the pornography game. So speaking of No Nut November, by the way, we do want to do we want to do
amazing segues happening in just the past 10 minutes. Like amazing.
We want to
so good. Yeah, standing ovation. Yes.
we want to do an e-girl stream this November. I really want to book one real soon. So Jules,
let's see who can we get.
Put Vers on.
Put Jugs on.
I'll go on the e-girl stream.
Nice.
Sure.
Well, let's see who's
lay down some law, Jugs. I can't depend on Geo because he's too thirsty. Jugs, you gotta lay down
we need let's see, Sydney, Fat Lover. Who else?
Fat Lover 69.
You guys to be mutuals. I could have never.
I will test her will. I will test her thirst, as I am an actual fat guy. So
are we gonna get Merrick on?
I doubt that
get
she
Merrick
will go
on. That'd be amazing. We'll fuck.
That would be fucking.
Oh,
yeah,
please.
About that.
We'll get anarcho bimboism. We'll get her on.
This stream's gonna kill Gio.
Okay, so as far as Fat Lover 69 goes, I was in touch with her about coming on, and she says that she's just kind of anxious right now to come on the stream. I don't know, guys. We gotta reel her in because I would love to have Fat Lover 69 on.
We're very nice people. I don't know.
Yeah.
I will sue her soul. She will come on. Don't worry about
it. Oh, thank you, man. And who was the Merrick person you said, or what was that name?
Oh,
Merrick.
Anarcho bimboism on Twitter.
Wait, what?
She's a communist e-girl.
Only invite her in if you're gonna kill her on screen in my.
Jesus,
she believes that she believes in a communist utopia that there will be communist sex workers for the quote unquote social cohesion of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Apparently, she has sex in front of other people without their consent. But
yeah, I was about to say, let's get the other girl on here and make them fight on stream.
Yes! Make them fight!
We'll have Bruce. We will dissect.
Let's go!
We'll have Bruce on with her.
Let's fucking.
Oh my god.
Oh,
why are we going? Let's go.
Yeah,
where are we going?
I hope everyone else is having fun right now.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm imagining now like American. What's the other one?
Whoa. Hold up, Sophia. What were you gonna say?
I said they've already started to riot in downtown DC. So that just tells you who they think is actually going to win.
Oh no!
People have been beginning to punch each other for about 2 hours now.
Who was it that was posting the tweet about
Battle Royale
all around the White House? Big surprise.
Oh man, Jules, you gotta
axing Merrick and Savvy if they know what a goon cave is, and then hearing him describe what a goon cave is to them.
I'm gonna put the remix on. By the way,
we have to do like a bit or something where somebody goes out on the street and just go around asking random people if they know what a goon cave is. You have to do that.
Or they know who Chris Chan
is. Like a live break the rules stream episode, like out in the wild at a mall or something.
When I was in grad school, my buddy Bob, he's from Tennessee. Shout out to Bob. He's on Twitter. Bob Smithers.
You went to grad school. Fancy you.
Well, it was an MA.
He's
so
educated.
anyways, this was our philosophy MA. And we were like talking about different esoteric stuff, and we had a lot of similar interests. So I dropped a reference to Chris Chan, and he's like, "What do you mean, Jew? Who's Chris Chan?" And like literally, we were in the department office, and we like stayed there for 3 hours. I was trying to like describe all of the Chris Chan encyclopedic lore, and he's like, to this day, this has like been a few years since. This was like 2016. To this day, he's like, Gio, I'll never forgive you. I'll never forgive myself for the day I asked you about who Chris Chan is. So I'm like, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Is chat?
So okay? Back to election. What's going to happen in Pennsylvania?
We've not called a Trump win yet.
Yeah, no, but what's going to happen in Pennsylvania if they don't count the ballots then until Friday? Are they just going to like elect Trump anyways if he like wins in a landslide? Like, are they going to hold off, like, saying the final result till every...
It depends on how the other states go. So, if they don't need... He just has to get to 270. Once you get to 270, you can count the votes in the states that are contested until parts of your desire. But once you get to 270, that's it. So, it just depends on how fast we can
Why are people rioting already in DC?
Already rioting already?
Yes,
DC,
they
you're
started
mentally
rioting
retarded.
already.
Only a fucking retard would purposely live in DC.
That's true. Or
That's why
like
our
a
president's a
Satanist
retard.
or something.
Or if your career depends on it, I get. Okay,
And you're a Satanist, like I said, or if you're a Satanist, yeah.
Dude, Verse has been going off all night. he's on.
I'm just going through his TL right now. Apparently, so yeah, they are rioting
the
in
worst
DC.
city I've ever been to in my life.
It's the worst. You can't drive in it. You have no cell phone reception in it. Like, what the fuck? That's
I went to a bar in DC once with my friends, and they wouldn't let my friend into the bar because they said his real New York State license was a fake ID.
Well, you know why? That's because all the kids from George Washington and there's a bunch of universities in the city. They all have fake IDs, especially ones from New York because all of them come from New York to DC to go to school.
Yeah, and that's what my friend did. He came from New York to go to school in DC, and it's like it's his real ID, and he couldn't get into the bar. Never had that issue anywhere else. I've gone to Amherst a million fucking times, and that place is super strict with fucking fake IDs and shit. DC,
Guys,
retarded.
apparently, if you look, say this is a friend of the show, Atavism on Twitter.
Yeah.
Esoteric Atavism. He said just to go to Twitter and type in "I'm shaking already." So that have some fun with that. Oh look,
Right, so what do you guys? Okay,
K-pop stands. Let's see, wine moms, you name it. Like it's go to I'm shaking on Twitter.
Okay, what do you guys? What else are you guys using to keep up with the dates? Because there's I'll just look up Google for the poll numbers. They're just saying Biden's winning. Like, oh, he's up by.
I'm looking on Fox.
I'm literally just
Fox
using
is
my
terrible.
Neo Lib chat.
I know.
and trying as a way to get the updates and whatever you guys are saying.
I'm just glad. You know what? It sucks because, like, you know, I quit drugs, but I decided. But I was just like, I was really tempted to celebrate tonight. And you got, it's weird just because like all the coke dealers I know are like probably liberal. I think most like the one I know is like a very liberal guy.
Hey
so
man,
I just
I
can't.
voted for Biden. Did I get a discount?
I thought potheads would vote for Biden, but cokeheads would vote for Trump. I
that
don't know.
sounds more.
We have to ask Andy Worski.
Just like about the 80s nostalgia.
Yeah. Okay, if Florida has no problems, Florida will have no problems getting their like election night cocaine shit. But yeah, I was just like thinking it's gonna be huge. All right.
Well, in order to celebrate, I just had some CBD right now. I finished off whatever I had left in the bottle. I know, whatever. But it doesn't get me psychedelically high, so it's okay spiritually for me to take it, unlike the ones that do kind of raise the power level, which is something I got to develop my own free will. But it's going to get me into yes.
I was going to say that's what I've been told about it, that it's just like it doesn't actually get you high that way or anything.
Yeah, man.
Right?
No, it still gets you a bit buzzed, though. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but it is going to be something for, yes, I think
CBD is kind of bullshit, to tell you the truth. I don't know.
That's just what I've been told by that's just what I've been told by a Twitter friend who started having to take it.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
When I had sciatica, I took a CBD pill. It really didn't. I don't know. I didn't feel any different.
I've used CBD bath bombs and those were nice, but any bath bomb is nice, honestly. So
CBD poppers.
CBD poppers like Rush and Jungle Juice in Amsterdam, like poppers.
What?
I'm just
Never mind. Never mind. I don't. What am what? Animal nitrates?
Drugs?
What?
What
The
drugs?
unholy ghost? What?
This feels like a
I want some drugs.
Myself now.
To quote Nick Mullen, poppers are the only drug that only gay people can take. So
Yeah, that's
Not
true.
true at all.
Well, it's associated with gays.
Yes.
gay culture.
Yeah, I know. I used to work in a porn store and I sold them. I'm
Okay.
aware.
All right.
So-
Wait.
Dogs, that's not very.
No.
challenging.
Didn't the
That's
perfume? Okay, the perfume nationalist actually tweeted that he actually met Peter Thiel when he was working when he was a hotel management or whatever. He was a hotel manager, and Peter Thiel came in, and he said he just like seemed like a T-1000 in terms of like this like weird android robotic
Terminator bot.
Yeah, and then
Robot.
he basically had his very much younger date, and he later went up to his room to see what the fuck Peter Thiel did with that dude, and they found like condoms and Viagra, like, you know, packages did the
If you had $1 billion, do you think it would change your personality?
Yes.
If I had $1 billion, I'd be even more retarded than I already was.
Yeah, I'd be a bigger asshole. I'd probably just be a bigger asshole.
It would change everyone's personality.
Be a bigger asshole. I would just be more retarded somehow.
It would probably magnify your personality you already had, I would guess.
Money tends to magnify. Yeah, it does tend to magnify.
$1 billion would probably provoke you a lot less if you were a billionaire, though.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you can't.
Well, let's ask this question to Atavism.
By the way, I'm going through.
What's up?
Sorry, Esoteric Atavism is in the chat.
Atavism, welcome, friend.
Joker.
So
License to Brill. I love
License to Brill.
Atavism, if you had $1 million or $1 billion, would you change your person? Do you think your personality would be altered from that?
I think I've heard something like this posed before. Is that like your personality doesn't really come out until you have the means like that? You know what I mean? Like until you're free from the restraints of, you know, like trying to get food on the table. That's what you really are, is when you have the power in your hands. You know, like
give in to your inner Caligula.
Yeah, if you had the ring.
Exactly.
If you had the one ring and you could, you know, go invisible, what would you do? So
I would hang out in the girls' locker room.
Yeah, most who you really are is a horny dude. Is, you know. But
I'm a big piece of shit with $1 billion. And actually, I feel like Elon Musk, guys like Elon Musk and Theo, I think they're all billionairing wrong, really, because they're not fucking flying around in jetpacks everywhere they go, which would be what I would do. I'd be I'd be a huge asshole with, you know, with that type of monetary clout.
It would be really tempting to be a huge asshole.
A total social parasite.
I would dress up as the Rocketeer everywhere I go. I'd be like, I have the Rocketeer costume on, and it's like, hey guy, okay, and then I'll just like make some asinine announcement about what I had for lunch, and then just like, you know, put my head up towards the sky and start blasting, you know, get on my jetpack and just. You know,
do some Dan Bilzerian shit.
Dan Bilzerian.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
James,
how
what did
could
you
you
say?
not be Dan Barzani?
I said I would not care about being powerful if I was rich. I would just want to be as retarded as possible all the time and be like, no, you can't touch me. I'm a billionaire. I'm gonna keep being retarded. No.
Jules is shaking his head.
But does it make a difference though? Does it make a difference to be famous and rich, or just famous or just rich? Because like there are Instagram influencers who literally like pull in millions of eyeballs every day, but yet they're not rich by any like conventional metric.
Make bank. Those guys make bank though. Maybe. I mean, if you got like a certain level of clout, like.
I think if you had a certain level of clout nowadays in the attention economy, I agree with Alexander Barr that like money, it does matter at the end of the day, like in terms of sheer concrete raw power, but in terms of the attention economy, I'd rather have like thousands of people reading my ebook than like, I don't know, being like,
oh no, I would rather, I want the opposite. I would just want to have lots of money and not have the weird fame and trying to find out.
If I had
rich people, they don't talk about
have neither, to be honest.
If I had $1 billion, I'd be making my beautiful love child sci-fi masterpiece that's a mix of Deus Ex.
Oh, disgusting.
Matrix, trilogy.
Oh, like what Jeff
Star Wars prequels.
I just want power and influence. I don't care about the money. You can keep the money. I just want power and influence.
Caustic has a good point.
James, you would create like the Star Wars but good.
Yeah. Well, the prequels are good, but the rest of Star Wars is not. But
yes, space.
But my dream one day is to make a fucking super big, high scale maximalism fucking combination of like Deus Ex, Metal Gear Solid 2, Matrix trilogy, Star Wars prequels, and real world politics in this
MK Ultra
money. I play that game.
It's this insane action fucking masterpiece of fucking sci-fi cinema. And that's
$60.
I would buy Games Workshop and make them not be stupid and actually make good things.
Actually, this is a good question. So, can you have power without fame?
I'm not intentionally making people.
You can have power without fame. A lot of people.
So why don't people ask for that? I mean, of course, I want power and money, but my whole key thing was, I think, well, actually, this is why Iron Man 3 was an underrated movie, because what did he say about anonymity as being a power, like the antagonist in the movie? Did you guys remember to watch? You guys remember that?
That's just deep state propaganda.
I do not remember
Iron Man 3.
I remember that his power. But
I feel like it was a very underrated movie, but that's kind of like the line from Office, Office Space.
Is that the one with Mickey Rourke in it?
Yeah.
No, Rourke's in the second one.
Is that the one where he has PTSD?
Mickey Rourke plays Iron Man.
By the way, we have a great comment from Aman Sadhu. Well, we have 2 great comments from patrons. So our patron Caustic says, being a billionaire would just remove the superego. And Aman Sadhu says, a lot of business people who do well make great efforts not to be known by their real face and name. Hire a person to be a public face. Fame is a huge amount of pain. Although I guess
definitely the way to go.
Yeah,
I would go that way.
And I was gonna elaborate on that. About I've known people who are rich, who come from, who have inherited wealth. A lot of them are degenerates too. But the thing is,
that's tough.
But then I've known like a woman who was like literally an heir to the Rockefeller wealth, and she would deny it at first, but it was like found out it was true. But then but yeah, people usually downplay that. They don't want to be known for that. They have that how much.
That's the right way to play it.
How much money they're worth, what the net worth really is, and stuff like that.
Well, there's too many problems with that. Like there's even like confidence grifters. Like, have you ever watched the OKI documentary on that Charles Tilley guy?
No, I should probably make a note of it and check it out.
Yeah, he scammed this like rich old money French family out of millions of dollars by just saying that this like shadowy like Freemasonic group was after them, and he like convinced them of all this bullshit. It's hilarious.
Just a good storyteller.
Actually, can you type that in? Send me a message which one that one was. I'm actually
I'll find the video and I'll
con artist.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. That's crazy. That's pretty funny too.
It's like a four-parter too.
Actually, has anyone talked about the Nexium thing shit yet? The fucking sex cult and fucking alley.
Oh yeah,
got 120 years.
Talked about
he got sentenced
that
to
on the
120 years.
Skinwalkers tape the other night.
I was gonna say, if Trump wins again, which it's kind of looking like Trump is gonna win again. So like, how does QAnon work now? Does like
QAnon ensure Trump's victory? What do you?
Does everyone get fucking tribunals and we're gonna get
the kids get released from the underground tunnels?
Q predicted
Is Agartha gonna be?
Is Biden gonna get prosecuted? Biden can get
Hotep
prosecuted.
Sophia just got taken out of the stream because she was about to red pill us all on QAnon.
Wait,
hey, where's Sophia? She's here.
You ain't
Let me
not
tell you.
born or
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I'm QAnon.
You ain't not in porn incompatible.
Sophia, yes.
I thought we were talking about getting into porn a second.
Wait,
ago.
Sophia, yeah.
Q ain't
First
not.
of all-
It's just sort of like.
Wait, Jules, you gotta let Hotep Sophia explain QAnon. Hotep Sophia, what were you gonna?
Well, I'm not gonna explain it. I'm just gonna say this. First of all, Q is the bureaucrats. I've always said that this person, whoever, is directed by James Comey. That's my literal belief. This is a James Comey operation. So yes, a bogus banner, we might say, so we don't get banned. So this whole like the media hyping it up has actually really been horrible because most Trump supporters don't know anything about Q. They're not really followers of Q. And so this is another hoax that the mainstream media has actually played on their followers to get them to look into all of this stuff, because really the Trump supporters don't really care about the whole drops and all of that. They haven't been following it from the beginning. Or you have a lot of people who were following it off, or, you know, whatever, somewhere in between. They like the truth, but not, you know, completely committed to it. So the mainstream media tried to hype this up because they knew that Hunter Biden laptop was coming out, and they did not want to have that associated with them. And so now they're like reverse bogus banner psyoping people into like not believing what's on Hunter's laptop because of Q stuff that has nothing to do with Hunter or the laptop. It's the most insane. The people who watch the mainstream media, I don't really know how they're going to be able to function in normal society, because they have been told things that make absolutely no sense. Like, my dad is a normie, and so he says stuff to me. I'm like, Dad, what are you talking about? He said, well, isn't it? And I'm like, no. All of that is not true. None of it is true. Nobody said that. Nobody cares about that. The only people who care about Q are the people who are somehow grifting, or they're using it as intel, because it is sort of an intel drop, but you can't take every intel drop as a legitimate intel drop. That's dumb.
Yeah.
And most of the Q people have figured that out, I think.
I was more interested in the backroom dealings with China than any of the crack stuff that he was. I mean, I think there was a picture of him with a meth pipe, not a crack pipe. There's a nuance there. You got to get the drugs right. But no one put it.
But he also did crack though.
Oh yeah, of course.
Because he said he did crack with.
I only smoked crack once with
kid.
Alex Moyer, so I could look down on him. Because I only smoked it once. Right? I never smoked.
But
I
has
never
there
smoked
been in all the documents that were released? I know he had that audio Hunter Biden did talking about that Chinese, mass spy chief and all that stuff. Has there been any smoking gun piece of evidence linking not Hunter but his father directly to the Chinese government?
Yeah, there was like a quarter earning that was like 25,000 to this one account to him. And they believe it was Joe, but people are saying it's probably Joe.
Well, the money that went to the Joe Biden Center at University of Pennsylvania is a direct link. I mean, there's lots of direct links. It doesn't even matter about that. What matters is, are we going to get an attorney general and somebody in the Senate who's going to do something about it? Because these people their crimes are literally on display for everyone to see, and until somebody will do something about it, we get a non-bureaucrat into these positions, it doesn't even matter. I mean, Joe Biden should have been just like Hillary. This is why Trump, at every rally, he brings this stuff up, because literally this is what people are still talking about. The emails, the stuff, and now I once said Hillary Clinton has to be the most corrupt person in this country, but Joe Biden has got to be at least twice as corrupt as her. I've never seen anything like what the whole situation with I mean, Hillary's done some awful stuff, but
Sophia, let me stop you and say, Joe Biden doesn't even know where he is. So by that factor, I really can't say he's more corrupt than Hillary.
No, but he was in the Senate for 47 years. He knew where he was.
Oh, no, in the past. I'm talking
fellas, I got some news.
I'm talking presently, Hillary's more corrupt.
So apparently, Joe Rogan is doing this election stream. He's got of course 681,000 people, and he's got that fucking Kyle Kalinske on, and he's he's denying that social media is biased, because he's well, Chapo Trap House got banned once and they're Reddit came back, but it doesn't matter, they got banned. So oh my god. But of course the chat's disabled, so obviously. Yeah.
By the way, our chat is not disabled. Our chat is not disabled because we love our chat and we want them to contribute. James.
Didn't Chapo Chapo ended up endorsing Biden, didn't they? All those guys, everyone on top.
There was this meme that there was this meme that Matt Kreisman wrote in Hillary Clinton, but he probably voted for Biden. They all were oh well, Hunter's a Chad and he fucks and all the Twitter.
They're all admitting they did cocaine, by the way.
Chad, though. I don't keep up with the left. Could somebody explain to me what the Chapo gimmick is? What is the appeal?
Left.
Yeah, I don't watch these people.
They advocate universal health care. That's the appeal. So they're
like Reddit.
Universal health.
They're funny on Twitter, and the podcast is
and it's to a particular direction of the government centralizes the whole thing and then dishes it out. So if you need an MRI, you can wait 6 weeks unless you're insider class, right? Like in Canada, if you break your leg, it takes you don't get in America. If you break your leg, you can go see someone right now, right?
One thing
it's another issue, but you have to do it right now. In Canada, you could afford it, and they'd be you have to wait 2 weeks before you can see someone. And and they've even tried to make it illegal for you to come here to get immediate service. A lot of people that live and socialize where they have socialized medicine, will come here or go to other places for special treatments. The whole system's fucked Like you have to like insurance is not healthcare. Like I think
don't know. From what I remember, it wasn't really like that, man.
They want to like pitch health insurance as healthcare, and it artificially drives up all the prices when like everything should be dirt cheap in the first place.
Chapo, their basic like DSA, they have like a bit of.
They make $113,000 a month.
Yeah, they come from weird Twitter where they make like what is weird Twitter anymore? That's bullshit now. Like it seems to be dead.
I mean, I remember it was
They're
originally
edgy lefty skeptic types.
It was originally kind of spun out of like something awful culture, but
something. It's basically
what is it
something
now?
awful culture. Yeah. So Kyle Kulinski, he's like, you know, it's not about left versus right. It's about establishment versus anti-establishment, implying that Chapo is anti-establishment. Like I don't know.
You know, one thing leftists haven't really given Trump credit for. He actually pulled through on some passing legislation for like at least more transparency with the upfront hospital billing, which I thought was very kind of an important step in the right direction.
That's going to start on January 1st, alongside of the favored nations, where they're going to lower all the prices of the drugs. So a lot of stuff is going to happen on the 1st, but people don't know it because they don't watch any of the press conferences or the rallies.
I mean,
by the way, Sophia, what is your hot take on what happened to Lil Wayne after he endorsed Trump? Sorry to cut you off, Exile, but Exile then
G-Man, call me G-Man now.
G-Man, then Hotep Sophia on Lil Wayne.
And also before that, I love this mini Modu tweet. Look at this. Boy, howdy, they're really biding their time with tabulating these votes.
Just meant to say, Fulton County, Georgia count temporarily halted. So we're just gonna. I knew this was gonna fucking happen.
They're in seething cope mode.
Yep. The top trend on Twitter right now is like Bernie or something. It's so much cope, dude.
Cope and seethe, copium.
So there was someone one of my friends is mutual with, and they were like, yeah, he was gonna write in Bernie, and then he ended up voting for Biden at the polls, and then he was fucking crying afterwards, regretting it.
I mean, I voted for Kanye. Also, I'm like, it's really disappointing he hasn't won. He's not gonna win.
Yeah, baby, let's fucking go.
I think he's gonna beat Joe, though. It looks like he's gonna beat Joe
in California.
Joe Jorgensen.
Oh, Joe. Oh, speaking of Joe Jorgensen, have you guys seen that Joe Jorgensen's Bizarre Adventure thing I posted earlier on today? Here, I'm gonna find it right now. And by the way, new people who are watching this, if there are new people here, you know the drill. You must subscribe to the show. You know, we gotta.
Family at gunpoint. Tell them to subscribe to the show.
Yes, hold your family hostage. They must subscribe. It is an absolute must this time around. We are not fucking around. We need to grab more people into this thing and grow it, and we are so grateful for everybody who is joining us right now, who is not watching Joe Rogan with Kyle Kulinski. By the way, wasn't Alex Jones supposed to be in that one? Is he in that one?
Yes, he was, Lev.
He was? Wait, he was supposed to be he was in there.
No, he was supposed to be in there.
And he wasn't?
Joe told him that he would.
And he wasn't?
He's not there.
Man, that really sucks. See, this is why
he's doing his own stream.
This is why you should subscribe to BTR, because we are going to have
Joe
everyone
have always had kind of like
breaking
a
the rules out
relationship.
The last podcast where he was on, Joe was just fact checking him like.
I mean, there's nothing wrong.
He was right about everything.
But there's nothing wrong with fact checking. I like the fact that he was fact checking. I think everything needs to go through and just be really, really saw through with a fine-tooth comb in order for everybody to kind of make sense of it. But this is
years ago.
Joe?
He was like basically throwing Alex under the bus when he was interviewed by Anna Kasparian. And then they made up. I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on.
Well, the weirdest thing was I remember there was something that Jones posted about Joe Rogan's black daughter, and that was like that. I thought, okay, he may have crossed the line with the relationship with Joe Rogan.
Has a black daughter.
Stepdaughter.
I didn't know that.
She's a stepdaughter.
I feel like you were talking about my girlfriend's deep state family or something.
What?
What? Okay, Jules, there's more than like a lot to unpack here. What's going on, dude? What's going on?
Don't rile him up, man.
Jules is starting to glow, dude.
You guys sound like bats in the belfry over there. That's what I tell my girlfriend. I tell my girlfriend, like, yo, you have bats in the belfry. And then I tell people that bats see with their ears.
I imagine is that like the way you tell her she's a booger in her
Lev
mouth?
is so delirious.
What the fuck? What?
No.
my God.
What does that mean?
Hey, just to touch base, I just want to point out how fucked up our healthcare system is. It took Trump.
He loves the
to
healthcare
basically-
system now. They're like actually communists, I think. I'm like, well,
Fellow travelers. We use the term fellow travelers with that. I mean, I think people should be using that for Trumpsters at this point. Fellow travelers, you know.
I like that.
Or Trumpsters, you know, for Trump. Anyway,
maggots. Pulse of the
but
maggots.
he, you know, Trump recently helped pass the legislation for, you know, forcing hospitals to provide upfront costs for people. I mean, it's fucked up how our medical system, like, you know, mechanics can get away with less, basically. About, I mean, mechanics had a reputation of being kind of shisty about, you know, charging for fucked up repair, like, you know, just unnecessary repairs, blah, blah, blah. Well, like the medical system entirely has been running like this. While we have, like, you know, while even California has put laws in place for auto mechanics to say, you know, you can't, an auto mechanic can't simply just charge you for anything after the fact he fixes it. Like he has to put the, you know, costs up front. It's like, okay, this is what's going to be, how much you're going to have to pay. You want to get this fixed, you know, or you could go to a different car mechanic and he'll get a second opinion or whatever. Like, you can't even do that with the medical system. You come in broke, and then, you know, you get they give you a fucking.
For people who have assets that the healthcare system is like, if you don't have anything, they can't, like, they'll treat you when you're in the emergency room. The whole insurance fraud thing is to secure people with a lot of assets.
You have a long-term
right?
illness,
So-
you're pretty much fucked. Yeah.
So they want to put everyone on the insurance to make it cheaper for the people with the most. But people don't understand the optics, because it's really easy to, like, elevator pitch. You don't think everyone should have health care? Like, we need universal health care. Like, we got to get everyone on healthcare insurance. Like, that is not health.
It was even in the
Insurance,
first.
not healthcare.
Definitely, we need universal health care.
It was in the first few episodes of The Sopranos where they were defrauding that the doctor.
And they can pay for what they want.
With COVID.
Okay, well, the other problem is
support
charging.
the old people, because the young people are basically
burdened
with, because young people don't need healthcare as much as old people. So this the young people paying for the healthcare for the oldest, and it's something that I think communities, churches, families are better suited for. Or if you want to increase Medicaid or Medicare, just say that, just do that. Instead, they do this whole language game rigmarole where, and then they make it impossible to debate it in the media, which means it's impossible to debate it in cocktail parties. Like, how many hours do people have to basically talk about a conflict of visions and say this side and that side and this side and that side? And so you kind of have to find ways of just, like, really cutting through the noise.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's a lot of bullshit noise that goes on with the healthcare debate, but I think one key thing to point out is just that the problem is the hospitals charging. You know, the hospitals have a charge master system which needs to go away. That alone, you know, obfuscates pricing of, like, expenses, tools, medicine, or whatever services, you know, they provided, and it's basically coded into this weird charge sheet. And, you know, people are given this random bill. People don't even know what they're being charged for. And, you know, that whole charge master system's dicked up. That should be banned, as far as I'm concerned. But also, in terms of that, there's also and people aren't also asking why hospitals are charging so much. You know, like, you know, if you're issued a Advil pill while you're, you know, staying at a hospital, the Advil pill, which would be like $1, like $2. I mean, they're charging, like, you know, $10 a pill for something like Advil when you're like you're bedridden.
Also charging for skin to skin touch with a mom and her newborn. Like, what?
Yeah. So this is stuff that needs to be. I think even it's going to affect us within our lifetime. Something happening to us, this is going to affect us, and why our healthcare costs are just.
The people at the top of the hospitals and the pharmaceutical companies need to be taken care of in Minecraft immediately.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Violently in Minecraft by some creepers.
Yes.
By the way, I want to call on Atavism. I'm curious about what you think of the election so far. You've been here on the stream for a while, but we haven't really heard your thoughts. So it's time for you to go solo. Let us know what you think.
I'm kind of a meathead. I'm just scrolling through Twitter. I don't follow any of the polling or the any of the in-depth stuff. I'm just kind of going by word on the street.
Well, you say you're a meathead, whatever, but it's like you are an example of someone who is utilizing a lot of vitalism, and it's something that is sorely missing in a lot of people's lives, which I think will improve a lot of people's lives the more that they find out about what their body is capable of. So, you know what, forget the fucking election, let's focus on self-improvement, and just tell us, like, what has been your experience in improving yourself.
Yeah, way to give me a spotlight there, actually, but I don't know. I like lifting. I like strength training.
How's your diet? What do you like eating?
Oh, I eat basically like autistically, like raw eggs, like white
raw
rice.
egg nationalism.
Yeah, I'm on the raw egg train. Like
You're on the raw egg
unironically.
train. All right.
Like,
by the way,
like,
I'm gonna get some
unironically
raw
the best
milk
person.
coming in tomorrow.
That's the shit. Actually, that's.
How many eggs can you eat in a day, or do you usually would eat in a day? What's like a normal?
Egg like 6 first thing in the morning is what I like to get. A lot of protein.
Omelet, man.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, raw, man.
You don't worry about salmonella.
Yeah.
Well, I've been doing it for like almost a year now. I think I'm good.
Salmonella.
Yeah, that's BS.
So-
It's like prostate cancer for not busting a nut. It's Reddit propaganda. It's Coomer propaganda.
Exactly.
Wait, by the way, speaking of not busting a nut, have you had any Kundalini experiences yet? What's the status on the Kundalini?
Kundalini. I haven't been practicing, but I do a lot of stretching. And I don't know if I'm feeling my chakras being unlocked. Is that how it works? Or
So you do a lot of breathing techniques, and eventually for me what ended up happening is I started feeling liquid going up and down my spine, especially when I breathe in and out slowly.
That's cum.
Spinal fluid.
That's
spinal cum.
Yeah.
And eventually
spinal tap, spinal cum.
Yeah.
It's real. It's real.
Yeah. Well,
There's a God is in the semen. Old.
But what I still
saying.
don't get is this,
the sacred seed.
because the semen is still created, right? So when it comes to somebody like the king of Thailand, who's a really big playboy, he rented a whole just an entire hotel in Switzerland.
Have you seen those photos of him?
Yes.
Like he just fell in love with a weird witch apparently, and he likes dressing up as a fucking queer. I don't know.
I know he's an interesting fella, but the point that I'm getting to here with the King of Thailand is that in this video by Robert Seffer, I recommend everybody look up Robert Seffer. He has an amazing.
Oh, did you see my post about him the other day?
No, that's a coincidence. I'm gonna take a look at it, but
I'm a big fan of his.
Same here. I saw that video on the Vril Society. Very, very fascinating stuff. And the point that I'm getting to is that he was talking about the awakening of the serpent with Kundalini and all that, referencing the King of Thailand, who booked this hotel in what is going on with me? I just said it right now. In Switzerland, had got all these dakinis or whatever you want to call them, all these tantric practicing girls with him, and just had endless amounts of sex. But the idea from what I'm getting here is that he has sex, but he doesn't come. So
that's tantra, yeah.
Yeah, tantra. But when you're dealing with sperm, like the nature of actual physical sperm, it's not like the sperm is going to shoot up the spine. There's no tube for the sperm itself to shoot up the spine. So it's spiritual energy that's shooting up the spine. But what happens to the sperm? So obviously it's not going out, but where is it staying? Is it just hanging out? What is going on with the actual liquid physical sperm? I don't know if this is going way beyond.
Oh, this is exactly why they say pee comes out of the nuts.
There's one quote from Nietzsche.
It comes out of the nuts.
That says
that's why you got
that it's reabsorbed into the blood, or something like that. It's probably
it goes into your pineal gland.
Ancient, vitalist bro science. So apparently Jimmy Kimmel, with 200,000+ likes or faves, says that this is like being awake during your own surgery. And of course, the cope and seethe in the replies. So is it sure that Trump is going to win, or I don't know what's going to happen?
Well, looking at the map right now,
too soon.
Biden.
It's just close. It's very close.
From what I know,
mail some stuff to Jimmy Kimmel's house if you catch my drift.
Oh boy.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft. Okay.
In Minecraft.
No, in real life.
I used to like.
Jesus now.
I used to like the.
We'll get Baked Alaska to go to Jimmy Kimmel's
Oh,
house.
going on with him. I
Mace
should be watching his stream because he's gonna get shot or something.
I don't want to see that.
We're
man.
approaching the date where I think it was Borzy on Twitter that said we're approaching the possibility of him getting shot live on air.
Sure.
So.
Oh well.
So Joker goes on Jimmy Kimmel.
So here's the
Chinese yuan is tanking.
Get what you
apparently.
fucking deserve.
So here's the updated map right now. Biden 209 and
Werewolf,
Trump 118. So this was pretty sudden with Biden getting 209. I think that was from California. And from all these areas, they kind of like all went up at once. But what is going on with like the most important ones are like Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, right? These are the and Florida
Arizona.
too.
Holy shit! Do you think Biden could win?
Maybe.
Of course he could win.
I think Biden could suck my dick.
Of course he could
I
win.
haven't even called
Yes.
Florida. Do they have Florida?
Yo, buddy, you're a Baked Alaska.
Florida's called for
Oh,
Republicans.
Biden, get sucking, baby.
By the way, Yoba.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm
Cut
really
his camera,
glad
cut his
James
camera.
doesn't. Okay.
By the way,
You're
Yoba
wearing pants, dude. I'm glad you're wearing
is
shorts.
accurate.
Ohio.
I'm having fun.
To Trump, so I don't
Yeah.
even understand. Like they've basically, well, they won't call it, but it's all been basically reported. So, no.
I guess do a stream in on Jeff Toobin masturbating on Zoom. By the way, I found
He'll
Instagram.
be on for the Kundalini stream.
November.
No, he'll be on for the Goon Cave stream.
Oh man, you should invite Jeff Toobin here.
I'm always
I had that
afraid
meme on
I'm
Twitter, by the way.
gonna fucking start jerking off while I'm still in the Discord voice chat.
I already did, man. I just like nutted like 5 minutes ago, and that was.
Oh my god, this stream is falling apart.
Dude, this is the
This feels like a Skinwalker stream. What the hell is going on?
Fire. What are you talking
It's
about?
amazing.
I'm fucking keeping this stream afloat, GM.
We've been going for 6 hours. That's
Apparently-
incredible.
I think this is our longest.
We're gonna start talking about Destiny.
Is this our longest stream? Is this the
I
record?
think it's the longest stream, yeah.
Definitely.
So it is the year of Baked Alaska, but he forgot like one key feature. It is going to be the last year of Baked Alaska.
Oh,
What are you doing? What? Okay, so what's Baked Alaska doing right now? Is anyone?
I think
dumbass.
if you go to his D Live, maybe you could find out.
He's a D. How he has a D live?
He got kicked
all
off.
these sites I don't even know.
Doing illegal stuff.
He's doing
Hey.
something stupid. I can tell
He's
you
doing,
that.
that's basically.
Is he in Florida? Which state is he in? Is he in Florida? He'll be all right in Florida, I
In
think.
Alaska, it's in the name, dumbass.
Alaska.
Oh, you got me.
I thought he was in like Chicago or something.
Yeah, he'll get shot in Chicago.
Chicago.
He'll get shot. In
I
Chicago.
thought he.
Iraq. Yeah, I'm surprised.
I thought he just went there to hang with Nick. I don't remember.
The only
Yeah.
reason
I don't know.
any of you are getting shot is if you're provoking people directly.
He is
Yeah.
provoking.
That's what he's
That
doing.
person has beef with you.
Were you? Did you?
No,
watch-
you could also get
Where's the
shot
gun at,
simply
you
by
fuck?
being in the vicinity.
Does everyone
of people
remember
who
the
are
stream?
shooting guns.
Gorski did, by the way.
That's completely
Come and fucking like misunderstand you. Like
Yeah.
it's just like not gonna happen. And
He's
so I
literally-
think
he's, like,
I
walking
think the
in
media
these, like,
blows up a
convenience
lot of
stores.
stuff. I think
Oh,
the
geez,
media
I was gonna say,
exaggerates
he's
a lot of
operating
stuff.
on
There's
Andy Worski mindset.
copycats, but I think that honestly, it's not so bad. I think America's enormous, and they grossly exaggerate the tension and polarity.
Yeah.
Because you have these random freak accidents, but generally, like we're actually like very like people. I think get along much better when they're communicating out in the open, and not with this like mega corporation just like network of like what it's all the major news companies. Like they don't have any credibility anymore. Like they're wrong all the time, and they present themselves as if they're the only people like responsible people should be listening to, right? So I just think that model doesn't work.
Speaking as someone who's living in LA, but living in like the west side of LA, they've been boarding up shops. A lot of the shops here, a lot of the like the restaurants and the yeah, a lot of restaurants here are boarding up, but I don't think it's going to get bad. It's been very quiet. The violence has been sporadic because it'd be just been certain areas. Lakers, like it's funny because like last week, I think a lot of energy came out with the Dodgers win or Dodgers loss. So then there was like a riot. There was
basically a riot for that. Yeah,
I've heard really bad things about the Dodger dog. By the way, can you confirm is the Dodger dog pretty bad?
I don't actually. I don't remember the last time I had a Dodger dog, but I still eat like a fucking. I still eat bacon wrapped hot dogs from hot dog stands from illegals serving me. But
Gee, man, you bring up a good point on that, though. It's like, usually here in California, they kind of go nuts with the riots and stuff any chance they get. But really, it's been surprisingly calm for California lately. Yeah. And I think it's just because it's like, who are you railing against? This state is entirely on your side. Like, I think even the crazy people understand that.
Yeah, and the LA's just like... people are boarding up just in case.
Yeah,
it's just like this kind of a just in case thing.
I think I think they're going to go nuts regardless, but it's not going to be as big scale as it might be in some of the other cities.
But Oregon and Washington are going insane. But I mean, Washington and Oregon has been going bad for the past month.
Is it like 150 days straight in Portland?
What
or
if
something?
What if everyone's already tired? What if they all just want to take a nice nap, go to sleep?
Yeah.
What if they're already rioted it out? They've already done the rioting.
Another thing that's actually a legitimate thing I'm thinking too. Yeah. It's just that people have been
nice, the soju.
Dan's got soju for real. For real.
Got my fucking Vegeta shot glass. Let's fucking go, guys.
But here's the thing.
I don't think you need any more, man.
Gonna get alcohol poisoning on this stream.
Fuck yeah!
We're just gonna have like a dead body. We're gonna have a dead body on the stream.
If you donate $100 in crypto to BTR, James will do a Shunai style liquor slam, and he will.
Oh my
God!
Shunai. So
Jugs, I drink a lot. I'm not too fucked up. I'm just having a good time right now.
Oh no, I'm just kidding. Kidding.
But no,
that would be cool. You would be immortal forever if you died on the stream. That'd be really cool.
Say that.
So many views. Do it for Lev. Do it for Lev.
Do it for Lev. Do it for the views. Everyone subscribe if you want more content like this. You want to see people die of alcohol poisoning on the stream? Subscribe right now.
I look away for a few minutes, and you guys are trying to get somebody to die live on stream. What's going on?
Anything for the subscribers.
You know that guy from 4chan who killed himself on stream with a shotgun? You know that guy?
Oh yeah, with the rainbow cat thing. Yeah.
Me and my best friend, we had this bit that we came up with.
Hold on.
Because
all right, for everyone that subscribes to both BTR and Bad Filmcast, I will take a shot for every person.
Oh God!
Oh my God! Thank you.
Do not say
that.
Yes. Do not say that.
Don't do that.
Subscribe to the patron for both. I will fucking do 3 shots for it.
Oh my
God!
Showing us how it's done. Oh my God! Oh my God! He's showing us how it's done.
Let's fucking go!
Wow! Yeah.
Jules.
Oh, Jules.
Jules is just like calmly. So Jules is the jazz music playing in the background.
Subscriptions for every Patreon subscriber we get, I'll take an article of clothing off. So.
Oh my God.
Depends on what you want.
Hey, so
I think me and my best friend, we had this bit we came up with, and it was, how Shunai before he does the liquor slams, he's like 1, 2. It's like he'll go on D Live or wherever, and he'll like have like a revolver or something. He's like he'll like Bud Dwyer himself and be like 1, 2, 3. Shunai. It's just like fucking. Oh, I don't know.
I think
so dark.
It's so dark.
By the way, I think Dems will have to be forced, especially in blue area, even in blue areas where the riots will probably happen. They're going to be forced to lock down the protests themselves as well. I think because they're like it's like once election nights once they're it doesn't matter who wins, who will be president for the next 4 years. They're gonna the Dems will have to bring the hammer down on these riots, on these kind of Antifa tier riots.
That looks really good. That ice cream with Jules.
The military's coming.
I'm gonna have to get some ice cream for this. Hold on, I'll be right
Jules,
back.
What is that? Which one? What kind of flavor is it?
It's a real fruit ice pop.
Real fruit ice.
All right, I'll be right back.
So Hotel Sophia. Hotep Sophia, what is your fiery take on Lil Wayne and the reaction that Black Twitter had to Lil Wayne endorsing Donald J. Trump?
It was the same as what happened when Ice Cube just said that he didn't was trying to negotiate with them. First of all, people will think that Lil Wayne is stupid, and he's got a college degree, and he had like the hottest series of mixtapes sort of like ever in history. Like,
and he isn't a studio gangster. He came from like, where's that place in Louisiana? Honeycomb or Honeywell?
Holly Grove.
Holly Grove, yeah.
Sort of, but you know, just
sort of a studio gangster.
I was trying to negotiate with them. First of all, people think that Lil Wayne is stupid, and he's got a college degree.
Feedback.
And wait, that's me. Like the hottest series of mixtapes, sort of like, how did that happen? History, like, I don't understand.
A studio gangster. He came from like, where's that place in Louisiana? Honeycomb?
I'm confused. Holly Grove.
Holly Grove.
What is happening?
What are you looping? Is that you looping, Jules?
We all just got schizophrenia.
Yeah, seriously, Dogs. Oh my god. Collectively, who spiked all of our errors?
My brain is
we all just got activated.
The scopolamine hits.
When the scopolamine hits.
Oh man,
But in general, I think
we don't have.
I'm confused. I can't listen to myself in the feedback. Okay. I think that in general, the problem is this. Again, this is what I said earlier. They're just looking for reason to blame Black men for this loss that they're getting ready to have, and pretty much it just add into the. I mean, I just don't. I don't think that. See, the Democrats, they need celebrities. Celebrities is the only thing they can use to fundraise. It's the only like way they can get people to support them. But Trump doesn't need celebrities. Therefore, you know, when people do come up, it's not because they're needed. They're you know, it's a choice. It's a free will sort of choice and not a coerced choice. And I don't think that the Democrats like that. Black people can have a choice, really, from what we've seen, without using the slave rhetoric. It's just, you know, they don't want people to have a choice. Now, I think it's kind of weird that he came out and took a picture and all of that. I'm not really sure I understand that part of it, just because 50 Cent then went on to clown him spectacularly about, you know, taking the picture. But yeah, I'm not really sure what his end goal is, but I do know he's not stupid and he has a lot of money to invest. And just like T.I., he's trying to invest the money into the community. Actually, I don't know why more people wouldn't have, you know, when it's $500 billion of investments going to be coming into community, you would think more business owners would be jumping at the opportunity to try and meet with Trump, but they're just all so proud. So I don't think this is going to, I mean, it's not going to hurt Wayne. Nobody, people, it's just blue check mark. Blue check mark Twitter, adding this as a reason to blame someone for their loss, which means they will never figure out why they lost. They're just going to keep
seems like a
blaming
real crab
people.
bucket mentality when you like. That's
it
one
is
thing, looking at the replies. I'm like, this is a fucking crab bucket
I
mentality.
just want to
down.
I just want to say, if I ever meet Lil Wayne, I just want him to sign my 12-inch, Stunning Like My Daddy 12-inch. That was that's the one with the split. It's got the instrumental track, and then the other, like the original with the you know, Birdman vocals on it. I'm actually very confused by the song. I love the song, but he clearly says stunning. There's no T in it. There's no stunting. There's no stunting like my daddy, which I feel very weird about. But
well, people from his particular accent is not one that's easy to understand either. But I think that if you listen to like Juvenile or any of them that are from like Louisiana, like their accents are extremely difficult to understand, and they use slang that is not used by other rappers in the South, which makes them that much more difficult to understand. So for example, Louisiana slang, New Orleans slang and Houston slang are different, and also Atlanta slang is different. But then like you get like the DC rappers, our slang is also different. So you know, the slang and the way that the terms are used are also they're quite different. I always have a problem trying to understand which drug they're talking about, like dope or this or that or whatever. They're not talking about the same thing. And then if you talk to different people from different areas, they're also not talking about the same thing. So you have to ask, well, what's this? Well, what's that? Well, what's this? I do, because I'm trying to figure out what they're talking about. But yeah, it's just the slangs are just like weird, and the dialects are also quite difficult to understand. I'm not really a Wayne fan, to be honest. I like Atlanta rappers personally. I like some of Wayne's stuff, but I'm not really like one of these people who's even like a rap fan at this point. I like some rap from like the early 2000s. And
Fox News just called Arizona.
Yeah, it's for Biden.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's wrong. Fox News is wrong.
I don't know.
The votes for Arizona aren't even all in. Like
I was about to say, it's only like 8 o'clock there.
No, exactly. But they're calling it. Like that tells you this shit's.
By the way, I don't know
it's shady,
when I was away if Jules mentioned that he worked with Lil Wayne.
Did he really? Oh, that's right.
We just lost Arizona. By the way.
No, we did not just lose
Apparently,
Arizona.
Cory Booker won in New Jersey. How could they vote for him? My God.
It's not done. It's not over.
Can anyone explain Arizona being? I think this. Can anyone agree with me? Maybe like after Oh wait, you know what? I think this is how Biden won Arizona.
California immigrants.
Yeah, California.
What about all the Mormons in
Arizona? Is not called.
And share it with your friends.
No.
A lot of people from LA, San Francisco just moved back to fucking Arizona, or they moved back to, and also not New York, liberal shit-lived New Yorkers moved back to fucking.
It's not actually over.
It's not over, but the California exodus is the reason why Arizona is looking more blue, and it's the reason why Texas has been so tight as it has been.
Yeah.
I guess because all those.
Well, if that was true, then why wasn't Florida also as tight? Because you have all of the New Yorkers, the New Jerseyers, the coasters all moving down to Florida. So if that was true, then Florida would have also done that. So I don't think
maybe more of those people are Trump supporters than you think.
Yeah, I think those are the New Yorkers that were Trump supporters that moved out of New York. Yeah,
Californians probably brought their ideology with them. I don't know about the ones from elsewhere.
Well, that's my guess about why Arizona was lost. If we
lose, it's not over
is not
yet.
Lost.
It's not over yet. It's just
losing.
All I said was Fox called it. Fox.
Yeah, Fox is a piece of. They already called Virginia, which is still not done. I'm looking at the number of votes they have left. It is still. It might tighten. It's going to tighten, but it's not over yet.
Well,
they're assuming a lot about Fairfax.
I have a theory that Arizona flipped because all of the like hipster new age, like hippie hipster new agers, they went to Arizona instead of the Eastland Institute because it's too expensive in Big Sur. So they went to Arizona, the desert, to probably be like, I have to reawaken myself.
Yeah.
So
a lot of I could see a lot of.
There's
like
so
liberals.
many Mormons in Arizona though that still just does not. There's a huge Mormon community in Arizona, so it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, they hid there. The historic Mormons, the cults, they like the practice polygamy. They like hid in the mountains or in the
fundamental church of Jesus Christ.
Okay, as true as that is, the Arizona Republicans are kind of the John McCain types.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's true. You're right.
Boomers, never Trumpers.
Yeah. Not all of them, a lot of them, a lot of Republicans from California. I have a friend that just did this, moved over to Arizona. I know that's true as well, but from what I understand, most of the Republicans in Arizona are the kind of John McCain neocon types.
They'll vote for a career politician.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's all reshuffling. I think people are so.
By the way, there's a lot of Mormons in California, not just like there's
a lot is a strong word, but yeah,
but Arizona is like there's a very large Mormon community, and a lot of people don't realize that. Like Utah and Arizona, I think Arizona might have more than Utah even.
Really?
No, I'm pretty sure Utah has more.
No, wow. I mean, that would be a surprise to me if Arizona had more Mormons than Utah, but also there's a Mormon community in Vegas as well.
My internet.
But from what people.
Can Mormons
Bruce is saying they called it for Trump. Where is he getting that from?
Is Vegas?
They haven't called Arizona because they have 2/3 of outstanding election day votes to count. So literally, they've counted early votes in 1/3 of votes from today. So
we didn't have a real like number till like at least a week, maybe 2 weeks.
No, it's gonna be by it. They have to. Well, first of all, I don't think it's gonna take that long. They have. I know some places they have a deadline, and what will happen is that the GOP can sue for them to move more expeditiously. So I think that we're probably going to start with the lawsuits in the morning.
I'm looking at New York. In New York right now, this is interesting. So there are still more votes to count. This is not that much of a lead as I thought it would be here. That's interesting.
Trump's got more than I thought.
It's because Trump has all of the European ethnic communities in New York, like Astoria is full of like Italians and Ukrainian people or whatever.
Russian Jews are very pro-Trump.
Really?
What I feel, what I sense.
A lot of like first New York should be separated into upstate, the city, and Long Island, because then upstate would be red, city would be blue, and then Long Island would be purple.
Yeah.
And that would be the most.
Oh, I got a stamp. I got a plumber's job tomorrow.
By the way,
I could say that because I'm Italian.
Do you remember? You remember that guy from Long Island, Joey Bananas, or no? What was his name? Joey Salads, who
Joey Salads.
Wait,
he's from Staten Island.
Saladino
now.
Oh, Saladino.
You know, he peed in his mouth. He
started dating a porn star.
And he tried being a porn star.
He's a porn star now.
He was dating a porn star. I don't know if he's doing. Is he doing porn? I don't know.
Jules, what
did you say? Past him.
He's doing some maple.
We're talking about Vicious guy, who's on the stream.
I think we should get Joey Salads on here.
Joey Salads.
It can't be that hard.
He campaigned.
He comes cheap now.
Serious. He peed in his mouth, and then he was like a serious candidate.
Well, he got a check mark. No. He got a check mark on Twitter. That's what happened, and then he got suspended.
God.
And then
he got suspended.
That's why he has so many views and viewers.
He got banned with the check mark.
Yeah, he used to be a social experiment channel.
He stopped being useful.
Oh my God! Byzantium in the chat said Joey Salads pissed in his own mouth on camera.
Yes, he really did that. That's the only thing I remember about him.
Yeah,
I remember his social
He's a
experiments
mouth
were cringe
pisser.
as fuck.
Oh yeah.
Like, can I kiss like a burqa woman in public or something?
No, actually.
Oh yeah.
Hey, talking about people getting shots in live stream. So.
Oh God.
Do people do like okay? So do you guys remember? Okay, so here's the thing. I don't know what Baked Alaska what Baked Alaska will do to get shot, but I just remembered Worski almost getting arrested.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Aim.
Yeah, the gun incident. Oh, that's classic.
That was great. Yeah,
was
I think Ethan Ralph was with him in that night.
Wait, guys.
No, that was failure from the morning Kumite.
Guys, Joey Salads has his number on Instagram, and it says text me. So Lev, if you want to text Joey Salads right now to tell him to come on stream, 917-540-8768. Let's fucking go, Lev.
We got Joey Salads on here. Cool.
Is it public information though?
Because he has it on his own Instagram.
Okay, so it's public
This
information.
motherfucking doctor.
Geo, you should.
Doxer.
Geo, you should check versus Twitter.
Okay,
it's right here. It's right here.
Oh yeah,
By
it's
the
he's
way,
going
Joey,
off right now.
Joey Salads
He's going
isn't
off
the
on a
first
particular
right-wing
friend of ours.
What? What?
Joey Salads isn't the first right-wing figure to pee in his mouth, by the way, or like something.
No.
Or the last.
Because Gavin McGinnis peed in his
Gavin
in
did a dildo thing where he
in a bowl of cornflakes and ate that back in like 20 something. I don't know.
Gavin also
oh
stick
my
things up his ass
God!
on stream?
Merciless.
Yeah, dude, he's
He's going
He
off.
is.
Sorry, I need to go into my alt account in order to fully see. Oh, did I say that? Did I mention that? No, I don't have an alt account. I just have left. I use my father's account. Put it that way.
Right, just like how your mom makes you watch 90 Day Fiancé.
man.
You don't
Yeah,
like
really.
watching it with her. Okay, Gio.
Dude, I'm not gonna
My
pretend
mother
that.
makes me watch 90 Day Fiancé so hard that I know like the lore and the backstories.
Yeah, you know it better than me, and I
love
enjoy watching it with my wife.
Hey, did Wisconsin go red?
Oh, no.
Did
I
Wisconsin
love that
go
you
red?
do that with your
looking
mom,
like it.
Gio. It's great.
Isn't that pathetic though? That like
Wisconsin's looking
Remus
right.
has an excuse. He watches it with his wifey, but me,
No,
it's like
I watch it with my wife
Ohio is-
unironically. It's
Ohio is
hilarious. I
GOP
love that
though.
show.
You don't know
When your
anything about
mom makes you
Wisconsin
watch
stuff.
something like
Hey, I called it. I called it, didn't I? I had drama with that motherfucker. And Doc started doxing everyone and backstabbing all his like former,
You're behaving so feminine.
Didn't you put a hex on him or something?
Probably live close
Yes,
to
I
each
did.
other.
Yes, I did.
You did black
I'll
magic.
go down
Don't put
record and say I
hexes.
put a hex on him.
Don't put hexes on people.
Is
Yeah,
he
don't
from
hex
Wisconsin? This particular
I'm
person?
okay. All right, I
It's
say
bad
this
for
because
your soul.
all right, that shit's like
Wisconsin's
psychological
looking
warfare. I didn't
red,
actually. I don't have those capabilities yet.
Yet.
I don't know any. The only
Ominous
Haitian I
yet.
know is a fucking. He used to sing in this band called Cerebral Ballsy, and
That's a pretty good name.
Cerebral balls.
That's a pretty good name.
yeah, and then he's
That's
a
terrible.
fucking junkie. So he's the only Haitian I know. I don't know. I don't think he has any hex skills.
Lev, did you text Joey Salads?
I just texted Joey Salads right now.
Let's fucking
Yes.
God.
Yes, let's go.
Yes.
Now
Is he
one of our
actually coming in?
Okay. So one of our guests,
Fuck the
Vish Burra. We both know Vish Burra. So Vish Burra, he was the campaign manager for Joey Salads, and Vish Burra was also on our show.
Incredible synchronicity.
Do it. Let's fucking go.
It's a very
Dude,
small sphere.
I want him to piss in
I'm
his
very
mouth.
unpopular in.
I'm just gonna that's all I want from this. It's like, bro, come on, nut up or shut up, man. What? Get together. What do you?
This wasn't the easiest shirt. I was just pulling Alex Jones.
It's your calling card. That'd be like Batman not beating up a whole bunch of, let's just call them crooks, dude.
One of the best Twitter edits I ever saw was like the bat sign, but it was like Paul Scholas's avatar. It was like a shadow of him, so it's like calling Lindy Man to yeah, I don't know why that's so funny.
That sounds really cursed though. Yeah.
Lindy Man, powerful.
We need Lindy Man on the show.
Joey
That would be
Salads,
Will he come on?
I'm calling an Uber to
Paul
fucking
Scholas
die
will not come
right
on.
now.
You know the best part about this like circle here is that I think most of us know the Dickie Spence meme about the Swiss cheese and mushrooms.
Oh yeah.
So like
rent free in my head. I think about it.
Hilarious.
I don't think I'm familiar with
We
this.
have to be so online to get that fucking reference. Like I can't believe I know it, but it's just such
Who said they
compound-
haven't seen it? Someone hasn't seen it?
Yeah, I don't think I'm familiar with
You can
this.
find it at many different places.
It's like, man,
I fucked that up.
Fuentes was ripping on him for a long time over that. That was pretty good.
Swiss cheese? What?
You don't know the Swiss cheese meme with Richard Spencer. Okay, there's
He
him
likes a
talking
burger
on
with
live
Swiss
stream.
cheese.
Oh my
And,
god! The way
Yeah,
he
caramelized
says
onions
it.
and
melted
mushrooms.
Mushrooms.
There's a tweet where that someone puts like a picture of him and it's like, hold up, sis. And it's like, and I'll be getting those fried onions they be having, and that's on that. And that one really lives rent free.
No. The best one was when people like Milo leaked his like fucking Mega maniacal rage out
That was
about
such
like those little and then like he says all that octoroon
They
shit.
look at someone like me, and I look down at. I can imagine his thumbs going like.
And,
Oh my god!
So that and someone made a meme where he's like in the restaurant, like, sorry, sir, we were out of Swiss cheese. Just like,
oh no!
Like,
I didn't see that.
Oh, cool!
Yeah.
Oregon legalized mushrooms, psilocybin.
What? Yeah.
DC too.
Oh,
Fuck yeah.
okay.
Now we're
I
gonna
think
have
DC was trying to legalize ayahuasca too. I was like,
Ayahuasca?
oh my goodness, I can't pronounce it.
Yeah, let's not legalize ayahuasca. Well,
No, they're trying to. No, in
that's
DC, I
a
think
mistake
that
right
they
I don't like
did.
that.
Like,
Yeah.
it's gonna be insane.
We're opening up the door, and most of these
That's funny,
normies,
though.
don't know how to handle this shit.
They're gonna get destroyed.
They barely know
It's
how
gonna
to
be
handle
horrible.
Let's fucking go!
Hey, is Joey coming on?
James is so
Lev, is
excited
Joey
about
coming on?
I don't know.
think-
It brought me to some kind of weird contact form,
Hero,
so
what
I
is
don't
this
know.
tweet?
This may be just a way for him to do marketing.
Joey on Instagram. We need to make this happen. This
Let's
is gonna
see.
like,
Let's
Hey,
see.
yeah, he should get on. We really,
I said this earlier, but I'm gonna say this again. The Chinese, their currency dipped massively. Like it just, like they're
it's down.
They're not
Like-
very excited about this.
It's way down, way down. I saw that.
They're running out of money. They're like, they're gonna have a food shortage. So
So my girl Anna from one of my group chats who's tuning in after I shill this in there. So
nice.
Anna, thank you for watching. And anyone else from the group chat that's watching.
Thank you for, and don't forget to subscribe, Anna. Subscribe right now. This is a great.
Hold your family at hostage.
Yes,
and tell
exactly.
them to subscribe at gunpoint.
Yeah, and make them click the bell too, by the way. I always forget to mention the bell. The bell is very important. It is important for all of us. So, I don't know. What is it looking like right now? I'm looking back at this fucking map. So, we have all these pinks. We have so many pinks. We have a lot of pinks, and we have bright blues. There are only like 2 like light blues, a lot of pinks, and a lot of bright blues. So, what does this tell us? Hotep Sophia, what do you think is going on here?
Pink pill.
What I think is going on here is suppression. They're trying to get people upset enough that they'll just concede, because now the name of the game is how many people can they get to concede? Like how many candidates can they get to concede? Because once you concede, you can stop counting the votes. And so now they're literally running an operation to try and get Trump to concede, which is what they kept asking him at all of the debates. Will he concede? And so as long as he doesn't concede and he waits for the votes to be counted, it'll be fine. What usually happens is Republicans concede before the votes are counted, and then they either don't count them, but once you concede, that's it. You can't take back a concession. So the best thing that anyone can do is just wait until the votes are counted. And if they're not done tonight, oh no, I have to go. Actually, I'm glad you asked me.
Yes,
I need to go.
And I'm exhausted too. I was standing up.
I gotta go. I'm gonna go to the grocery store. Actually,
how long are we gonna keep doing this for?
Okay, I sent Joey Salads a message right now. I have no fucking idea if he sees it, but here it is. Here's the message. Just so this is proof. This is proof that I send Joey Salads the message. So we will see what happens. I don't know. Hotep Sophia, I just want to thank you so much for being here. You were in the inspiration for this election stream. I am so thankful that you gave me this idea to do this. Thank you so much.
I love you so
much. I love you guys.
I love you.
The go-to.
All right.
Take care.
I love Hotep Sophia. She's so fucking big.
She's the best.
She's the
best.
Yeah,
She's
and
the best.
I feel like this.
Hotep.
We have like Hotep Sophia, Geo, and Jugs. It's not a real
the perfect yin yang.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
So, Verse, who is this guy that?
Hotep Sophia is like the perfect Geo counterpart.
Oh my God! Wow.
Okay,
you guys are destined.
Well, we're both black, so that's.
wait. Geo, you're talking about Verse.
Wait, you're talking more intelligible to me than when Geo speaks half the time.
Wait, you're talking about Verse, but Verse is not here on the stream right now.
Geo starts talking about
so where is Verse?
Like the fucking whatever these words are that come out of his mouth. Like every single person I've heard that's listened to Geo has been like, "What's up with that guy? He speaks very mesmerizingly." Everyone I know that's heard Geo speak has been like, dude, is that guy speaking in tongues? Like, what the hell is coming out?
Too powerful for them.
I like his demeanor. You know, I think he's he's just a good guy.
Oh,
you know?
by the way, we have a great comment. We got a great comment from.
I send Geo a DM, and like he will never respond to it.
Oh, fuck. He doesn't even respond to my DMs. Don't worry about it.
But then I come on my show, I'm like, oh.
I'm terrible at responding to
No. Geo, okay, we have a comment from Tayfield Reed. Don't end it. I just started drinking. Then he says then he says power.
Tayfield Reed, what are you drinking tonight, girl?
Yeah, what are you drinking? and then he says
I'm assuming that name's the girl's name.
And then he says
if you're
power.
A guy, I'm very sorry you have a girl's name.
Then he says power, and then he says Trump wins Ohio. Okay, let me take a look at the map. Let me see what's going on.
Yeah, he did.
Nice.
I posted a 2016.
Who is this guy that Verse is responding to? It's called something racist. I don't like some guy.
Esoteric racist.
Yeah,
right,
like what is he
get
got banned?
Can we get subs to fucking Bad Filmcast and I'll do another shot? Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Someone ban
Esoteric Racist.
Is he banned?
Spotify.
No, not Esoteric Racist. My friend.
Bad Filmcast.
His name is Mega Racism Hate. What? He got banned. Mega Racism Hater.
Wait. Is he a mega hater of racism, or is
I think,
he
well, he got his account suspended, so I guess he was Fed posting or something. And
Where is this?
And Verse is responding to it. Verse is responding to it, but unfortunately I can't
that's awesome.
see the tweet because it's from a suspended account. So, so brave. Apparently this guy was really Fed posting because I'm seeing the replies right now. Oh my God.
Where is this?
This is on Verse Laloon's account, mega racism hater.
I'm looking. I don't see him reply. How long ago was this?
This was like a few tweets down below the other person's tweet that he's responding to.
Oh, let's go. We got a fucking sub in the chat.
Verse, hey guys, remember when we were the delusional one?
And we have a cat in the chat. Look at this beautiful feline. Jules, can you show off your beautiful tiger?
Oh my God.
To the good people, the belly and all that.
Look at those eyes.
The belly and all that.
Yeah, the belly and all
that. Come on, Lev, put the focus on me. I got to do the shot for them.
Okay, hold on.
Oh God.
Wasn't Ohio historically a state
here we
that you
go,
basically needed to win? Right?
Yes.
Oh damn, I missed.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you think Drew Carey voted for Trump? We're talking about Ohio. Oh, look at that swipe.
Oh, they just took away some of Nevada's results on Fox.
Oh, the ears.
All right, put the
My
focus
cats
on
have
me.
never done that.
Okay,
to me.
here we go. Here's the shot.
All right.
Oh God.
Oh God, he's gonna kill himself on stage.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
I just like 10 of these during Drunk Mario Party. Let's fucking go, guys.
Oh boy. Oh my God.
That would be so fun, by the way. Like, if you got Jules's address and just came over to Jules' house, or he would come up. You guys probably aren't far away.
Jules can come over right now. We'll fucking do shots together.
Yeah, Jules, can you come over James's house?
Let's fucking go!
Let's do next stream. Want to do it next stream?
What?
I want to start playing board games. I just got Raccoon Tycoon and Photosynthesis.
I want to play Raccoon Tycoon with Jules. That sounds like a good time.
We have to play Shoots and Ladders.
No, Emmett,
I want to get her
to pledge to my Patreon if you want to drink. If you want me to drink, so.
I know I was asked to not. So
Jules,
did anyone see my Dylan Benson post? Did anyone see my Dylan Benson post?
I'm gonna dox myself on stream. I'm on 90th. Come on, bro.
Oh my God,
Jesus Christ.
I can't deal with you tonight. You're cracking me
Come at my
up.
apartment. I'll show you a good time, fuckers.
I just remember, like,
I'll give you alcohol poisoning if you show up.
Who's that German metalhead YouTuber that doxed himself and Drakenlord?
Oh, Drakenlord, yes.
Come to my house.
German Christian.
That guy's amazing.
Constantly on Cumtown. I think I can dox myself on this. I'll be fine.
Dude, there's nothing wrong with doxing. People used to have phone books. People used to have phone books. Like
everybody's doxed.
What is the weird paranoia about? Like, oh my God, like people know where I live. Like, who gives a fuck? It sounds like
go up and have a good time.
It depends.
It only matters in certain contexts.
Lord,
people have a rough idea of where I live, but not the exact town.
Together.
You know what I mean? Like, imagine just like, oh, you have a barcode and like you trust, like you don't trust anyone to know where you live. Like, I don't know. Like, I think there's something nice about yellow pages. I think there's something nice about you can have large communities. Like, you can have high trust communities. Like if you know, I think that this is a great show, and we are a living example of just alternative ways of organizing. And I think we really counter a lot of the hysteria that's in the mainstream everywhere. So, you know, yeah, I'm ready for the next fucking level. That's what I'm ready for.
Next level doxing. Let's fucking.
IRL community building. By the way, do you know this account, NYC Guido Voice? You know that account?
Yeah, that's Nick Mullen.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's got the picture from guy from Boston. Look at this tweet.
Mullen's only account he has left.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
But he can't break character. That's hilarious.
Dude, I would give anything to have Mullen return to Twitter.
Oh my God, yeah.
He was
so this tweet I retweeted. It goes, back in the day, they didn't do all this voting bullshit. You picked a president based on who knows the most guys around the old neighborhood. Had to run a card game.
I have notifications on for that account.
the executive game.
But as of now, our two best posters we have on Twitter are the Posting Menace and Pig. Those are our two best posters. Also, I like Get Fiscal, Don Hughes. He's good too. So those are probably my three favorite posters right now on Twitter. Give them all a follow.
And follow all of us. Follow Zur HP.
Oh yeah, if you're not following all of us in the stream, then let's just fucking see you kill yourselves in Minecraft.
Oh no, in Minecraft! In Minecraft!
Everybody,
only in Minecraft.
Everybody on here right now, I got all of you already. All of you.
Nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Just meant that as a joke. Please do not subscribe.
Oh, by the way,
it does remind me. It does remind me.
I mean, Jugs doesn't have Twitter anymore, right? So
I'm serious.
I don't have Twitter anymore now.
Jugs, you're on Twitter.
No.
God damn.
Jugs got to come back on Twitter.
Maybe one
Yeah,
day.
Jugs, come on Twitter.
Yeah.
Bring Jugs back to Twitter.
And I can't follow you on anything.
Maybe one day.
I'm gonna have to just fucking wait outside your house instead.
That
Yeah,
just
with
reminds
the
me.
boombox, right?
That reminds me.
At night.
Yeah.
You know, you guys were talking about Andy Worski and all that. That was like not the first time a streamer had a total meltdown. Do you remember? You know, we were talking about like if you don't follow us, then go kill yourself in Minecraft. Do you remember that infamous TJ Kirk Amazing Atheist stream with Fake Sagan back in the day, where he like Fake Sagan had like a real gun that he was playing around with, and someone called the cops on them, and like someone gave them $1, and they told him to go kill themselves and stuff like that. Like I just had the flashback.
I don't remember that.
Oh man,
it was. Well, Fake Sagan apparently is also a sex pest, but he's still on YouTube.
You gotta, if you find ultra sensitive people, the best way to like heal them from being ultra sensitive is you have to be like, you can't be cold and withholding of like genuine love, and genuine love is not face.
Okay, we're talking about women here.
Looking out for people's blind spots.
No, it's true,
like
Jules.
obsessing over their blind spots in a way that they never have to worry about them. And if you're like intentionally like twisting the knife in their blind spots so you can like have insurance on them, I think that you're a little like ahead of yourself or something. Like you're probably just making it all worse all the time and you don't see the connection.
No, it's true, Jules, but I think it's a paradox because it's like what Sam Hyde said once about like what you were saying, the people that are like sensitive, they need the most love, but at the same time, it's a paradox because people who are usually sensitive, they're very hard to love. So it's kind of like, you know what I mean?
Why is it hard to love anyone? It's only hard to love anyone if you're horrible at loving yourself.
Also easy to hate.
It'll make it hard for them to be loved.
Some people are just hard to love, though, I think.
Some people are horrible at loving themselves, and you can just see it in how
there's a limited amount of time in the person's day, so there.
I think
it's
hard
hard
when you have to work, when you have to like when being in a relationship with someone is a huge fucking chore. Although I don't know if you have reasons to stick it out, then that's different. But when it comes to just friendship, I notice like if you have to work to be someone's friend all the time, then it's like it's not worth it. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Hell, I find my mom exhausting.
It's different when you really, really love somebody. Then you're gonna go the extra mile, do everything you possibly can, try to make the adjustments in yourself so that you are a better partner for them to help.
Yeah, but like
them
Remus,
flourish.
you talked about sacrifice. Imagine going in the red doing that for someone.
Right. No, but Remus, you talked about your wife's health problems and how difficult it is, but it's like there has to be like some kind of eternal love there for you to really, you know, stick with it and stick together. Right?
Yeah, no, exactly. Like this, it's got to be real, son, or else you're not gonna have that experience. It's gonna be really, really difficult for you, and you're probably gonna end up resenting that person to a degree that can't be reconciled. And then your relationship will become really toxic. Like the I think the really important part in something like this is being able to be honest with one another about like what it takes from both and what's necessary for each other's support. Like, because it's kind of like two buildings that are falling leaning on each other and preventing each other from falling. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
so
like one little hair of movement.
Yeah, it has to be equal. You have to be on the same page, or else you're gonna fucking just get self-annihilate.
I don't know. I tend to like, I don't know. Like when I was like a few years ago, I was thinking like, oh fuck, I'm in my mid-20s. I've never had a relationship, blah blah blah. But then it's like, I don't know. It's like something one of my best friends, Matthew, said to me. He's like, well, Gio, you have to really think to yourself, are you worthy of a relationship? And it's like deep down inside, it's like there's like one crucial aspect of my being I have to work on. And until I work on that, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I think you have to, like Jules was saying, you have to also like love yourself before you can love other people.
Yes,
right?
that's
I also think it's just very hard to find someone worth being in a relationship.
It is.
It is. And serial dating, serial monogamy is just as bad as sleeping around.
Yo, base take.
Is or how good looking you are, like, you know, there is just hard to find someone that's like worth, you know, dating. I've not been in a serious relationship since fucking in like 7 years.
Every woman I've ever connected with,
it's like I'm not gonna get into something serious and waste my time unless I can see some sort of possible potential.
Every woman I've ever been like connected with, either online or like in real life, they've always been taken, and it's like that type of relationship that it's very easy. It's very hard to like, you know what I mean? So like I have friends that I know that I've talked to for years now on the internet, and it's like, damn, like it would have been perfect, but then it's just, you know, it's not meant to be, and then you have to like reconcile with that. And it's like, you know, it's fine. Like I don't want to like I don't want to be like as much as I've written about and sympathized with the incel, I don't want, like, I always try to be conscious of the fact that I have a lot of those tendencies, and it's like I have to check myself from falling into that like incelish type of mindset.
Yeah, there's a sort of like retarded black pill that happens towards females that just and then it becomes untenable. Like you just brainwash yourself into like,
then they could
I'm a failure. I'm a exactly.
Don't listen to Verse too much. In other words,
don't listen to Verse too much.
Yeah, he's on the other side of that.
I'm like on the total opposite end of Verse.
Exactly.
Verse is another side of that.
Exactly.
Is Verse into like just having bastard kids and not being in a relationship?
No, he's been
I respect that a lot if that's the case.
No, he's just got mad game. That's all.
He's got mad
that's
game.
Good.
He's
it's
been in
good.
plenty of relationships.
Yeah. So the girl is women are a different thing for him than they are for G. It's a different situation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I always find it so funny being married, like just seeing. Does
that dude have kids?
That's so stupid.
Does the dude have kids?
I hope I don't come off as a creep to women. I don't know. That's my biggest.
People are just morons. Like they just don't understand what's going on. Like it becomes such a neurotic exercise. It's like, bro, just relax.
Well, every woman that's come on BTR, I've had a good rapport with.
Maybe.
No, you're not. You're definitely not neurotic. You're not an awkward person in that regard.
I am.
No, it's the women who are awkward if they're going to be like, ew, you're a creep for speaking to me or being nice to me. Like those are just maladjusted, like awkward women. Like
who like thinks that they're
I'm very familiar with those types.
Yeah.
Like you are lacking serious social skills if like you like look at another human being when they speak to you.
And I just gotta avoid these stuck up, annoying.
Can women be awkward though? I never knew this existed.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Horrifically.
Here, it's different though because, it depends on where you grow up too.
I don't know anything about Canadian women, so.
I don't want to.
Is there a difference between the?
They're from everywhere on Earth.
Is there a difference between the English Canadian women and the French Canadian women?
Entirely. Yeah. French Canada is a different country.
Different attitude towards everything. Yeah.
So
they're French.
French Canadian women are like really. I don't know. I don't want to say it, but
French Canadian, French women in general, they act hard to get.
Yeah, they're very hard to get. Yeah.
Very tsundere, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like
something
princesses.
manana about them.
Yeah.
Jules has a good comment here. Make women feel good, they will make you feel good.
Jules, you are a Chad.
That's true.
Please go speak about this in
a 10
another
out of
way.
10 Chad, so.
Yeah, you look like a fucking statue, man.
He's a literal model.
But yes, you are correct. You are correct.
No, it's
he is
true.
right.
It's true.
He is right.
Hey, Lev, I wanted to thank you for having me on, and thanks all you guys
Christo,
for.
thank you so much,
Yeah,
brother.
man.
Thank you for coming.
I gotta get going in a minute here too.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, I
this is
might have
pretty,
to go.
this is gonna be
I got
pretty
kind
much
of a
it.
headache, so.
Well, let's end it here, guys.
day.
Christo, Blue
Oh,
Shoe,
damn, no
Remus
Joey.
Venus,
Thank you.
G-Man
Thank you.
Exile, Judge, Jugs, Hero Alchemy. Well, James is not here. I want to end it when he comes here. I don't know why he stepped out the very moment while I'm going to
I
say.
believe at 12 is the Keith Woods stream.
Yes.
Hey,
And
before we
him-
go out, I just want to say cream pie or die, I'm on white babies.
Oh God!
Okay, Jesus.
Jeez.
Holy
hashtag-
hell.
My last statement
Goddamn.
would be: I'm predicting Nevada flips red. That's my big prediction. I don't know that it's going to happen, but it's my prediction.
By the way, we recently
okay.
we
My
recently had
prediction
on.
is a lot of cope and see that it's going to happen either way.
Yeah.
Whoever wins,
Okay,
cope and
guys.
see.
Well, this is it. I am going to say goodbye. We don't know what's gonna happen. We're
Oh,
going
there
to
he
see
is.
James. Yeah, we're gonna say bye, James. This is it.
James like,
It's
I'm not
it's-
even
it's
a
midnight.
quarter of the amount of drink
It's
that I'm going
midnight.
to be.
Who wants to stream with me now instead?
Ooh.
I need to go eat,
I'm
man.
not ready to fucking end this party yet.
Yeah, I got shit to do, son.
Yeah.
All right,
gonna-
fucker.
Christo.
I have to go take
That was
Azima
really
nap.
aggressive. Wanna join James?
Azima sleep.
Oh,
I-
by the way,
thank you
hold
for
on.
bringing me on.
Let's read
Thanks,
this
Chris.
last comment here. Okay, hold on. Here we go. So
I
it
gotta
says,
sign off.
Welder guy
Christo.
says, so long, my new
Thanks, you
friends.
guys. Appreciate you.
See you, man.
Appreciate you too, brother.
Love you
Thank you so
guys.
much for coming in. So we have a welder guy who says, so long, my new friends. You guys are so cool. Mia, best girl. So excellent. Thank you so much, welder guy. And don't forget to subscribe. Subscribe right now. Last message.
Yeah.
Subscribe now.
Subscribe to Bad Filmcast. Too.
Yes, Bad Filmcast.
Bad
Great podcast.
Filmcast.
Subscribe to that. And
Subscribe to my YouTube channel.
yes, giant
Oh, yes.
Giant Art
Productions.
Productions. Giant Art Productions.
And I'm going to come out when the election settles, probably around Thursday. I'm going to come out with a video critiquing Thomas Kincaid. So that will be. I already edited it with my very rudimentary single point photo editing skills.
What do you use? What do you use? by
I
the
just
way?
use what do they call it? Quick Shot, and then I just put photos in.
That,
yeah.
Wait, is that for Mac or is that Windows? What is that?
Well, Windows. I have Windows and Mac, but I use it for Windows. But I have a
Okay.
Mac. I would just use iMovie. I don't know.
Okay.
Because I really just need photos, and that's pretty much it.
So here's what's going down this week. Thursday, Eggy coming in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be a lot of fun.
Eggman.
Yes, and we are gonna have a free for all Friday, I think. If by Friday we're finally get the election results, I mean,
Post-election,
let's see
yeah.
let's see what happens there. Okay.
Are we doing Twin Peaks the following?
I would
Friday?
love to. Okay, here's the thing. I really want to get I really want to get Aryan Cowboy on. I don't know if he's retired. I don't know what's. I gotta check with him.
It's sounding like he's retired.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Well,
that
I
was.
know Meme Analysis wants to do a Twin Peaks stream with somebody. So
he getting off Twitter?
I want to rewatch as much Twin Peaks as I can beforehand. So I want to know when.
Excellent. Okay, well, it's not going to be for a while, I think. I mean, here's what's going down. Tuesday, November 10th. Now, it's going to be most likely Doug Tenapel on Thursday, November 10th. The creative Earthworm Jim. But Doug told me that he, only 24 hours before, he would be able to confirm if he can come in. But then he will confirm, he'll retweet it, all that. So that should be happening on Tuesday, November 10th.
Doug is based.
10th. I'm going to try to get Frank Hassel on Thursday, November 12th.
Yes.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens there. If it's not,
I will do a proper, unironic interview with Frank Hassel.
It's a Marine Corps birthday,
I
by the way.
invited Frank on Bad Filmcast, and he gave me a maybe and never got back to me. So
oh shit!
I'm gonna have to hassle the hassle.
Talking about a guy who got shot on Livestream or almost got shot. So
fucking do it, pussy.
Hassle Doctron.
Come on.
Where's the gun at, you fat F word?
The hassle doctrine.
Come on if I invite you on to fucking the podcast.
I gotta give
I
Boogie
wouldn't
credit though.
necessarily feel that bad for him if he did actually get shot. That is.
Yeah, Boogie was ready
I'm not
to
saying it
shoot
was
that
be
guy. That
totally
was
funny,
pretty.
yeah, but
It was
just be
so
like-
funny.
That was
But-
pretty hype.
And Gio, are you gonna be able to paint the good doctor, Dr. Don Morio, with Jessica?
I will try to do a drawing. I'll try to do something.
Excellent. And Tuesday, November 17th.
I could do a painting too, but we'll see what happens.
Tuesday,
Remember tits
November
and
17th,
booba as well.
Transhuman and Prim stream to Electric Ooga Boogaloo. That's going down Tuesday, November 17th.
Sneak Sonny in without telling him.
Oh God.
Yes.
Oh God. Okay.
Under a different name.
I live for
You're
that.
getting really professional with this. You got this, like, you got some shits. You got real guests like getting scheduled out here.
Oh yeah, and we're gonna have John Billman coming
Dennis
in
McKenna
Tuesday.
was on.
Yeah, Dennis McKenna was on. So
yeah.
John Billman, he's coming
I
on
asked him about Alex Jones.
Tuesday, November 24th, and he is the author of The Cold Vanish, Seeking the Missing in North America's
Nice.
Wildlands. So hopefully we're gonna be able to bring on Serpent Man, Gruel Society, you know, all the boys in that, and for that one, that should be a lot of fun. And what else?
We'll do a health stream. We'll have raw egg
definitely.
And
I'm gonna find out the mystery of glycine. What exactly is going on? Is it just glucose, or is there something more behind the
and then
scenes?
one day we will do a National Arts Club.
Hell
thing.
yeah! No, that is
and then
definitely
the e-girl stream.
Yes.
The e-girl stream.
Yes. Okay, so this is all I gotta say right now. There's way more topics to discuss. I'm gonna go on a whole inviting tirade tomorrow. Not tirade, you know what I mean. I'm gonna keep inviting more people on and growing this thing. And guys, we need your help to grow. If you have not subscribed yet, please subscribe
Hold
right now.
your family and friends at gunpoint. We're not kidding.
We are not fucking around anymore. And
I'm gonna
also,
call my mom and make her watch.
Thank you.
Talk about my crack.
Thank you.
Until they subscribe.
Exactly. And also click the bell, because I know that some of you people out there, you've subscribed, but you've been ignoring the bell, because I've been ignoring the bell. Shame on me. Shame on me. Shame on me. So don't ignore the bell. Don't ignore the bell. Click the damn bell.
We also might do streams on specific thinkers.
Yes.
So we'll do a stream on
James Healy.
James Healy.
James
Yeah,
Healy.
We'll get theory cells up in here, and we'll do some stuff about Nick Lander. I don't know, whoever.
Yes. Excellent. Okay, guys,
We'll try to get Nick Land.
We will try to get Nick Land. This is great over here. Aman Saad, who says glycine is neurotransmitters too. Excellent. And we have a Russian. We have a Russian in the stream here in the chat. Avrust Malin. Hold on,
that name.
Jesus. Hold on, I'm tired.
Lab, embarrassing.
Can we get one more bad
Call him Rasputin.
Up screenshot? And
Avrust Malinovki. Malinovki, it sounds like Malina. Malina is not a cherry. It is a kind of hold on. What is Malina? Because I know what it is, just don't remember what you call it in English. It's like a little red
currant.
It's like a little red berry with little. It's made of a little
cherry.
No, not a cherry. It's a little red berry made up of
Oh, a
little
currant.
circles.
A red currant.
No, not a currant. Raspberry. That's it.
Raspberry.
With the save.
Malinovsky.
Hey, do you have ever had Aleph on here? Woke 80-year-old?
Oh, we tried to get him on.
Wait. Oh. Woke 8-year-old. He wrote me a message today at 11:04. Says,
synchronicity.
Sorry for not replying. I don't often check DMs. So there was no follow-up from that, but hopefully we're going to get Aleph on. So that shall happen. It will happen. And also, I want to get some people for the second half of the Eggy stream. So if you guys have any recommendations for who you would want to come in, James, you want to go for Eggy?
Myself.
Excellent.
I'm always down to fucking stream. As long as I'm not doing anything, man.
Hell yeah.
I just love streaming.
Hell yeah.
We need people for the Eggy stream. Who's deep in the Eggy lore.
Yes.
I'm not deep in the Eggy lore, but I could be a neophyte in the Eggy lore. Eggy, please initiate me, sir. You know what I mean?
Charles on.
He's gonna give me a lot of shit if I ever get on. He'll just be like, "Oh, you're the crack guy," and then there you go.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys, that's it. Don't forget to
people.
subscribe once again. Let me check over here. Yes, don't forget to subscribe.
At gunpoint.
Subscribe right now. Subscribe right now. Subscribe right fucking now. We got one. Okay, we got one more. 1,905. 1,905. So we got one new subscriber. Thank you guys so much. We are gonna get to 2K. We are gonna get
gunpoint.
We are gonna get to 2K.
To the moon.
In the next couple of weeks, we're gonna get to 2K. I guarantee it. Anyway, guys, take care. Mwah. I love you. You guys are the best. This was
All right.
super.
Bye.
Take care. Bye bye.
Love.